Wherever you are, access our programmes, reports, in-depth discussions and expert analysis anytime, anywhere, right from your phone. All the content from the i24NEWS website, the latest articles, exclusive interviews, VOD and live broadcasts is now just a tap away on the i24NEWS app. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
Each week, dive into the very best original stories from i24NEWS' 4 channels.
Le point d'abord en image.
More details in this report.
خلال الأيام القريبة.
Brought together in one show. A unique perspective at the crossroads of languages and cultures. i24NEWS magazine. The best of our reports handpicked for you. Tune in every Thursday on i24NEWS.
5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive. Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday for Jewish World Weekly.
Every week, we take you on a journey to meet the people shaping tomorrow, right here at the heart of Startup Nation. Health, culture, mobility, agriculture. Innovation isn't just a buzzword here. Innovation is everywhere. Join us every week to go behind the scenes of innovation made here in Israel.
Every Tuesday on i24NEWS.
In a world moving faster than ever,
We take a deep dive into headlines and stories making news around the world.
more than news, the bigger picture.
Will the Russia-Ukraine war ever come to an end? What exactly is the hantavirus?
So far, 12 people have been killed. South Korea is preparing for the worst-case scenario.
Let's begin this debate.
He's a democratic socialist. It's not the same thing.
I'm not done talking here.
No spin, no easy answers, just the week's biggest stories.
Because every headline has a story, and every story has an impact.
Global Eye, every Sunday.
And we're back on i24NEWS. Thanks for staying with us. U.S. President Donald Trump has reportedly sent Congress the Saudi civil nuclear deal to look over. The 30-year civilian nuclear agreement would allow American companies to help Riyadh build reactors in a project worth tens of billions of dollars. But Trump is still stating Israel is the price, turning nuclear technology into direct leverage for normalization. The problem is that the Saudis are still demanding a path to Palestinian statehood before recognizing Israel. With me in studio to discuss more is our i24NEWS senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, by sending this deal to Congress, how exactly does it advance Trump's objectives when it comes to having Saudi Arabia perhaps join the Abraham Accords?
Not clear, Nicole. First of all, it's being sent to Congress. Congress has the time to be able to have hearings on it and discuss it. Won't be universally popular to have this nuclear deal with the Saudis. But from the congressional opponent's perspective, it would be hard for them to block it. It would take a 2/3 majority in each of the houses to override a presidential veto. It would seem to be a high bar, Nicole, even with potential opposition in Congress. What Donald Trump is saying, what the administration is saying, at least to the Wall Street Journal, it said in the past and now confirming to the Journal, that Saudi Arabia would need to join the Abraham Accords for the agreement to move forward. Nicole, on the face of it, you're right. The Saudis are saying no. The Saudis, by the way, are also saying it's not part of the deal. So maybe it's not part of the document and the agreement between the countries that's being sent to Congress, but the Trump administration is adding it on as another, let's say, condition for the Saudis to actually get the benefit of the bargain. There is one way of potentially squaring the circle. It's a little bit lawyerly. I don't know that this is what the administration has in mind, but they could come to it later on. There is a difference, Nicole, between normalizing and joining the Abraham Accords formally, meaning the actual Abraham Accord document doesn't necessarily require normalization. On the day of the signing of the Abraham Accords in September 2020, of course, there was the normalization between the UAE and Bahrain, but there were separate documents between each of those countries and Israel in order to make that happen. So a country could, in theory, join the Abraham Accords without normalizing with Israel. It would undermine what's been the purpose of the Accords and the common understanding of what they are and what the framework means. But it is one potential lawyerly way, if you will, of squaring the circle. I don't know that that's what the administration has in mind, but it's something that they could come to. But yes, Nicole, the Trump administration and the Saudi leadership are saying two different things. And one of the big questions is this actually in the document? Is it actually a true condition in black and white of the deal? Or is the Trump administration somehow adding it on beyond that, in which case the condition would obviously be a lot.
If it's not in the actual paperwork, though, how can the Trump administration actually enforce this, whether it is normalization or joining the Abraham Accords? Either way, how is it enforceable if it's more of a handshake deal rather than a paperwork one?
And maybe not even having the hand being shaken, of course, in this case. I think we'll have to understand more about the text of the deal in order to be able to understand where exactly the Trump administration could abide by the four corners of the agreement, but also insert something that may not be part of it. Or maybe there's language in the document that can be interpreted in different ways, as often happens in agreements and in contracts. So the Saudis are interpreting the language in one way and the Trump administration in another. But at any rate, as it stands, on the face of it, this is an impasse because the Trump administration is saying that Saudi Arabia needs to normalize, and the Saudis are saying we won't do it until there's a Palestinian state or at least a pathway to one, and seem to be, Nicole, in no hurry to normalize with Israel. One thing is clear. This is Capitol Hill of 2026 and not Capitol Hill, unfortunately, of 2023. Meaning, if the understanding before October 7th had been that a nuclear agreement with the Saudis could get to the finish line and be more popular in the United States if the Saudis normalized with Israel, meaning it would be an incentive for the Saudis to normalize with Israel because it would help them get the nuclear deal. Unfortunately, with Israel's weakening in American public opinion, that's not true anymore. And having a normalization with Israel doesn't necessarily help you in getting the agreement to the finish line and may in some sense even hurt you. So that is one political calculation and one part of the political picture that's changed dramatically and where the thinking today, I think, would be very, very different than it was when the planning was done with the Biden administration back before October 7th.
And even when it comes to any sort of a finish line, is there any sort of a timetable of where things now stand now that it has been passed off to Congress?
Look, it'll go to Congress. Congress will have the time to have its hearings and to ask the questions it needs to. At the end of the day, Nicole, it will be very hard for Congress to block this, although I suspect there will be a significant number of members of Congress who are worried about a document where Saudi Arabia could ultimately enrich uranium on its own soil, potentially seen as unpopular. And the nervousness, this, of course, doesn't allow nuclear weapons, this deal. Far from it. There's a civilian nuclear program, a civilian nuclear energy, the way many, many countries around the world have it. There are advantages to nuclear energy, as we know. But still, there are concerns that it would help move forward unravel the nuclear proliferation regime or non-proliferation regime that's existed in the Middle East and around the world, the more this technology is out there with the potential risk of misuse.
All right, Owen Alterman with the breakdown of what this could mean. I appreciate that. The Lebanese state is trying to take on Hezbollah, but not on the battlefield. In 3 southern pilot zones, the army is now leading reconstruction, repairing roads and trying to convince residents that the Lebanese state, not Hezbollah, can provide security and basic services. The problem is that Hezbollah still pays rent, school fees, and medical bills for thousands of families. Taking away its weapons is one challenge, but replacing the system that made people dependent on it poses another challenge altogether. To discuss more, we're joined now by Haneen Gadar, Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Haneen, great to have you with us on i24NEWS. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me back.
Well, for decades, the Lebanese state has been somewhat absent, especially in villages along the border with Israel. So in the struggle to regain influence, can the Lebanese state realistically replace Hezbollah's welfare network?
That's a very good question, and it's really tied to what's happening today, especially in the pilot zones. So there are 2 things. So the framework agreement that was the trilateral framework agreement agreed between the Lebanese state, the Israeli state, and the American U.S. Trump administration states very clearly that it's not just about disarmament, it's about dismantlement. Dismantlement means also that the state should replace all of the armed militias, they will be no longer present, and the state will be the only armed group, but also it states dismantlement. Dismantlement means also dismantling Hezbollah's military infrastructure, but also Hezbollah's, integration within state institutions that support this welfare system. So Hezbollah today is capable of providing social services to its members, not supporters, only members, because they can't afford to serve everyone, mainly because they are still present within the state institutions. Let's take, for example, the pilot zone that you mentioned. The pilot zone, the army is deployed, but it hasn't done disarmament yet because they are using the excuse of private properties, which yet to be solved. So, and the mechanism that is yet to be verifying. So disarmament, that means that Hezbollah, without disarmament, means that Hezbollah can still have arms within these private properties. The problem there as well is that because of Hezbollah's other soft power presence within state institutions and on the ground, within these pilot zones, you have Hezbollah's NGOs like Ta'awanu present in these pilot zones, taking care of the people. And the money that they're getting is either from Hezbollah's services or from the state, which works with all NGOs. So it's very important today is to purge Hezbollah from state institutions, not just do it militarily, kinetically, but also really remove Hezbollah from security institutions, remove Hezbollah from the military institutions, and from the state institutions where these decisions to actually send money to from the government to organizations that will fund Hezbollah's welfare system is very crucial. And this is
moving forward with this, how long of a process would something like that even take? We're looking at 3 tiny little pilot zones right now that you're stating. Hezbollah still, even if it doesn't seem like it with the weapons, still has the influence there. So when you talk about the entire Lebanese state, how can we even start to look at that process?
It's a political decision, honestly. I don't think it's just the process. As soon as it happens, it will become a snowball. But I really believe that it is about a political decision. Does the Lebanese government really want to get rid of Hezbollah once and for all? Does Nabih Berri, the head of the Amal movement, who is today the Speaker of the House still, who actually is today the guy who is representing Hezbollah and protecting Hezbollah's presence within state institutions, why is he still not being punished for this or not being threatened with sanctions because of what he does? So their purging starts from top, but also through all the state institutions. The problem really is a decision. Is the president and the prime minister willing to challenge the Speaker of the House and Hezbollah's influence within state institutions to make sure that they no longer have any influence in the decision-making and the welfare system? That's a political decision that they have to make. Once they make it, it's challenged. It will take a few years, but we have to start somewhere. Because if we don't start today, the elections are coming in a year and a half, and then Hezbollah and Amal will use the system in order to come back to the parliament and to the government as if nothing has happened. So we have, the government of Lebanon should have done this last year, not today, but it's really starts with a political decision.
A very interesting look at what could be to come in Lebanon and what needs to begin for us to even get to that future. Hanin Gadar, great to have you with us on i24 News. Appreciate you sharing your insight. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Greece says its quieter relationship with Turkey should not be mistaken for weakness. Foreign Minister George Geropatritis argues that the period of so-called calm waters and de-escalation gave Athens time to buy new fighter jets and warships and deepen its ties with Israel, Egypt, and the United States. But he also said Turkey's newly declared Aegean marine parks are illegal and said any attempt to violate Greece's sovereign rights will be met with every available means. So Athens is talking to Turkey while preparing for the possibility that diplomacy fails. To discuss more, we're joined now by Kostas Konstantinou, Middle East correspondent for Greek and Cypriot media based in Tel Aviv. Kostas, thanks for being with us on i24 News.
Thank you for having me.
Well, has Greece's calm waters approach to Turkey genuinely reduced the risk of conflict, or are we seeing this calm waters just prepare for what might come next?
Well, that's a very interesting yet very complex question because the basic thing that we have to see here whether we were actually in those calm waters. When it comes to Turkey, there's a growing suspicion that perhaps Turkey was using that phase because it never stopped threatening Greece or Cyprus or interrupting the works for the GSI electrical connection or whatever. So basically it was calm, but deep down it wasn't that calm. So Greece, I think, was prepared to react in a certain way because Turkey showed these signs a lot of times, but it didn't show actually a very credible sign that it could be trusted when it goes through these periods of, let's say, calm waters.
How much then of Greece's military buildup is driven by Turkey, and how much by the wider instability that we're seeing also in Syria and in the Eastern Mediterranean?
Well, Turkey is obviously the primary structural reason for this because Turkey has been threatening Greece in many ways, despite the fact that they're supposed to be NATO allies. It disputes Greek sovereignty. It has presented over the past few years this dogma of the blue homeland, which basically claims the Aegean. And Recep Tayyip Erdogan, let's not forget, he himself said that we will be coming overnight. He actually threatened with an invasion in Greece, and that was repeated by many other people. So we have a reality on the ground. We have a reality that says that all these problems, most of them at least, were solved in 1923 with the Lausanne Treaty, and this should not be a point for discussion. Yet Turkey comes all the time and brings up this revisionist ideas and approaches that create a problem for Greece and for its safety. Added to that, we've had the case of Syria, we've had the case of Libya, we've had the whole thing in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Greece does need and has also adopted a new dogma and does need more weapons and better preparedness to be able to defend itself. But the bottom line is that if it wasn't for Turkish revisionism, Greece wouldn't have needed all this kind of armaments and this kind of protection.
Well, Greece is also stating that it still retains the right to extend its territorial waters to 12 nautical miles and to do so whenever it decides. Why raise this issue right now?
Well, this issue has been raised on several occasions over the past, not just few years, a few decades. First of all, what we need to say is that Greece has the right to do that based on the United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea. The UNCLOS, the Article 3 says that Greece actually does have the right to do that. Any state has the right to do that. Greece has not proceeded because obviously it does not want a war with Turkey, and it does not, it is perhaps not capable of controlling this whole area because the Aegean is very big. So you have to impose it as well, not just say that you will do it. So it is just a reminder, I think. It is not that Greece plans to impose this, but it's just a reminder to Turkey that it cannot come up all the time and bring new issues and say, you know, we have now this Mavi Matan, the blue homeland, and we claim the Aegean, and we claim this, and we claim that. And Greece is making it clear that according to international law, that's what we have, and that's what we can do. Greece has been offering Turkey to go to the international court and solve this dispute. Turkey doesn't agree with that. And so Greece has to just put down the facts and tell Turkey this is what it is.
Kostas Konstantinou, appreciate you sharing your insight with us tonight on i24 News. Thank you. 6 months into the war with Iran, one of the biggest economic losers may be a country that never chose to enter it, Qatar. The country's gas exports have collapsed by 96%, with just 18 LNG cargoes shipped since the war began. That's compared with more than 500 in the same period last year. Reuters estimates Doha has lost $24 billion in sales, while American gas exporters fill part of the gap, and Europe heads toward winter with dangerously low reserves. With me in studio to discuss more is our i24 News senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osrian. Ariel, Qatar is arguably not directly a part of this war. In fact, they've been trying to mediate an end to this, yet here they might be the biggest economic casualty in the Gulf. How damaging is a $24 billion loss for Doha?
Yeah, look, we're talking about 5 months of LNG revenue. That is basically $24 billion, is just over 10% of Qatar's GDP. So it's a significant blow to the country's coffers, but it is not going to, make some long-standing damage to Qatar's economy. They have a sovereign wealth fund of $580 billion. So this is indeed going to make a dent in the Qatari budget, but this isn't going to collapse the Qatari economy. But this does raise significant concerns to countries like Qatar, that they have been significantly impacted by this war. They say, rightfully so, that there are not sides to this war, yet Iran sees them as legitimate targets because the U.S. has military bases in those countries. In Qatar, they have the El Udeid base, the largest base in the Middle East, and so Iran targeted them. What Iran is trying to do is to cause this economic damage to encourage these countries to get rid of U.S. presence on their territory. Iran isn't going to succeed in that goal, but definitely this report shows that the economic damage to Gulf countries, specifically Qatar, has been very significant.
The economic damage might not be over yet also, Ariel, especially with these new U.S. sanctions. How could those impact Qatar?
Well, Qatar holds some frozen Iranian funds, so I don't think Iran is going to take action against countries like Qatar, who's holding its money. But this, moving forward, this does raise concerns. These countries have been trying decades of appeasement for Iran. That hasn't worked, and yet they cannot fight geography. Countries like Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia are just across the strait from Iran with an emboldened, radicalized regime. And so the threat remains. However, if we're looking at how Qatar is responding to this war, different Gulf countries are responding differently. Qatar continues to be on the side of appeasement. They are raising the alarms that they may be, or that they're not fully supportive of these economic sanctions. And again, when we heard the U.S. announce this economic D-Day on Iran, it said that it is going to pressure its partners to stop, economic cooperation with Iran. So it will be very interesting to see if the Qataris are going to comply. Basically, they may be put in a situation where they have to choose between appeasement of the U.S. and appeasement of Iran. If you ask the Qataris, it's clear who they would choose, and yet the U.S. is not going to attack them in retaliation. The U.S. said that it will, impose secondary sanctions on those countries. Qatar is a major non-NATO ally of the United States, so I don't think Washington is going to be so quick to impose sanctions on Qatar if they fail to comply with the sanctions on Iran.
As far as reputation, Qatar has built its global influence on being this reliable gas supplier. Could this have any long-term effects when it comes to the reputation around the world?
Well, it's not just reputation. Gas consumers, countries, they're looking to see where they can get the most stable, what their most stable source of gas is. And we're seeing that as Qatari exports are dwindling, U.S. exports are increasing. So we may see a shift in terms of the balance of power, in terms of the global markets, that consumers may seek alternative avenues, and that would be a significant blow to Qatar. But this is, as far as the Qataris are saying, the damage is in terms of months, not years. And in about 18 months, they're expected to return to the previous levels of export. Whether the countries that are seeking to buy the gas are going to buy at the same pace, that still remains to be seen.
All right, Ariel Osran, thank you for those updates.
Thanks.
The Iran war is also taking a major toll on one of the world's busiest travel hubs. Passenger traffic at Dubai International Airport plunged more than 31% in the first half of this year. Flights are gradually returning, but several major international airlines remain cautious, as Arlene Plachmeyer explains.
Well, Nicole, Dubai Airport is the biggest airport in the Middle East. For 12 consecutive years, it has been the busiest airport for international passengers. Furthermore, it's the second busiest airport in the world, just behind Atlanta. And 27% of the country's GDP is aviation. And furthermore, 1/5 of all the people working and living in Dubai work at the airport. So this is not just about the passenger number, which is down with 31%, which translates to about 14.5 million people compared to last year. But this is also a major economic hit. Furthermore, think about all those people who were not in transit, but who picked Dubai as a popular tourist hotspot. This means that they were about to enjoy the swimming pools, the hotels, the casinos, the hotel bars. And due to the war with Iran from February of this year, they haven't been able to come because, as we know, Iran targeted Dubai, targeted the Emirates, it targeted all the neighboring countries. Dubai airport itself had been hit for 3 times. So there was significant damage also to the airport, which meant that all those people that were about to enjoy their summer holidays or their holidays for whatever reason weren't able to come. Now, before the war, there was an estimate of 100 million people that were supposed to pass through Dubai airport. Needless to say, that estimation has been updated. And they are not out of the woods yet because they say 90% of all its capacity has been recovered. But major airlines like Singapore Airlines, Lufthansa and British Airways still haven't resumed flights to Dubai airport yet or are still rerouting their flight schedule. So for Dubai, this isn't just a number of 31% people less that have been using Dubai airport, but it means so much more for a country that has already suffered significant losses due to the war with Iran.
And finally tonight, the world lost a whole lot of glitz and glam. The queen of country music has passed away at the age of 80. But Dolly Parton's legacy lives on far beyond Nashville, Tennessee, all the way here to the Middle East. Part of her lasting impact can be found on children's bookshelves. Dolly's Imagination Library, which sent free books to children, became the model for PJ Library, which sends free Jewish children's books to families, and its Israeli programs, Sifriyat Pijama in Hebrew and Maktabat al-Fanus in Arabic. Dolly once said she was honored that her idea had inspired the Jewish literacy program. And I'll add on a personal note, I've been asking myself today, what would Dolly do? As that's what I have on my hat here. And I think that she would end this broadcast with a big grin, as she once said, if you see someone without a smile, give them yours. So take that Dollyism with you wherever you are in the world today and share a little bit of Dolly's generosity. That's it for us on Middle East Now here on I24 News. I'm Nicole Zedek, but stay with us because coming up next is The Rundown with Benita Levine. Thanks so much for joining me.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of i24NEWS. We start with the IDF statement on an attack that Hezbollah carried against the Israeli troops within the security zone in southern Lebanon. According to the statement, 2 explosive drones were fired toward the soldiers that opened fire and downed one of them, while the contact was lost with the second one. No IDF injuries were reported. The incident occurred in the area of i24NEWS Ridge, where Hezbollah operatives are believed to be stuck and surrounded by the Israeli soldiers, with continuous talks about the future of this strategic military site for Hezbollah. And to talk about this, I have with me here in studio our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, and also our security analyst and the host of the Rosshandler Report, Yaakov Lapin. Welcome for you both. We'll start with you, Yaakov. Details about this attack that the IDF is just announcing.
Well, I think that those are the known details at this stage, but what we're seeing is a very localized escalation because Hezbollah feels the pressure at this i24NEWS Ridge. I think it's worth noting for the viewers that this is a very important strategic facility for Hezbollah and for Iran, which helped build this for years and invested large amounts of money. From a topographic, geographic perspective, it's overlooking much of southern Lebanon, and it was supposed to be sort of a jump-off point for Hezbollah terrorists. It's under the command of Hezbollah's Badr unit, which is a territorial unit, a very important territorial unit for Hezbollah. So the bottom line is this is a very important strategic site. Now, Iran has also sort of tied its fate to what happens there, because if Israel goes in, Iran has hinted, although it hasn't said so explicitly, that it would get involved directly. So there's a lot at stake. In the meantime, the IDF continues to surround it, and there are Hezbollah terrorists that are holed up in there. There were rumors that there are IRGC officials there as well, but those haven't been confirmed, and that doesn't really appear to be the case. So at the end of the day, this is a very important strategic, and the last important strategic facility, underground facility that Hezbollah has in southern Lebanon that it still controls. The rest of southern Lebanon is under IDF security control. And when I speak to security officials, on a regular basis, they are saying that they encounter very few Hezbollah terrorists left in these areas. First lines of villages, second lines of villages, third line of villages have essentially been all but cleared, scanned, IEDs destroyed, structures destroyed that were used as booby-trapped traps for various forces. So the IDF has very good operational control at this time in southern Lebanon, and this is the last holdout. This is what it's about for Hezbollah.
Yes, very important strategically and morally, according to Hezbollah officials. Ariel, reports right now in southern Lebanon of Israeli strikes, retaliation, you can say.
Yeah, we're talking about several areas in southern Lebanon, most of them north of the Litani River. We're talking with the video that we see right now that's from Arab Salim. There's also reported strikes in Nabatia al-Fawa, near the major city in southern Lebanon, Nabatia, as well as in Kfar Omen. And so what the IDF is trying to do here is send a message to Hezbollah that it will not tolerate any violations of the ceasefire, any attacks or even attempted attacks on its troops who, as Yaakov said, are operating in a very sensitive site for Hezbollah. This is perhaps the last stand of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. This is a facility that they've invested a lot of money in.
It's the Imad 4 facility, the one that Hezbollah's former chief, Nasrallah, was bragging about, actually.
And Hezbollah also released footage of that site. We're talking about a massive underground complex, big enough to carry trucks with missiles on their backs, not just long-distance rockets. And so with the heavy investment that Hezbollah put into the site, they're not going to let it go without a fight. But what we're seeing here now is
This is exactly the question, because Michel Issa, yesterday, the American ambassador to Lebanon, said that we need to wait and see a couple of more days in order to know what's going to happen in i24NEWS. And a few more officials in Lebanon, according to different reports, have said that actually there are two scenarios here. Either the Lebanese army takes over, or the Israeli army actually gets in and take it over. So where things stand also in the diplomatic front?
Well, as far as Hezbollah is concerned, this is a hill they are willing to die on, because they said that they'd rather see Israel destroy the entire mountainous ridge rather than handing it over to the Lebanese armed forces. And so also Beirut is watching this, and I think given this stance by Hezbollah, very brazen, contrary to the government, the Lebanese government is basically leaving Hezbollah to their own fate. And we are seeing that anything that has to do with this ridge is not prompting the same level of condemnation against Israel that we have seen in other strikes. And I think this is very telling as to what Beirut really wants to see with regards to Hezbollah moving forward in its efforts to disarm it.
Absolutely. So you're staying with me. We are going to our next topic. In a rare public confession, Iran's Vice President Mohammad Jafar Gimpanah said that his country is unable to import enough fuel to make up for insufficient domestic production because of the U.S. naval blockade. The VP remarks in IRNA news agency, an official agency, came days after government officials said that fuel quotas would be reviewed, touching on a topic that considered to be very sensitive in the oil-rich country. So back here in the studio, Yaakov, we start with you. It seems like the U.S. blockade is definitely very, very effective. On the other hand, the U.S. is being able right now to, let a few ships to actually be out of the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, it's more than a few ships. According to some of these American estimates, we're looking at 10 to 15 million barrels a day coming through this kind of naval passageway that CENTCOM has been able to open. But, let's also ask, why does Iran have to import fuel? It's supposed to have all of its oil. Okay, it can't export. Why can't it use its oil? Because its refineries are a train wreck. They've been neglected for decades by this regime. This regime has neglected all of the basic essential civilian services except subsidies. But they got used to importing fuel because they can't refine barely their own oil, stockpile. And I think that tells you everything you need to know about the real state of this regime. Financially, it is weak. And all of the bellicose statements that it is producing globally is designed in part to hide that weakness. They can't afford fuel. They're having power cuts. There was a parliamentary meeting, an Iranian electricity parliamentary meeting that experienced a power cut. It doesn't get more symbolic than that. That's the real internal state of Iran. They're having trouble paying their own besieged paramilitaries. These are the terrorist forces that are responsible for repressing and internal security. So they have real existential crisis. And the longer this blockade continues, I think the more existential destabilization threats.
The question is,
regime
are they going to do something about it? And are the Gulf countries and Israel, of course, are ready for a surprise attack by Iran in order to break this blockade?
Well, look, I think Israel is definitely ready for that because, look, we've had 2 wars with Iran since June 2025, and we've heard the chief of staff say yesterday that he is ready for a sudden escalation across multiple fronts, and he included Iran in that. So at this stage, I don't think there's much that Iran can do to actually surprise Israel. What are they going to do? They're going to fire 10 missiles. That's not going to be the thing that surprises us. And they'll try and obviously ignite the West Bank. They're trying to smuggle arms, etc. But all of these activities are well known to the defense establishment. But the question of what they will do is an interesting one, Balil, because if they feel like they're about to collapse, I think they will prefer to go to war in the hope that the war will prevent them from collapsing internally. So we do have to keep an eye out for that.
Okay. Ariel, back to the issue of the topic of the fuel shortages in Iran. This sparked outrage and protest before. Definitely, when you review the subsidies, whether to keep them, not to keep them, this is a very sensitive topic in Iran. What does this tell us about the current situation of the Iranian people in Iran?
And because this is the main concern, I agree with Yaakov that Iran, the worse the situation gets, they may opt to externalize their hardships by launching a war, but also to prevent the people from taking to the streets. And we're seeing these messages come out of the leadership in Tehran, Iran's parliament speaker.
Notably, the political leadership. We don't hear that from the IRGC usually.
No, the IRGC is saying our fingers are on the trigger, warning Iranians from taking to the streets. But when it comes to the political echelon, they are indeed a lot more, sensitive to the hardships, or at least publicly, to the plight of the Iranian people. Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf saying that the government is exerting a lot of great efforts to try and reduce the heavy impact of these new U.S. sanctions, urging the Iranian people to put their trust and backing in the Iranian government and also in the supreme leader. And so we're seeing that with these long lines at the gas stations, with increasing shortages of basic goods in the supermarkets. We're seeing that not only is the economic situation inside Iran deteriorating, but the government is cognizant of this, and it is fearful that this may turn the Iranian people once again against the government. So they're urging unity after killing over 50,000 Iranians in the streets. I don't know how much these messages are going to fall on open ears when it comes to this brutal, radicalized regime.
And definitely the U.S. and Israel, at least for now, are relying on this economic pressure. Thank you both for being with me. Ariel Osran, our Middle East senior correspondent. Thank you for being with me.
Thanks,
and of course, Yaakov Levin, our security analyst and the host of the Ross Handler Report. A few days after the expelling of the Dutch delegation from Gaza Support Center, Israel is reportedly considering removing British officials as well in response to criticism of the Israeli policies in Gaza and the West Bank. The report by the Financial Times says that similar actions are considered even against German and Italian officials. Ariel Osran has the story.
As Israel continues to strike Hamas targets across Gaza, the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are undermining the ceasefire and risking its collapse.
After 3 years of war and 20 years of military operations, I ask, will another strike on a munitions depot stop Hamas from rearming or tightening its grip on Gaza? It will not. It only delays the demilitarization that would happen, and it obstructs the civilian transition that should take place to ensure that remilitarization will not be possible in the future.
Mladenov said the risk also runs in the opposite direction, while confirming that Hamas is rebuilding its tunnels in Gaza.
Hamas has committed to cease all military activities. That commitment is still to be met in full. Every weapon carried, every tunnel still worked on, and every convoy still obstructed sets the process back and hands an argument to those who want to resume war.
As the implementation of Trump's Gaza plan continues slowly, the U.S. says additional troops are expected to arrive to man the International Stabilization Force.
Now, for the first time, troops and personnel from partner nations are scheduled to arrive to keep the peace. Tactical vehicles are already at the ISF logistics base. Countries as far as Uganda, Morocco, Kazakhstan have offered thousands of troops to this effort. No, they are not moving as quickly as we would like, but they are moving. And yes, the disarmament of Hamas must and will be closely scrutinized. It must be verified by objective parties.
But as new forces are expected to arrive, Israel is reportedly considering expelling representatives from some European countries, including the UK, Germany, and Italy, from the Coordination Center in southern Israel in response to their criticism of the government's policies in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The report comes just 2 days after Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced he intends to immediately expel Dutch representatives from the Coordination Center over a series of anti-Israel moves by the Dutch government. And with Israel escalating its strikes and Hamas rebuilding its capabilities, the reality on the ground continues to threaten the fragile ceasefire in Gaza.
Staying on Gaza, where the IDF targeted attacks continue, the Israeli army announcing today the killing of one of Yahya Sinwar's former bodyguard and another Hamas operative that took part in the October 7th attack. The attacks continue despite the public criticism from the Board of Peace that insists that Israel should only respond to immediate threats. A video that was posted to the official Instagram account of the IDF Haredim branch sparked controversy since it was perceived as an explainer for Haredi draft dodgers on how to evade being denied permission to leave the country. The video that is now deleted comes weeks before the annual pilgrimage of religious Jewish men to the Ukrainian city of Uman for Rosh Hashanah. Let's take a look.
Imagine you arrive at the airport, your bag is packed, and suddenly at the gate, boom, everything stops. A blockage. This is exactly what happens when you ignore Order 12. This status means that you did not follow the processes of the first calling, and the immediate consequence is a delay in leaving the country. If you keep waiting, the next blow is your definition as an evader and an arrest warrant. And this story also has another ending, a brief appearance at the recruitment office with your medical documents and this order behind you. Don't get stuck at the gate.
To talk about this, I have here with me in studio our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, first of all, is it exactly how it was described, or is there something that we're missing here? Because it seems like they are helping the draft dodgers to evade being captured.
Right. Balir, the Israeli military is telling Haredi ultra-Orthodox men who have violated their draft order to the military how to essentially get around the law. Brought onto social networks by the IDF itself and then exposed, if you will, by Doron Kadosh, military correspondent at Israel Army Radio. As soon as this was put up and brought to the attention of higher-ups inside the IDF spokesperson's office, you can imagine they took it off the social networks as quickly as they could, and they're saying that they're looking into this and seeing exactly how this got up. But you causing a storm here in Israel, you can imagine why, as you know, a highly sensitive and fraught social issue, the fact that ultra-Orthodox yeshiva students, Haredi yeshiva students, by and large, do not serve in the Israeli military. It's a hot political issue and social issue brought to bear and sharpened by this controversy.
And did any politicians comment on this from the coalition or the opposition?
Look, it's creating a storm here in Israel. It's getting a lot of reaction in the political class, in the society. This is a major issue in the election campaign. It's a wedge issue on the Israeli right. Does not play to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's strengths and will dominate this news cycle or be a part of this news cycle. I suspect it'll be swallowed up over the course of the election campaign, but the issue of the ultra-Orthodox or Haredi draft, that issue is not going away.
And we are almost 60 days before the upcoming election. The coalition is now not doing great in the polls, and this comes, of course, to worsen their situation right now. Is there a way for Netanyahu to, divert the attention from this issue to other issues?
That's exactly what Netanyahu is doing, Balir, as you know, which is a great question. Day in, day out, Netanyahu's most important role over the course of the home stretch of the election campaign is to make sure the public is talking about something else, that the public is not talking about this issue. This issue is the most dangerous issue on the entire public agenda for Netanyahu and for his political future. So Netanyahu will do everything he can to make sure the public is talking about any issue other than this. It would be the job of the opposition to make sure the public is talking about only this. But the campaign of the opposition going back months, if not years, and certainly even in recent days and weeks, is not focused squarely on this for a variety of reasons, is more scattered. But this issue certainly plays to the opposition's strengths. There are plenty of people on the Israeli right, most recently Ophir Winter, that the retired or former high-up Israeli military official who launched his party to great fanfare a few days ago from within the Israeli right, the most recent Israeli right-wing politician to call for a harder line in drafting the Haredi yeshiva draft students. Point being, Balir, this is a wedge issue inside the Israeli right. There are many Israelis, millions of Israelis who consider themselves right-wing, who otherwise would support and do support Netanyahu and his bloc, but are against Netanyahu and his bloc on this issue. It's the opposition's job to try to peel those voters away, to focus relentlessly on this issue. It's hard for them to do and keep up this discipline. And Netanyahu, most importantly, will do everything he can to do exactly the opposite, to make sure the public agenda is focused on any issue other than this one.
It absolutely seems like all parties, apart from the Haredi parties, are absolutely against, the Haredim being exempt from the service. Thank you so much, our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. And to our next topic, almost 25 years after the attack on the World Trade Center, the alleged mastermind of the attack will be trialed in a military court starting June 2028. Media outlets report citing a judge ruling. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was considered one of Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden's top lieutenants before he was captured in March 2003, in Pakistan, and he has been imprisoned since then in Guantanamo Bay. But I have with me here, or actually from Washington, D.C., our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. Mike, why now exactly the trial is advancing to the stage where it should have been, a long time ago?
Based on the history of this case, it's no guarantee that it will even take place in 2028 anyway. Listen, the case has taken so many twists and turns. There were the allegations put up by the defense that Mohammed's confession and the confession of some of his co-defendants should be disallowed because of the waterboarding that took place in overseas CIA centers. And then you had the case being made by defense attorneys that even confessions after that, which were acquired at Guantanamo Bay, should be disallowed because the waterboarding previously conditioned those defendants to saying what they felt the prosecutors or their interrogators should hear. And it just kept taking twists and turns from there. There were discussions about whether the trial should be held in New York, the scene of the crime, essentially, or whether they should be held down in Guantanamo Bay. Should it be in a federal court? Should it be in a military court? There was a judge that left the case right before it was supposed to go to trial. And then finally, there was a plea deal just a couple of years ago. But at the very last minute, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin nixed it. He said even a life sentence, not good enough. And so here we are now. Now, keep in mind, this is a joint trial. And so even if one defendant puts up a pretrial motion that could take a lengthy amount of time to settle, that still leaves the other defendants in limbo, and it all has to move in sync together. So 2028 is the new date, but again, no guarantee that will happen either.
All right, Mike Wagenheim, our senior U.S. correspondent, thank you so much for explaining that. Could Russia attack British military targets? That is what Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova has said this morning, adding that this is in response to Ukrainian attacks on targets inside Russia using long-range British cruise missiles. The Kremlin said on Monday that Britain was methodically adding fuel to the fire after London announced it would allow Kyiv access to classified technology to start its own production of Storm Shadow cruise missiles capable of carrying out strikes deep within Russia.
We have repeatedly warned that the response to Ukrainian strikes using British weapons on Russian territory could target any British military facilities and equipment, whether in Ukraine or beyond. Those responsible for war crimes, including those committed against our country's civilian population.
2 people were killed and 9 others were injured after a man drove his car into a crowd in the city of Xi'an in northwestern France. Investigators are still working to establish a motive, so far saying that the driver is a 26-year-old man of Russian descent and he was captured around 20 kilometers far from the scene. Local media said the incident followed an argument at a nearby bus stop. 270 confirmed dead and around 1,400 people missing, including at least 700 foreign nationals in Nepal and Tibet, as well as a wall, of water came crashing through communities in the Himalayas, leaving a trail of destruction in its walk. Lynn Techmeyer reports.
The force of the water is almost impossible to imagine. Roads torn apart, buildings buried, entire communities swallowed by mud and debris. A catastrophic flash flood has devastated parts of Nepal and Tibet after an ice and rock avalanche high in the Himalayas triggered a powerful surge of water downstream. The disaster has killed hundreds of people and left hundreds more missing, including foreign nationals. The floodwaters turned rivers into violent torrents, ripping away roads and bridges, destroying homes and leaving rescue teams struggling to reach some of the hardest hit areas.
I'm in Devigat Nuapur, one of the areas hardest hit by the massive flash flood that tore through part of Nepal after ice and rocky avalanche originated from high altitude area. Rescue teams are working around the clock, but deep debris damaged road and bridges, and the scale of destruction are making the search and rescue extremely difficult. Communities have been buried under the mud and debris, while families wait anxiously for the news of their loved ones.
For those who survived, the disaster unfolded with almost no warning.
I was at the terrace and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so. My wife was already buried in the mudslide while she stayed on the terrace for safety. After 4 to 5 hours, I was rescued by a helicopter.
Experts say the disaster was likely triggered by an ice rock avalanche from a glacier, which blocked a river before releasing a massive surge of water downstream. At one point, water levels rose dramatically in a matter of minutes, leaving little time for communities below to escape. And now, as the search for survivors continues, there is a growing fear of a second disaster. Landslides have created a new lake, raising concerns that if the natural dam gives way, more communities downstream could once again be in the path of devastating floodwaters.
That's it from us for now. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-624-1484.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
When Israel is under fire, the world watches. But we act. Since 1901, Jewish National Fund USA has stood with our homeland. From the moment missiles rained down, we were there, caring for children of essential workers, turning shelters into sanctuaries, providing fire trucks and more. Israel is our family, and you always show up for family. To support the people of Israel for today and tomorrow, turn to the trusted name in philanthropy, Jewish National Fund USA.
In a world moving faster than ever,
we take a deep dive into headlines and stories making news around the world.
More than news, the bigger picture.
Will the Russia-Ukraine war ever come to an end? What exactly is the hantavirus?
So far, 12 people have been killed. South Korea is preparing for the worst-case scenario.
Let's begin this debate.
He's a democratic socialist. It's not the same thing.
I'm not done talking here.
No spin, no easy answers, just the week's biggest stories.
Because every headline has a story, and every story has an impact.
Global Eye, every Sunday.
Wherever you are, access our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert analysis anytime, anywhere, right from your phone. All the content from the i24 News website, the latest articles, exclusive interviews, VOD and live broadcasts is now just a tap away on the i24 News app. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of i24NEWS. We start with the IDF statement on an attack that Hezbollah carried against the Israeli troops within the security zone in southern Lebanon. According to the statement, 2 explosive drones were fired toward the soldiers that opened fire and downed one of them, while the contact was lost with the second one. No IDF injuries were reported. The incident occurred in the area of i24NEWS Ridge, where Hezbollah operatives are believed to be stuck and surrounded by the Israeli soldiers, with continuous talks about the future of this strategic military site for Hezbollah. And to talk about this, I have with me here in studio our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, and also our security analyst and the host of the Rosh-Handler Report, Yaakov Lapin. Welcome for you both. We'll start with you, Yaakov. Details about this attack that the IDF is just announcing.
Well, I think that those are the known details at this stage, but what we're seeing is a very localized escalation because Hezbollah feels the pressure at this i24NEWS Ridge. I think it's worth noting for the viewers that this is a very important strategic facility for Hezbollah and for Iran, which helped build this for years and invested large amounts of money. From a topographic, geographic perspective, it's overlooking much of southern Lebanon, and it was supposed to be sort of a jump-off point for Hezbollah terrorists. It's under the command of Hezbollah's Badr unit, which is a territorial unit, a very important territorial unit for Hezbollah. So the bottom line is this is a very important strategic site. Now, Iran has also sort of tied its fate to what happens there, because if Israel goes in, Iran has hinted, although it hasn't said so explicitly, that it would get involved directly. So there's a lot at stake. In the meantime, the IDF continues to surround it, and there are Hezbollah terrorists that are holed up in there. There were rumors that there are IRGC officials there as well, but those haven't been confirmed, and that doesn't really appear to be the case. So at the end of the day, this is a very important strategic, and the last important strategic facility, underground facility that Hezbollah has in southern Lebanon that it still controls. The rest of southern Lebanon is under IDF security control. And when I speak to security officials, on a regular basis, they are saying that they encounter very few Hezbollah terrorists left in these areas. First lines of villages, second lines of villages, third line of villages have essentially been all but cleared, scanned, IEDs destroyed, structures destroyed that were used as booby-trapped traps for various forces. So the IDF has very good operational control at this time in southern Lebanon, and this is the last holdout. This is what it's about for Hezbollah.
Yes, very important strategically and morally, according to Hezbollah officials. Ariel reports right now in southern Lebanon of Israeli strikes, retaliation, you can say.
Yeah, we're talking about several areas in southern Lebanon, most of them north of the Litani River. We're talking with the video that we see right now that's from Arab Salim. There's also reported strikes in Nabatia al-Fawa, near the major city in southern Lebanon, Nabatia, as well as in Kfar Omen. And so what the IDF is trying to do here is send a message to Hezbollah that it will not tolerate any violations of the ceasefire, any attacks or even attempted attacks on its troops who, as Yaakov said, are operating in a very sensitive site for Hezbollah. This is perhaps the last stand of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. This is a facility that they have invested a lot of money in.
It's the Imad 4 facility, the one that Hezbollah's former chief, Nasrallah, was bragging about, actually.
And Hezbollah also released footage of that site. We're talking about a massive underground complex, big enough to carry trucks with missiles on their backs, not just long-distance rockets. And so with the heavy investment that Hezbollah put into the site, they're not going to let it go without a fight. But what we're seeing here now is
exactly the question, because Michel Issa yesterday, the American ambassador to Lebanon, said that we need to wait and see a couple of more days in order to know what's going to happen in i24NEWS. And a few more officials in Lebanon, according to different reports, have said that actually there are two scenarios here. Either the Lebanese army takes over or the Israeli army actually gets in and take it over. So where things stand also in the diplomatic front?
Well, as far as Hezbollah is concerned, this is a hill they are willing to die on, because they said that they'd rather see Israel destroy the entire mountainous ridge rather than handing it over to the Lebanese armed forces. And so also Beirut is watching this, and I think given this stance by Hezbollah, very brazen, contrary to the government, the Lebanese government is basically leaving Hezbollah to their own fate. And we are seeing that anything that has to do with this ridge is not prompting the same level of condemnation against Israel that we have seen in other strikes. And I think this is very telling as to what Beirut really wants to see with regards to Hezbollah moving forward in its efforts to disarm it.
Absolutely. So you're staying with me. We are going to our next topic. In a rare public confession, Iran's Vice President Mohammad Jafar Gimpanah said that his country is unable to import enough fuel to make up for insufficient domestic production because of the U.S. naval blockade. The VP remarks in IRNA news agency, an official agency, came days after government officials said that fuel quotas would be reviewed, touching on a topic that considered to be very sensitive in the oil-rich country. So back here in the studio, Yaakov, we start with you. It seems like the U.S. blockade is definitely very, very effective. On the other hand, the U.S. is being able right now to, let a few ships to actually be out of the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, it's more than a few ships. According to some of these American estimates, we're looking at 10 to 15 million barrels a day coming through this kind of naval passageway that CENTCOM has been able to open. But, let's also ask, why does Iran have to import fuel? It's supposed to have all of its oil. Okay, it can't export. Why can't it use its oil? Because its refineries are a train wreck. They've been neglected for decades by this regime. This regime has neglected all of the basic essential civilian services except subsidies. But they got used to importing fuel because they can't refine barely their own oil, stockpile. And I think that tells you everything you need to know about the real state of this regime. Financially, it is weak. And all of the bellicose statements that it is producing globally is designed in part to hide that weakness. They can't afford fuel. They're having power cuts. There was a parliamentary meeting, an Iranian electricity parliamentary meeting that experienced a power cut. It doesn't get more symbolic than that. That's the real internal state of Iran. They're having trouble paying their own besieged paramilitaries. These are the terrorist forces that are responsible for repressing and internal security. So they have real existential crisis. And the longer this blockade continues, I think the more existential destabilization threats.
The question is,
regime
are they going to do something about it? And are the Gulf countries and Israel, of course, are ready for a surprise attack by Iran in order to break this blockade?
Well, look, I think Israel is definitely ready for that because, look, we've had 2 wars with Iran since June 2025, and we've heard the chief of staff say yesterday that he is ready for a sudden escalation across multiple fronts, and he included Iran in that. So at this stage, I don't think there's much that Iran can do to actually surprise Israel. What are they going to do? They're going to fire 10 missiles. That's not going to be the thing that surprises us. And they'll try and obviously ignite the West Bank. They're trying to smuggle arms, etc. But all of these activities are well known to the defense establishment. But the question of what they will do is an interesting one, Balil, because if they feel like they're about to collapse, I think they will prefer to go to war in the hope that the war will prevent them from collapsing internally. So we do have to keep an eye out for that.
Okay. Ariel, back to the issue of the topic of the fuel shortages in Iran. This sparked outrage and protest before. Definitely, when you review the subsidies, whether to keep them, not to keep them, this is a very sensitive topic in Iran. What does this tell us about the current situation of the Iranian people in Iran?
And because this is the main concern, I agree with Yaakov that Iran, the worse the situation gets, they may opt to externalize their hardships by launching a war, but also to prevent the people from taking to the streets. And we're seeing these messages come out of the leadership in Tehran, Iran's parliament speaker.
Notably, the political leadership. We don't hear that from the IRGC usually.
No, the IRGC is saying our fingers are on the trigger, warning Iranians from taking to the streets. But when it comes to the political echelon, they are indeed a lot more, sensitive to the hardships, or at least publicly, to the plight of the Iranian people. Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf saying that the government is exerting a lot of great efforts to try and reduce the heavy impact of these new U.S. sanctions, urging the Iranian people to put their trust and backing in the Iranian government and also in the supreme leader. And so we're seeing that with these long lines at the gas stations, with shortages of increasing shortages of basic goods in the supermarkets, we're seeing that not only is the economic situation inside Iran deteriorating, but the government is cognizant of this, and it is fearful that this may turn the Iranian people once again against the government. So they're urging unity after killing over 50,000 Iranians in the streets. I don't know how much these messages are going to fall on open ears when it comes to this brutal, radicalized regime.
And definitely the U.S. and Israel, at least for now, are relying on this economic pressure. Thank you both for being with me. Ariel Osran, our Middle East senior correspondent. Thank you for being with me. Thanks, and of course, Yaakov Levin, our security analyst and the host of the Ross Handler Report. A few days after the expelling of the Dutch delegation from Gaza Support Center, Israel is reportedly considering removing British officials as well in response to criticism of the Israeli policies in Gaza and the West Bank. The report by the Financial Times says that similar actions are considered even against German and Italian officials. Ariel Osran has the story.
As Israel continues to strike Hamas targets across Gaza, the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are undermining the ceasefire and risking its collapse.
After 3 years of war and 20 years of military operations, I ask, will another strike on a munitions depot stop Hamas from rearming or tightening its grip on Gaza? It will not. It only delays the demilitarization that would happen, and it obstructs the civilian transition that should take place to ensure that remilitarization will not be possible in the future.
Mladenov said the risk also runs in the opposite direction, while confirming that Hamas is rebuilding its tunnels in Gaza.
Hamas has committed to cease all military activities. That commitment is still to be met in full. Every weapon carried, every tunnel still worked on, and every convoy still obstructed sets the process back and hands an argument to those who want to resume war.
As the implementation of Trump's Gaza plan continues slowly, the U.S. says additional troops are expected to arrive to man the International Stabilization Force.
Now, for the first time, troops and personnel from partner nations are scheduled to arrive to keep the peace. Tactical vehicles are already at the ISF logistics base. Countries as far as Uganda, Morocco, Kazakhstan have offered thousands of troops to this effort. No, they are not moving as quickly as we would like, but they are moving. And yes, the disarmament of Hamas must and will be closely scrutinized. It must be verified by objective parties.
But as new forces are expected to arrive, Israel is reportedly considering expelling representatives from some European countries, including the UK, Germany, and Italy, from the Coordination Center in southern Israel in response to their criticism of the government's policies in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The report comes just 2 days after Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced he intends to immediately expel Dutch representatives from the Coordination Center over a series of anti-Israel moves by the Dutch government. And with Israel escalating its strikes and Hamas rebuilding its capabilities, the reality on the ground continues to threaten the fragile ceasefire in Gaza.
Staying on Gaza, where the IDF targeted attacks continue, the Israeli army announcing today the killing of one of Yahya Sinwar's former bodyguard and another Hamas operative that took part in the October 7th attack. The attacks continue despite the public criticism from the Board of Peace that insists that Israel should only respond to immediate threats. A video that was posted to the official Instagram account of the IDF Haredim branch sparked controversy since it was perceived as an explainer for Haredi draft dodgers on how to evade being denied permission to leave the country. The video that is now deleted comes weeks before the annual pilgrimage of religious Jewish men to the Ukrainian city of Uman for Rosh Hashanah. Let's take a look.
Imagine you arrive at the airport, your bag is packed, and suddenly at the gate, boom, everything stops. A blockage. This is exactly what happens when you ignore Order 12. This status means that you did not follow the processes of the first calling, and the immediate consequence is a delay in leaving the country. If you keep waiting, the next blow is your definition as an evader and an arrest warrant. And this story also has another ending, a brief appearance at the recruitment office with your medical documents and this order behind you. Don't get stuck at the gate.
To talk about this, I have here with me in studio our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, first of all, is it exactly how it was described, or is there something that we're missing here? Because it seems like they are helping the draft dodgers to evade being captured.
Right. Balir, the Israeli military is telling Haredi ultra-Orthodox men who have violated their draft order to the military how to essentially get around the law. Brought onto social networks by the IDF itself and then exposed, if you will, by Doron Kadosh, military correspondent at Israel Army Radio. As soon as this was put up and brought to the attention of higher-ups inside the IDF spokesperson's office, you can imagine they took it off the social networks as quickly as they could, and they're saying that they're looking into this and seeing exactly how this got up. But you causing a storm here in Israel, you can imagine why, as you know, a highly sensitive and fraught social issue, the fact that ultra-Orthodox yeshiva students, Haredi yeshiva students, by and large, do not serve in the Israeli military. It's a hot political issue and social issue brought to bear and sharpened by this controversy.
And how did any politicians comment on this from the coalition or the opposition?
Look, it's creating a storm here in Israel. It's getting a lot of reaction in the political class, in the society. This is a major issue in the election campaign. It's a wedge issue on the Israeli right. Does not play to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's strengths and will dominate this news cycle or be a part of this news cycle. I suspect it'll be swallowed up over the course of the election campaign, but the issue of the ultra-Orthodox or Haredi draft, that issue is not going away.
And we are almost 60 days before the upcoming election. The coalition is now not doing great in the polls, and this comes, of course, to worsen their situation right now. Is there a way for Netanyahu to, divert the attention from this issue to other issues?
That's exactly what Netanyahu is doing, Balir, as you know, which is a great question. Day in, day out, Netanyahu's most important role over the course of the home stretch of the election campaign is to make sure the public is talking about something else, that the public is not talking about this issue. This issue is the most dangerous issue on the entire public agenda for Netanyahu and for his political future. So Netanyahu will do everything he can to make sure the public is talking about any issue other than this. It would be the job of the opposition to make sure the public is talking about only this. But the campaign of the opposition going back months, if not years, and certainly even in recent days and weeks, is not focused squarely on this for a variety of reasons, is more scattered. But this issue certainly plays to the opposition's strengths. There are plenty of people on the Israeli right, most recently Ophir Winter, that the retired or former high-up Israeli military official launched his party to great fanfare a few days ago from within the Israeli right, the most recent Israeli right-wing politician to call for a harder line in drafting the Haredi yeshiva draft students. Point being, Balir, this is a wedge issue inside the Israeli right. There are many Israelis, millions of Israelis who consider themselves right-wing, who otherwise would support and do support Netanyahu and his bloc, but are against Netanyahu and his bloc on this issue. It's the opposition's job to try to peel those voters away, to focus relentlessly on this issue. It's hard for them to do and keep up this discipline. And Netanyahu, most importantly, will do everything he can to do exactly the opposite, to make sure the public agenda is focused on any issue other than this one.
It absolutely seems like all parties, apart from the Haredi parties, are absolutely against, the Haredim being exempt from the service. Thank you so much, our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. And to our next topic, almost 25 years after the attack on the World Trade Center, the alleged mastermind of the attack will be trialed in a military court starting June 2028. Media outlets report citing a judge ruling. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was considered one of Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden's top lieutenants before he was captured in March 2003, in Pakistan, and he has been imprisoned since then in Guantanamo Bay. I have with me here, or actually from Washington, D.C., our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. Mike, why now exactly the trial is advancing to the stage where it should have been, a long, long time ago?
Based on the history of this case, it's no guarantee that it will even take place in 2028 anyway. Listen, the case has taken so many twists and turns. There were the allegations put up by the defense that Mohammed's confession and the confession of some of his co-defendants should be disallowed because of the waterboarding that took place in overseas CIA centers. And then you had the case being made by defense attorneys that even confessions after that, which were acquired at Guantanamo Bay, should be disallowed because the waterboarding previously conditioned those defendants to saying what they felt the prosecutors or their interrogators should hear. And it just kept taking twists and turns from there. There were discussions about whether the trial should be held in New York, the scene of the crime, essentially, or whether they should be held down in Guantanamo Bay. Should it be in a federal court? Should it be in a military court? There was a judge that left the case right before it was supposed to go to trial. And then finally, there was a plea deal just a couple of years ago. But at the very last minute, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin nixed it. He said even a life sentence, not good enough. And so here we are now. Now, keep in mind, this is a joint trial. And so even if one defendant puts up a pretrial motion that could take a lengthy amount of time to settle, that still leaves the other defendants in limbo, and it all has to move in sync together. So 2028 is the new date. But again, no guarantee that will happen either.
All right. Mike Wagenheim, our senior U.S. correspondent, thank you so much for explaining that. Could Russia attack British military targets? That is what Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova has said this morning, adding that this is in response to Ukrainian attacks on targets inside Russia using long-range British cruise missiles. The Kremlin said on Monday that Britain was methodically adding fuel to the fire after London announced it would allow Kyiv access to classified technology to start its own production of Storm Shadow cruise missiles capable of carrying out strikes deep within Russia.
We have repeatedly warned that the response to Ukrainian strikes using British weapons on Russian territory could target any British military facilities and equipment, whether in Ukraine or beyond. Those responsible for war crimes, including those committed against our country's civilian population.
2 people were killed and 9 others were injured after a man drove his car into a crowd in the city of Sian in northwestern France. Investigators are still working to establish a motive, so far saying that the driver is a 26-year-old man of Russian descent and he was captured around 20 kilometers far from the scene. Local media said the incident followed an argument at a nearby bus stop. 270 confirmed dead and around 1,400 people missing, including at least 700 foreign nationals in Nepal and Tibet, as well as a wall, of water came crashing through communities in the Himalayas, leaving a trail of destruction in its walk. Lynn Techmeyer reports.
The force of the water is almost impossible to imagine. Roads torn apart, buildings buried, entire communities swallowed by mud and debris. A catastrophic flash flood has devastated parts of Nepal and Tibet after an ice and rock avalanche high in the Himalayas triggered a powerful surge of water downstream. The disaster has killed hundreds of people and left hundreds more missing, including foreign nationals. The floodwaters turned rivers into violent torrents, ripping away roads and bridges, destroying homes and leaving rescue teams struggling to reach some of the hardest hit areas.
I'm in Devigat Nuapur, one of the areas hardest hit by the massive flash flood that tore through part of Nepal after ice and rocky avalanche originated from high altitude area. Rescue teams are working around the clock, but deep debris damaged road and bridges, and the scale of destruction are making the search and rescue extremely difficult. Communities have been buried under the mud and debris, while families wait anxiously for the news of their loved ones.
For those who survived, the disaster unfolded with almost no warning.
I was at the terrace and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so. My wife was already buried in the mudslide while she stayed on the terrace for safety. After 4 to 5 hours, I was rescued by a helicopter.
Experts say the disaster was likely triggered by an ice rock avalanche from a glacier, which blocked a river before releasing a massive surge of water downstream. At one point, water levels rose dramatically in a matter of minutes, leaving little time for communities below to escape. And now, as the search for survivors continues, there is a growing fear of a second disaster. Landslides have created a new lake, raising concerns that if the natural dam gives way, more communities downstream could once again be in the path of devastating floodwaters.
That's it from us for now. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-624-1484.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
The Middle East is not standing still. Borders may stay the same,
but power is moving every day. From Tehran to Beirut, Jerusalem to the Gulf.
Every night on Middle East Now, we're tracking the conflicts, the diplomacy, and the alliances reshaping the future.
The region is in motion.
Watch Middle East Now to see where it's going.
"5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive." Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday for Jewish World Weekly.
Welcome to i24NEWS latest edition. A few days after the expelling of the Dutch delegation from Gaza Support Center, Israel is reportedly considering removing British officials as well in response to criticism of the Israeli policies in Gaza and the West Bank. The report by the Financial Times says that similar actions are considered even against Germany and Italy, or the delegation of those two countries. Ariel Osaran has the report.
As Israel continues to strike Hamas targets across Gaza, the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are undermining the ceasefire and risking its collapse.
After 3 years of war and 20 years of military operations, I ask, will another strike on a munitions depot stop Hamas from rearming or tightening its grip on Gaza? It will not. It only delays the demilitarization that would happen, and it obstructs the civilian transition that should take place to ensure that remilitarization will not be possible in the future.
Mladenov said the risk also runs in the opposite direction, while confirming that Hamas is rebuilding its tunnels in Gaza.
Hamas has committed to cease all military activities. That commitment is still to be met in full. Every weapon carried, every tunnel still worked on, and every convoy still obstructed sets the process back and hands an argument to those who want to resume war.
As the implementation of Trump's Gaza plan continues slowly, the U.S. says additional troops are expected to arrive to man the International Stabilization Force.
Now, for the first time, troops and personnel from partner nations are scheduled to arrive to keep the peace. Tactical vehicles are already at the ISF logistics base. Countries as far as Uganda, Morocco, Kazakhstan have offered thousands of troops to this effort. No, they are not moving as quickly as we would like, but they are moving. And yes, the disarmament of Hamas must and will be closely scrutinized. It must be verified by objective parties.
But as new forces are expected to arrive, Israel is reportedly considering expelling representatives from some European countries, including the UK, Germany, and Italy, from the Coordination Center in southern Israel in response to their criticism of the government's policies in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The report comes just 2 days after Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced he intends to immediately expel Dutch representatives from the Coordination Center over a series of anti-Israel moves by the Dutch government. And with Israel escalating its strikes and Hamas rebuilding its capabilities, the reality on the ground continues to threaten the fragile ceasefire in Gaza.
Staying on Gaza, where the IDF targeted attacks continue, the Israeli army announcing today the killing of one of Yahya Sinwar's former bodyguards and another Hamas operative that took part in the October 7th attack. The attacks continue despite public criticism from the Board of Peace that insists that Israel should only respond to immediate threats. And to discuss this, I have here with me in studio our security analyst, Yaakov Labanan, the host of the Rossandel Report, and of course, our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, let's start with you with the latest update right now regarding the opening of the Erez crossing. It has been reported by our colleague, Guy Uziel. now Netanyahu is denying that there will be any opening of the crossing.
Right. Both Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz are saying that the crossing will not be opened on September 1st. It has, as had been reported, saying that the Gaza Strip will not be rehabilitated. There won't be reconstruction until Hamas is disarmed and demilitarized. That's been Israel's position from the get-go, Balir, that one will come only when the other happens. And essentially, there won't be the reconstruction that the Strip so badly needs until there is a solution to Hamas's arms. As we all know, Hamas is certainly dragging its feet on disarming, to say the least, not interested in doing so, putting up roadblocks to that, even though it was essentially part of the many plans that have been out there on the Gaza Strip and for its future, and has been part of the Board of Peace's agenda. On the other hand, we have to recognize the reality that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Gazan civilians that aren't living in proper conditions. It's still the burning summer here in the Middle East, but soon enough winter is going to come with its rains. How long is this Israeli policy sustainable? And what are the ramifications for Israel in terms of its image abroad, of the pictures that are going to come? Israel has made this mistake over and over since October 7th, of denying aid to the civilian population in Gaza as a means of leverage on Hamas, only to have it boomerang on Israel legally and in terms of Israel's international standing. So one wonders whether at some stage cooler heads and more professional heads will prevail. Obviously, there needs to be leverage used against Hamas to get Hamas to disarm. And Israel needs to say loudly and clearly that that needs to happen in order for the process of building that new Gaza to happen. But in terms of the basic conditions for people on the ground, most importantly, housing, will that have to actually wait until Hamas will be disarmed? What I think the Israeli public, Balir, suspects is something that, frankly, will never happen.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, the Western pressure is continuing, as you are saying. Yaakov, regarding this, but also what we are hearing from Ladinov just yesterday evening, saying that basically Hamas is effectively now rebuilding, not disarming.
Okay, so a few things. First of all, Erez is mainly a pedestrian crossing. That's not where most of the humanitarian cargo is passing through.
Since the idea was to open it up for that cargo to go through. That was the plan for this opening.
You don't need Erez to get cargo through. 2 million units of humanitarian aid have gone into Gaza Strip since October 2025. This is a huge amount. And every UN report shows that there's no shortage of food.
That's correct.
There's no shortage of medical equipment.
That's true.
There is no shortage of tents. There's no shortage of anything in terms of humanitarian aid.
But not in terms of rebuilding, in terms of giving people actual buildings where they can live.
Yeah, but the rebuilding is supposed to be in areas where Israel controls, where right now there are no civilians. Just to
but
put
that's
this,
something that Israel also opposes, at least according to
Israel
what
opposes
saying.
100%. Israel opposes the rebuilding until the disarmament. He's holding it out as a sequential step that comes after the disarmament. So, look, this is a very complex thing. I'm just saying that in terms of humanitarian aid, there is no shortage of any of it in the Gaza Strip,
That's
period.
Correct. That's true.
Those are the facts.
That's true.
Now, look, in terms of Hamas rebuilding, Hamas cannot manufacture large quantities of arms. It simply doesn't have the ability to do that. According to the latest intelligence assessments, it's doing that in a very minor way. It's using things like dual-use material, like plastics and fuel, civilian stuff, to try and put together IEDs. But it's doing this in a very limited manner. It's not anywhere near the pre-war condition where it was mass-producing, RPGs and its own mortar shells and grenades, et cetera. It's not there. It's simply not there. It has a lot of weapons left from before the war that it contains in its own stockpiles, for sure. It's got lots of RPGs, AK-47s, and those kinds of weapons and remote control IEDs. But it is not in a situation where it can mass produce weapons. It's just doesn't have the ability, and the IDF surrounds it from every direction. It has tried to increase sea-based trafficking, but the Israeli Navy is shutting most of those efforts down. So Hamas is surrounded. So the real question is, will Hamas agree to hand over its weapons and see them destroyed, not stored in Gaza for a future Palestinian government that they then will take over? That's their game plan. But will they agree to hand over the weapons and then see those weapons destroyed completely? If they agree to that, which I think is very unlikely, then Israel will definitely welcome that, because that is the surrender of Hamas as an armed terrorist movement. The only problem is that this is the opposite of everything we know about their DNA, their ideology, their religious fanaticism. Nothing about what we know about Hamas suggests that they would actually agree to that. But, you know, if we're surprised pleasantly, then that would be wonderful. I wouldn't hold my breath.
And on that note, actually, Mladenov also, for the first time, maybe publicly criticizing Israel, saying that Israel is also not doing its part and it needs to respond only to immediate threats. That is not happening. Israel is continuing to target Hamas's operative. So is it because of political issues here in Israel, because we're nearing the elections, or is it that Israel doesn't see that, you know, Hamas can ever hand over their weapons?
The latter. I don't think this is politically motivated, Balir. The Israeli public as a whole wants action to be taken against Hamas, not only necessarily for immediate threats of somebody who's actually walking to commit a terrorist attack or to attack Israeli troops, to continue to weaken Hamas. And as Yaakov said, as long as Hamas is not disarming, it's hard for me to understand why that's illegitimate. But these, again, in distinction to what we were saying before, these are attacks that are targeting Hamas members, Hamas operatives, Hamas combatants in effect, if you will, not measures that are targeting the civilian population.
From the international community standpoint, Israel is undermining the ongoing process that President Trump has put.
No, what's undermining the ongoing political process is Hamas not disarming.
Definitely.
That's a central part of the bargain. My only point is there are still, 2 million civilians in Gaza, and it's important that they not pay the price for Hamas's misdeeds. And that at least certainly in the medium to long term, and that a way be found for them to live in buildings while it is that Israel takes the fight to Hamas. But if Israel's taking the fight to Hamas, I think from the perspective of the Israeli public, that's fine.
All right, you're both staying with me. We're talking about a different topic. We don't have much time on Gaza for now, at least. We start with, the statement that the IDF has put out about the attack that Hezbollah carried against the Israeli troops within the security zone in southern Lebanon. According to the statement, 2 explosive drones were fired toward the soldiers that opened fire and downed one of them, while the contact was lost with the second one. No IDF injuries were reported. The incident occurred in the area of i24NEWS Ridge, where Hezbollah operatives are believed to be stuck and surrounded by the Israeli soldiers, with continuous talks about the future of this strategic military site for Hezbollah. Back here to studio, and just a short while ago, Yaakov, the IDF, is now explaining how they retaliated against this.
They struck Hezbollah targets in the Nabatea area of southern Lebanon. This isn't any sort of massive escalation. We saw airstrikes in these areas and others throughout southern Lebanon yesterday and the day before that as well. This is a low-level, localized, tactical escalation. But the real story here is what the future is of Ali Tahrir Ridge. This is, as we said in the last segment, a hugely important strategic underground facility that Hezbollah and Iran spent many years and millions of dollars digging. It's high up, it's underground, but it's in a ridge, so it controls large areas of southern Lebanon. It's under the Hezbollah Badr territorial unit, and it's really the last stand. It's the last stand that Hezbollah and, by default, Iran have in southern Lebanon. The IDF has very good territorial security control over the rest of southern Lebanon from the first line of villages near the Israeli border and outwards. They are scanning these areas. They are destroying booby-trapped structures, and they're encountering very, very few armed Hezbollah terrorists. So this is their last stand. And Iran has hinted that if the IDF moves in on this, they're going to get involved, even though they don't seem to want to do that. So there's a lot riding on the future of this. But as of now, this isn't a major escalation, what we're seeing.
Well, in short, the ambassador to Lebanon yesterday, Michel Issa, the U.S. ambassador, of course, said that talks are ongoing, and also regarding Ali Tahrir Ridge, there will be some sort of a solution. So what do we expect to happen next month? Is there another round of talk?
Another round of talks between Israeli and Lebanese representatives, Balir, and obviously a host of issues on the table. And this is at the micro level, what to do about these pilot projects, how to work with the Lebanese government. From Israel's perspective, there is this committee that's going to be monitoring the arrangements between Israel and Lebanon. It's important to Israel that the countries on that committee be ones that aren't hostile to Israel, and so Israel will be bargaining for that. The talks are moving more slowly than they did in that first wave of fanfare, if you will, with the Israeli ambassador, Yassir Leiter, coming out to the cameras after that first round, the joint picture of him and his Lebanese counterpart in the room. I think that it's a heavy lift for the Lebanese government. They may feel that they're doing what they can, but on the other hand, Israel's still going to need to take the fight to Hezbollah, as we just heard, and will have less confidence in a Lebanese government that's not willing to take what, frankly, would be very, very brave steps, similar to the ones they took at the beginning, if they feel they need to slow the process
Absolutely.
down.
So far, no serious confrontation we see between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah. Thank you so much, Yaakov, or actually, Owen, you're staying with me for another topic that we want you to talk us about. In the beginning of the week, Prime Minister Netanyahu told Israeli Channel 14 that one of his sons has been the target for an Iranian assassination attempt. Newsmax later reported that it was Yair Netanyahu that lives in Miami, and he had to be rushed out of his apartment and flown to Israel as a result of an Iranian cell that was planning to carry out an attack. Now, new details reveal a slightly different image. Yes, back to you, Owen. Now Israeli officials are commenting on this for the first time.
That's right. Channel 12 reporting, Balir, that the situation isn't, as they say, the way it was reported by Newsmax in the United States, with what seems to have been an American source, that there wasn't a concrete threat specifically targeting Yair Netanyahu, let alone Iranian teams and squads that were on the ground to Miami. There was a general threat to Israeli officials abroad, which included family members like Yair Netanyahu, and out of an abundance of caution only, it was recommended to Yair Netanyahu to leave Miami and come back to Israel, which he later did. But there wasn't the kind of drama that was described in the Newsmax report. I'll say candidly, I don't know who's right and wrong here. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I think we can all certainly agree that given its record, the Iranian regime is hungry for assassinations, including in this case, assassination of a child of a democratically elected politician. A really heinous act.
Soil, of course, which is
on U.S. soil, which you're right is significant. And we should also emphasize, according to the Newsmax report, 2 months before the latest war with Iran. So this predates the February 28th U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, and it happened in December of 2025. A heinous thing to do, to attack the children of politicians, let alone outside the country. And Yair Netanyahu in Israel is not generally seen as an object of sympathy. I think we'll rightly get some sympathy and empathy in this case.
All right. Owen Alterman, our senior correspondent, thank you so much. And thank you again, Yaakov Laban, the host of the Ross Handler Report. In a rare public confession, Iran's Vice President Mohammad Jafar Ghibana said that his country is unable to import enough fuel to make up for insufficient domestic production because of the U.S. naval blockade. The VP remarks in IRNA news agency came days after a government official said that fuel quotas would be reviewed, touching on a topic that considered to be very sensitive in the oil-rich country. Let's listen to the people on the streets in America to hear what they have to say about the economic situation in the U.S.
Every day I fill up on gas. I fill up a big, massive pickup truck, and then I have a lot of small lawn equipment. And it takes around $200 to fill that up. Now, this is my 4th year doing this, and before then, I was spending around $75 just to fill everything up, including the handheld tanks. That's not including the truck. Now, the truck is different. That's an extra $75, but gas has went up tremendously in just the last year alone.
New York has only gotten ridiculously more expensive the last 4 or 5 years, and it doesn't help to have a giant budget draining thing going on just for basically someone's vanity project that costs all of us money all the time.
In Houston, where we have so much oil being refined and produced, we are intimately connected to this system, and you can't pretend here that you're not directly connected to what's going on across the world. You see it, you smell it in the air. You drive down past the refineries, and it's everywhere.
I'm from California. The gas is $7. It's horrible. If the people from New York hearing about this, they say, "Are you guys crazy with $7?" And everything is impacting. The price of the food, everything impacting.
As the UK is nearing to impose harsh measures against trade with Israeli settlements, Andy Burnham, the new British Prime Minister, has reportedly been warned that these sanctions could risk a trade war with Donald Trump. Alarms have been raised after it was revealed that the Prime Minister is set to announce a robust package of sanctions, which could amount to a de facto boycott of Israel. To talk about this, I have with me from Washington, D.C., our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. Mike, what could the U.S. actually do, and did the U.S. administration comment on this?
There are a range of options in the toolbox here for the White House and for the Treasury Department. It really depends on how far the UK wants to go with this. You know, it seems like the prime minister there is still kind of indecisive, split as to what he wants to do here, whether it's some sort of sanctions on the settler movement or the settlements themselves, or whether it's going to be a fuller trade embargo, which he's been warned can open up just a cascade of consequences, potentially impacting American businesses. If American businesses get put on some sort of blacklist, if they're included in these sanctions because they're doing business or providing services to communities in Judea and Samaria, there's very little doubt that the Trump administration will react in a way that the new prime minister isn't going to like. There could be sanctions, tariffs. There could be repercussions with trade as well, possible trade disputes with the UK. So any number of options are available right now. And beyond those, just the diplomatic consequences of possibly shutting the UK out of certain discussions, of certain initiatives. So really, the ball's in London's court right now. And depending on what they do, that will draw some sort of commensurate reaction from Washington.
All right. Our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, thank you so much for with me from Washington, D.C. Could Russia attack British military targets? That is what Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said this morning, adding that this is in response to Ukrainian attacks on targets inside Russia using long-range British cruise missiles. The Kremlin said on Monday that Britain was methodically adding fuel to the fire after London announced it would allow Kyiv access to classified technology to start its own production of Storm Shadow cruise missile, capable of carrying out strikes deep within Russia. And to speak about this, I have with me Piotr Kurtin, host of the Global Gambit YouTube podcast. Hello, you're talking to me from London. First of all, did London comment on this and absolutely seeing it as a threat that is unprecedented, we can say?
I think it's relative to what's happening at the moment. Certainly, it's the most explicit threat that the Kremlin has made to the UK, at least in recent years. But you have to keep in mind, for everyone watching, that Andy Burnham, the new prime minister, was just in Ukraine. So that is obviously very provocative from the Kremlin's point of view. They think that the United Kingdom and France are the two primary European drivers, the coalition of the willing in defense of Ukraine. So this is probably sort of partially a response to that. But also a response to the Shadow missiles as well. But it is a big threat. It's a statement of intent, but one has to then start looking at the details and what that actually means in practice, which we will probably come to now.
And a few days ago, there has been a report also that intelligence in the UK talking about this possibility of a Russian attack in Britain, but also reports about the possibility that Russia will test, quote unquote, the NATO alliance with some incursion into some Baltic state of sort. Is the UK and NATO in general in Europe are ready for such a thing?
Well, there's several things to say to that. Firstly, Russia is already doing this. It's not that it might. It incurs in Estonia's airspace. It's sabotage attacks in Poland on a railway last year, in Leipzig airport in Germany just 2-3 weeks ago. The UK has been on the receiving end of many of these. The Skripal poisoning of about 7-8 years ago in Salisbury is very infamous now amongst British intelligence. And you have to also remember that the UK is one of the staunchest supporters of the Baltic, Nordic, or NB8, so the Nordic and Baltic states. In Poland, they have special agreements. And the historical relationship of the UK and Russia is one of the worst. Russia sees the UK as enemy number one now over the US because of Trump's re-election and, favoritism or soft case for Putin. But certainly, I don't know if NATO is ready. This is more of the key question. The problem is NATO never seems to do more than consult and condemn, and we need to see actual kinetic action. Now, there's a lot of fear that would antagonize Moscow, but we have an example of this from Turkey a few years ago when they shot down a military aircraft in northern Syria. Some of your viewers may remember that. And ultimately, the Kremlin did nothing. So it's time, I think, for NATO to be doing more in purely defensive means, and the Kremlin will simply bluster and buff, but nothing much I think else would happen. But of course, it's always dangerous to never know what could happen with enemies of this time.
Well, you mentioned Turkey, and that was my next question, because last year we have seen both Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the former Prime Minister in the UK, and also the German Chancellor, other world leaders and European leaders, going to Turkey because of the military capability that this NATO ally has. Where things stand there regarding the cooperation that Turkey can actually help with the other NATO members?
Well, I mean, this gets incredibly complicated also with the growing tensions between Israel and Turkey right now, which I have to say is one of the most extraordinary and concerning issues I have on a more regional focus and what it could mean for NATO implications and the way, therefore, Russia could exploit NATO's distraction on its southern flank. So it all begins to intersect. But Turkey is obviously incredibly important when it comes to NATO's southeastern flank for migration prevention, when Syria and the migration of 2015 especially. They have one of the largest air bases. They have the second largest standing army. Turkey is a very potent military force compared to many members of the Middle East, all parts of Europe, right? We think of sort of northwestern Europe as more developed, but in terms of a military standpoint, Turkey is very capable. So they're very they're a crucial arm to the broader NATO strategic interests, shall we say, and a sphere of influence. But the last thing I would simply say is that, again, NATO is very complicated because you don't just activate Article 5. You have to do something like maybe Article 4, which is where you seek negotiations or, consultations. So Turkey, if there was an escalation with Israel or a threat from Iran, Turkey will seek consultations with NATO to get their idea. But when it comes to Russia, certainly this is a problem with the Bosphorus or the Black Sea, and Turkey has largely done a good job of controlling that. But as things get worse in the war in Ukraine, many bets are off potentially.
Yes, and all comes the backdrop of reports of possible U.S. withdrawal, at least some limited withdrawal from Europe. Thank you so much, Boytor Kurtin, the host of the Global Gambit YouTube podcast and a former UN official and a geopolitical expert. You were with me from London. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it from us for now. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under-eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
Each week, dive into the very best original stories from i24NEWS' 4 channels.
Le point d'abord en image.
More details in this report.
خلال الأيام القريبة. Brought together in one show. A unique perspective at the crossroads of languages and cultures. i24NEWS magazine. The best of our reports handpicked for you. Tune in every Thursday on i24NEWS.
5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive. Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday for Jewish World Weekly.
Hello and welcome to Enough Nation. I'm your host, Lynn Plagmeijer, and thank you for joining. Today we bring you part 2 of the best of what this region and this program has to offer. The focus now moves to upstream AI, which is another area where Israel is trying to bridge the gap between large language models and the enterprise. Joining me to discuss this is Doron Avital, President and Chief Architect of Polygon ICE. So Doron, thank you very much for being with us today. Always a pleasure to have you in the i24NEWS studios. So you focus more on upstream AI. Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. Basically, it doesn't contradict the vertical AI. Vertical AI is really the attempt to bridge between what the LLM gives you, the large language models, or the AI, what it provides everybody with answer, and the enterprise. And right now, there's a gap here to bridge, because the enterprise, too, when you get an answer from your LLM, you can trust it or not trust it. But when an enterprise has to make a decision based on an LLM, whether to give you a loan or not, this is a major decision. And there are many problems with the fact that the AI is a little bit of a black box. It doesn't tell you why it gives X a loan and why not. So you're trying to work it vertically, and then, for example, to get some expertise in the financial, in law, whatever. Then there's this thing, the next distinction is upstream or downstream. Downstream is that you get the answer, then you censor it and you say the answer, I like it or not, after the fact. The point, and this is where the challenge is upstream, when you create the answer, already to shape them in a sense that they would be conducive to the enterprise aims and decision, and then they can trust the AI, because in the end we have to trust the machine. And we want the machine also, whatever it gives us, to be explainable to our clients. So this is where upstream became a real challenge, how to work from the LLM upstream to the enterprise, and to create a sound, trustworthy AI capabilities. This is a real challenge.
So you're also, you're a wanted guest in our i24NEWS studios, also as a security expert. Yeah, so let's move to the geopolitical side for a second, because before October 7th, there was supposed to be a trade route between India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Israel, and then Europe. Then October 7th, of course, happened. So how is this connected to AI?
Yeah. First of all, the October 7th and this corridor, what is known as the IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe, the corridor, they are not connected. In many respects, the G20 signature signing of this IMEC initiative was like a few weeks before the 7th of October. In many respects, some of us were talking about an attempt to derail this corridor. It should be a corridor of trade, of energy, of sharing technology, as Ariel was discussing right now. And basically, right now, it's a bit shaky. It was supposed to be the second floor of the Abraham Accord, but because of the 7th of October in Gaza and the fact that the normalization with Saudi Arabia is still there, but it doesn't advance, we still have problem with securing this corridor. This corridor was supposed to be, of course, technically roads and the ability to cut short the distance between India, Middle East, and Europe, but also a sharing of technology. And since AI, this is the new landscape, the real new challenger landscape. So in India, in Saudi, in the Emirates, Dubai, of course, everybody wants to be a player there. AI demands a lot of energy. You have to create the energy hub and the data centers that would support this AI infrastructure. So the corridor in this vision had also an aspect which has to do with communication, optic cables, and AI sharing of capabilities, and of course the technical infrastructure of the supply chain being shortened between India, Saudi Arabia, and Europe.
Which would have been a real game changer, I can imagine.
A real game changer still.
It's still on the table.
This is the game changer. I think even when Trump met Modi in the beginning of his tenure, he was really discussing this as the sort of the biggest move that he's going to make right now. And I think the move that he's doing in Gaza are connected to idea to renew this effort. I think it's critical for Israel, it's critical for Europe, it's critical for our connection with the East, and also the rising power of India is counterbalancing the rising power of China. So the whole story in one, and we are really in the middle of the mix.
So very quickly, because we're running out of time, I can speak to you forever, but when we look to the future and AI, what do you think is going to happen? How do you see it evolving?
So first of all, we have to admit it as a major revolution. And the point of reference all the time when I lecture about it is this very well-known thesis of Max Weber, where he connects the printing, the invention of the printing, the fact that the mediation of the priest is no longer needed for the scriptures. And then everybody can have a copy of the scripture, and then the Reformation, Protestantism, and then the spirit of Protestantism and the rise of capitalism, industrial revolution. So you see how technology really ignites a historical move with proportions unimaginable. So I think we are in this kind of a Weber moment with the AI.
Yes.
And it means that many mediators or mediation, it can be lawyers, it can be academia, many professionals in many domains would have to rethink their position in the structure. It's a major, major revolution.
Yes, the mediators are out.
Yeah,
so
we're drifting
in space.
Exactly.
Okay, well, very interesting to see what's going to happen. Doron Avital, President and Chief Architect of Polygon Eyes. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, pleasure.
Now, being bad at math is a phrase you hear all the time from kids and adults alike. In fact, I still say it myself. But researchers say math anxiety often begins as early as 3rd grade and can shape confidence, career choices, and academic success for years to come. So my next guest believes the problem isn't the students, it's how math is taught. At just 23 years old, he completed Israel's highest level mathematics matriculation exams, it's even difficult to pronounce, at age 16, and is now pursuing a master's degree in mathematics. So joining me now is Raphael Bernard. You are the founder of Vedikli. Raphael, thank you for joining me today. Can you please tell me why do so many children decide that they're bad at math at such a young age?
Most students, you can use your fingers, you can count. It's a simple addition. It's very simple, and they can see it, and it's not abstract. It's very clear for them. And then when you get to a slightly more abstract level where you need to do higher level of addition, higher level of subtraction, then they need to start doing it mentally, and they can't see it as clearly. And what we see is lots of students suffering from all of a sudden, wait, I can't do it as simply. I don't have an easy way. I need to, and start defining themselves as, I'm not good at that. And they say, I'm not good at maths. And that's a problem. They've initially tagged themselves and given themselves this title of, this is not something I'm good at. And then they mentally distance themselves. They mentally distance themselves from the subject, and that continues year on and just creates a bigger and bigger gap.
So it becomes more of a self-fulfilling prophecy, you're saying, that kids start to believe in it themselves. So you have developed a learning approach to tackle these fears. Can you tell us more about this approach?
Yes, so we call it trick first, explore later. And what we do, we come with our instructors into class. We walk with groups of students of up to 15. And what we do is we show them some sort of cool trick, something that makes it easy, simple, and just something that makes it as simple as possible. All these things you see online on social media, and you go, wait, how did they do that? And we give them the feeling of success, and we give them the feeling of, wait, what? That worked? That's so simple. And you see the kids going, how'd you do that? Let me try. And you give them a feeling of success. And after you cultivate that feeling of success for a bit, you all of a sudden give them something that doesn't work. What I believe in is that maths is a tool It's just a tool to enhance the way you think, to enhance analytical and critical thinking. And once you all of a sudden deliberately give them a situation in which this trick all of a sudden doesn't work, but they're already confident enough to go, wait, why didn't it work now? And they define the problem. And it's good. It's not supposed to work constantly. They start defining a problem. They start overcoming the problem. All of a sudden it's like, wait, what do I need in order to make this trick work now? How do I actually make it work? Because right now it doesn't suit the same thing I saw before. And they define it properly, together with our instructors, they define it properly, and then they overcome the problem. And all of a sudden, it works again, and it's wonderful. And the kids are like, wow, how brilliant. So that's what I needed to do. But they're open to ask questions, and that's the most important thing. They're open to ask questions. I call it gamify the maths itself, and not just the experience around it. It's not just solve this maths question and you'll get 10 points. It's not like that. What the kids in our lesson want to do is give me another exercise. Let me try again. I want to do the maths again. The maths itself is the fun.
Well, with such an enthusiastic teacher, I can understand why people and kids also especially are excited about math again. So you actually see that kids are enjoying it now?
Absolutely, absolutely. I hear stories from my instructors constantly of this student just ran to them with a notebook. Come on, let's not miss a lesson. Let's not miss a minute of the lesson. We're entering summer break shortly in Israel, and I've got students asking for summer school. They're asking for a lesson a week during summer school. It's just insane. I'm like so delighted about it. And all the instructors are having the exact same feeling. All of a sudden, students are much more open, and that's where you get the added benefit of the enhanced thinking.
Well, the way you're speaking, I kind of want to sign up for this summer school. So hopefully your method will be picked up across the globe. Rafael Bernard, founder of Vedikli, thank you very much for being with me today.
Thank you.
An Israeli biotech company in Haifa is making major strides in curbing the rising number of people around the world who suffer from illnesses like diabetes and osteoporosis. Flurry's advanced 3D cell expansion technology platforms are harnessing the power of our own cells to help reverse aging and increase lifespan. i24NEWS host and correspondent Emily Francis brings us the latest from Haifa.
With exponential population growth worldwide, mixed with a historic increase in life expectancy, advancements in longevity health and medicine are saving and extending lives.
Humanity has doubled its life expectancy the last 150 years, and that's going to continue. This is exactly what we're doing in Pluri. We talk about regeneration.
Pluri is on the cutting edge of prolonging wellness along the path of aging and disease through a proprietary cell expansion technology.
We need to change significantly the way that we are treating human beings. We cannot do the amount of hospitalization that we are doing or chronic treatment. You see elderly people today, they are taking like 20 drugs a day, and you just keep them in a level that they are functioning but not very well.
Among the most prevalent debilitating conditions that Pluri is targeting, obesity and diabetes. Nearly 600 million adults worldwide are living with diabetes, every 1 in 9 people. And in 2024, over 3 million died from it.
So patients with high risk of losing their limb, mainly because of diabetes, obesity, smoking, we are able to treat the wounds and to assist the recovery of the limb itself.
Also, osteoporosis, an epidemic related to aging, afflicting around 200 million people and rising every year. Among the most vulnerable are women after menopause.
From age 25, it's painful, but we're losing about 0.5% of muscle mass each and every year. If we're able to support our muscle mass, you're going to see a significant reduction in the number of osteoporosis, because we need the muscle to be on our bone to avoid it.
No, it's not sci-fi. It's actually real life, starting with birth. Working with hospitals, they're able to take tiny cells from the placenta right after a woman delivers.
Today, we can do from a single placenta, we take like a small amount of cells, probably it's about 200, 300 grams. But from these 300 grams, we can treat over 25,000 patients because we just expand these placenta cells.
The microscopic matter goes into these bioreactors with just the right conditions to proliferate naturally.
We put the cells in this vessel. We see them on the carriers inside this vessel. And then there is actually perfusion of media. Media is the food that the cells need in order to eat. Like we eat, we are feeding the cells. It's a process of about a week, and the cells always double.
It grows enough that it fills this thing?
It fills everything.
No way. So literally you put a little amount and this whole thing is full in a week?
Yeah, we put just the carrier and the cells are able to expand every 36 hours.
Not even like embryos expand that fast.
Like in your body, the cells are expanding very fast.
And voila.
And eventually it ends up like a vial that contains about 100 million cells. And the key advantage that I can inject it to any human being across the globe without genetic match or blood match.
At the end of the day, living a healthful life with a nutritious diet and exercise does help extend lifespan and stave off medical issues. But with a little help from medical advancements, when nature calls, our bodies know how to do the rest.
Our body, that's the most amazing system in the world. Really, the most amazing system in the world, and it has the regeneration capabilities. So we're definitely going to replace a lot of this chronic treatment, reduce hospitalization days. We provide like this regenerative medicine, longevity treatments, and that's going to be the biggest thing in the world in this decade. We're not talking 100 years from now. It's coming now, and it's coming big time.
Now, with millions set to attend the World Cup this summer, security is shifting to the skies, where rogue drones pose a growing threat. Now, a US tech firm is turning to an Israeli solution that can take control of those drones mid-air without firing a single shot. I'm now joined by Audelia Boker, VP of Marketing at Centrix, part of the Ondas Group. Thank you very much for being with us today. So tell us, what does your technology do?
It's basically as if I was telling you, we speak the language the drone speaks with its remote control. Okay, so there's a protocol, a communication protocol between the drone and its remote control. We understand that language, and we are able to extract from the protocol itself, from the data, everything that is going to help us locate the drone and understand its intent. So where is it located? How fast is it flying? What brand is it? What model? What is the serial number of the drone itself? And if at some point we decide that there is a danger or that the drone is breaching an area which is a no-fly zone, we are going to take over, meaning that we will disconnect the drone from its remote control, and we will tell the drone, now I'm your remote control, and you're going to land wherever I'm telling you to land.
Now, you are the company that's going to protect the World Cup this summer. So what are you exactly protecting it from?
So we're protecting it from drone incursions. Basically, you know, the stadiums. By the way, we've seen that even during the Olympics 2 years ago in Paris. You know, drones today are used for so many purposes. Like we've seen teams spying over other teams during their trainings, and just flying a drone to understand, you know, what are they training for, what are they focusing on, just to get information. So that this intent, although not dangerous, it's still illegal. You can't do that. And so that's one side of the scale. You know, it can be an amateur or someone who's clueless, like a kid playing with a drone and not knowing that he's not allowed to fly a drone in this area, you know, close to the stadium or in the stadium, and down to, God forbid, terror attacks.
Now, arenas are very dense populated areas. So how are you going to make sure that the public won't notice any disruption?
So basically what is going to happen is that we are going to detect the drone the minute it's on, right? So even if it's not flying yet, it's on the ground. If it's in a range of 5 to 10 kilometers from the stadium itself, we're going to detect it. And if we decide, again, it's a matter of seconds, right? We're going to decide that it's a foe, it's not a drone that we want nearby. We're going to disconnect it from its remote control, and the operator, like the pilot, will see that he's lost or she's lost signal, but they won't know that we've been operating in the background and disconnecting them from their drone. They won't be able to fly it. That's one thing. If the drone is coming, from outbound, then we will detect it far before it reaches the stadium. And therefore, the public won't even know that we've been mitigating the drone. There will be no panic because they will not have seen that there was a drone in the vicinities.
Now, the amount of drone companies have exploded over the past few years. Why do you think that is?
There's a sense of urgency, not only due to the wars going on, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I think that everyone is coming to the realization that these incidents are not punctual anymore. They are persistent and they're here to stay. Drones are here to stay. And if we want to use drones for good, meaning if you and I want to be able to order a pizza and have it delivered with a drone, we need to protect this traffic from unwanted drones. Like every new technology, like the internet needed an antivirus, then drones will need, to be the good ones, we need to be protected from the bad ones.
Audelia Boker, VP of Marketing at Centrix. Thank you very much for your time today. Now, for nearly 6 decades, the Zodiac Killer has remained one of America's greatest unsolved mysteries. Now, a cold case investigator armed with artificial intelligence claims he may have finally identified the notorious serial killer using AI to crack a cryptic code that has baffled detectives, codebreakers, and amateur detectives for generations. But is this the breakthrough that investigators have been waiting for, or just the latest theory in a case filled with dead ends? So for more, I'm now joined by i24NEWS correspondent Joe Brown. Hi, Joe. Thank you for being with me today. So
Hello,
tell me about this AI investigation into the Zodiac Killer.
So do you remember last week we were speaking about how AI was being used to help people try and decipher what mice and other animals were saying because of their
and you wanted
squeaks?
to tell a mouse what's up.
As you should do. That's what you do when you see a mouse. You go, hey, what's up, mouse? But anyway, the purpose of that was the fact that AI is being used in ways that humans can't figure out, such as very long, complicated codes. AI is able to sort it out a lot quicker. So one amateur detective called Alex Barber decided to create his own artificial intelligence software to try and figure out what the Zodiac Killer was saying. Specifically, this one letter that he wrote to a newspaper that's now known as Z13, in which he says, my name is, and then that's followed by a bunch of symbols. The AI software managed to decipher the code. It was very complicated to figure out. If I'm being honest, I've looked through it several times. I still don't get it. But it's come out with a name, and that name is Marvin Merrill. And that is actually a pseudonym for a man called Marvin Margulis, who lived around Los Angeles in the 1960s. There is a picture of him that looks almost identical to the infamous sketch of the Zodiac Killer. And then once Alex Barber and his team of detectives decided to go into it further, they noticed a lot of interesting patterns. For example, he was interviewed as a suspect in a murder in the 1940s of an actress called Elizabeth Short. This was adapted into a film called The Black Dahlia in 2006. But he figured out that the link between Elizabeth Short and the Zodiac killings was a lot greater than first thought. They both had the killers sending letters to law enforcement with these little symbols. No one was able to figure out how he did it, but it's worth noting that this man, Margulis or Merrill, he had a previous relationship with this woman, Elizabeth Short. The reason why I'm mentioning all of this is that he spoke to the son of Margulis. Margulis is dead now, but he spoke to his son and discovered that there was a painting, a drawing that he did of Elizabeth Short, which it does say in it Zodiac, and the name of the motel in which he allegedly drained the body of Elizabeth Short is also called the Zodiac Motel. And I know that you're looking at me really baffled right now.
I'm amazed.
You want me to get my tinfoil hat out, and that is what we should preface this by saying. this is all very, very circumstantial. We cannot prove for certain whether...
I think this is like, case closed. It's this guy.
There is a lot of evidence, but in order for it to pass the threshold in a court of law and for us to formally say that this man, Marvin Margulies, is the Zodiac Killer, there needs to be proper proof. And there's still a lot of evidence that isn't fully there yet. There's one person we can actually see on the screen, or just a second ago, the two of them together. You can see how similar they look, but there isn't enough evidence yet. There we go. There isn't enough.
Sorry, but this also could be anyone. It's just the same glasses and...
Come on, they look identical. They look very, very similar.
The mouth is kind of different, the shape of the head.
Okay, but this is a composite sketch. Like, this isn't a picture. This is a drawing.
Okay.
And it's a fairly good lookalike for it. But it's been controversial in the Zodiac Killer uncovering community, which is a very prominent online forum. One of the people who managed to crack a previous Zodiac killing code, he does not believe Alex Barber. He says that this might actually just be the Zodiac Killer putting himself in another person's shoes to try and throw off the investigations. This person was essentially a troll. He wanted to troll the police and the media to hide who he really was. The truth is, we may never know who the Zodiac Killer was. On the evidence, I would be inclined to believe that it is this man, Mr. Margulies, Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, because the drawing is so similar.
Because of the drawing, because of everything around it, it all seems so poetic. But as I say, this is still tinfoil hats territory at the moment. I am going to believe it. You can find me with my tinfoil hat planted firmly on my head. I firmly believe that this man was the Zodiac Killer.
Okay, well, we have it on tape. So
we have it on tape.
We know what you said. Joe Brown, i24NEWS correspondent, thank you for being with me today. And that's all we have time for today. I can't wait to welcome you back next week for a brand new episode of Innovation. I'm your host, Lynn Plagmeijer. Thank you for watching and have a great night wherever you are.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-624-1484. How do you get your news? Who do you trust to bring you the facts? And what's happening behind the scenes to give you the entire story in this complicated, constantly changing region. We're based in the Middle East. Top stories with our team of journalists in the field, newsmakers and experts. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Facts matter. Be the voice of reason.
Wherever you are, access our programmes, reports, in-depth discussions and expert analysis anytime, anywhere, right from your phone. All the content from the i24NEWS website, the latest articles, exclusive interviews, VOD and live broadcasts is now just a tap away on the i24NEWS app. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
Good evening and welcome to On the Record, i24NEWS' in-depth interview show. On Monday, Ukraine celebrated its 35th Independence Day as the war with Russia rages on. 4.5 years after Russia unilaterally invaded Ukraine, the front line has become largely stagnant, with minimal Russian gains in the eastern Donbas region, while both sides trade heavy missile and drone attacks. And during all this time, Israel's ambassador to Ukraine, Michael Brodsky, has lived under the constant threat of Russian missiles and drones as his host country struggled to preserve some semblance of normal life in wartime. From the chaotic first hours of the invasion through the decision to temporarily relocate the embassy's operations to Lviv in the west, Brodsky's wartime posting was unlike anything he had previously experienced. And as the war progressed, Brodsky watched as relations between Israel and Ukraine fluctuated over what Kyiv saw as insufficient support by Jerusalem. But all that changed following the October 7th attacks, with both countries engaged in wars they view as wars of survival. So could Israel have done more to help Ukraine? And what position should Israel take as the war rages on? To break all this down, it's an honor to have on the show tonight, Michael Brodsky. Brodsky is an Israeli diplomat recently finishing his 5-year posting as ambassador to Ukraine, a posting which he held under the governments of Bennett, Lapid, and Netanyahu. He is the first Ole, or immigrant, from the massive Aliyah from the former Soviet Union in the 1990s to become a career ambassador. He previously served as ambassador to Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Michael Brodsky, thank you very much for joining me this evening.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me.
Great. So, Ambassador, as I mentioned in my introduction, the front lines in the war are quite stagnant, not really any much movement, a little in the side of Russia. But in recent months, we have seen a concerted effort by Ukraine to target deep inside Russian territory. So could you give us a brief kind of overview as to the situation, the current situation of the war in Ukraine?
You know, I describe this situation as a mix of the First World War and the Third World War. And I'll explain you why. Because on the one hand, there is a huge front line. And as you said, it's almost stagnant. It's been stagnant for already many years. And number of casualties from both sides is mounting, is huge. And this situation, which is completely stuck, reminds us of the First World War.
Right, the trenches.
The trenches, exactly. On the other hand, the use of modern technologies is something totally new, something which we haven't experienced yet. There is a kill zone between the two armies, and literally no person can survive in this kill zone for more than a few seconds. But this is something totally new, the use of drones by both sides, but especially by the Ukrainian side, which has become very prominent in using drones and in modern technologies in general. This is something totally new, and probably it gives us an example of what can happen in other areas, including the Middle East.
Yeah, so we're going to get to that a little bit later in the conversation, but in terms of Israel, at what point in the war did Ukraine reach out to Israel and seek its assistance?
Well, it was even before the war, there were contacts and there were messages from the Ukrainian side to Israel and asks to provide some sort of weapons, especially air defense. I remember the former Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Mr. Alexei Reznikov, visited Israel. It was December 22, so 2 months before the war started. I accompanied him on this visit, and he discussed in very general terms, but he discussed the possibility of providing some sort of weapons from Israel to Ukraine. This has never happened for many reasons, and our red lines, our limitations that we've always had is just one reason, but there are other reasons. The history of our relations in this sphere between Israel and Ukraine, and some other reasons. And of course, when the war broke out, then the demands became really urgent, and Zelensky turned to Israel officially and non-officially and asked to provide, especially the Iron Dome. You know, everyone was talking about the Iron Dome, and I realized, to my surprise, that at some point that many people thought that there is a real Iron Dome that can protect the whole country, which is obviously not true, and it's not the case. And this is something that I had to explain to the general public in Ukraine, that Iron Dome is not exactly what you have in mind. It's something totally different.
So you touched on these limitations that prevented Israel from fully supporting Ukraine. Could you break those down?
Well, absolutely. I think it's pretty clear, and also to the Ukrainians, it's pretty clear now that we are here in the Middle East in a very dangerous situation, and we should take into account different players and different forces that play a significant role in the Middle East, including Russia. And at that time, if you remember, Russia was very close. The Russian army was very, very close to our northern border. They were based in Syria, and we, at that time, created a channel of communication with the Russians to prevent different conflicts in the sky of Syria, and it worked. So we didn't want to jeopardize this cooperation with Russia. There were other considerations. The Jewish community in Russia is huge. We wanted to protect it. We wanted it to be safe. And
was there a fear that if Israel helps Ukraine, provides it with defensive weapons, that the government in Moscow would take steps against the Jewish community in Russia?
I don't think one could rule it out completely. I wouldn't rule it out completely. Everything was possible. And I think the Russians were very clear that there will be consequences on military cooperation between Israel and Ukraine. And also, we realized that we are not part of Europe. We are not a part of NATO. There are so many countries that provided and still provide assistance, military assistance to Ukraine. We could provide at that time something different. We provided very significant humanitarian assistance. You remember that at the beginning of war, there was an attempt to become a mediator by the Prime Minister Bennett at the time, who went to Moscow. So we thought we can contribute to Ukraine in other ways, and we did.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever find it challenging or troubling on a personal level to portray these messages to the Ukrainian government, to the Ukrainian people? Because I would imagine that internally you would want Israel to do more, but you understood the limitations. So did you ever feel uncomfortable relaying this complexity to Kyiv?
I'll put it this way. I found it challenging, yes, indeed. But I didn't feel any internal conflict because I understood the reasons and the complexity of our position. And it was, and it still is, very complex, very nuanced, And of course, it's difficult to explain it to a country or to people who are attacked, brutally attacked, and whose survival is on stake. So it wasn't easy. I hope that eventually I and my colleagues managed to explain, or at least to project, the logic of the Israeli decision-making process. And we also managed to balance the situation by providing very essential, crucial humanitarian assistance to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you notice, or were there any differences in the way Israel treated Ukraine under the different prime ministers, Bennett, Lapid for a short period, or Netanyahu?
I don't think so. I think there was a consensus on the general policy. Obviously, there are nuances, but speaking of the general policy, it hasn't changed much.
In hindsight, given the limitations that some of them are not the same because Russia's influence in Syria is not like it was, and Israel doesn't need that same coordination with Moscow. In hindsight, do you think Israel should have done more to support Ukraine?
Everything has changed following the 7th of October. And I believe that many questions on the Ukrainian side have also disappeared after the 7th of October. I think they realize much better what sort of challenges we are facing here, what sort of threats we are experiencing, and what sort of enemies we are facing. So they understand that our ability to assist Ukraine in the military sphere is very, very limited. And I personally believe our policy will not change before the war in Ukraine stops. And hopefully it will happen soon, but never know. You never know, and no one knows when it will happen.
Now, there's one thing that really I found striking during this war as it played out, that the way Ukraine is perceived now in the West as this David combating this Goliath against all odds, surviving, not just surviving, but giving a fight, trying to maintain normal life. It takes me back to how, not personally, but how I read it, how Israel was perceived after the 6-day war, of the small country with a much weaker army compared to its many adversaries, and overcoming. Do you see these similarities between Israel of then and Ukraine, and what other similarities do you notice between the countries?
Absolutely, and not only between Israel then and Ukraine now, but between Israel now and Ukraine now. And there are so many similarities between the two countries. Not only in terms of our positioning and facing powerful enemies, but also in terms of our internal political culture. And in many ways, we are very similar.
All right. So in terms of these similarities and things that Ukraine and Israel today have in common, one of that is a common adversary or enemy, and that is Iran. How does this shared enmity with Iran play out in relations between Israel and Ukraine?
Absolutely. We see eye to eye the Iranian threat. Iran is clearly our enemy, but it's clearly an enemy for Ukraine as well. And we started cooperating on the Iranian issue. I cannot talk about in details, about the cooperation, but we managed to, together with the Ukrainians, to bring about a decision by the Ukrainian government to declare the Revolutionary Guards as the terrorist organization. This was a very important decision, not only because it was a Ukrainian decision, but also because many countries in Europe look at Ukraine and they value this decision, and they might make the same decision following the Ukrainian decision. And also in the international organizations, we cooperate on the Ukrainian issue because it's clear to both countries that we have a common enemy, and we should work together to limit its influence in military terms on the Middle East and on the Ukrainian conflict.
So earlier you talked about, for example, before the war and at the beginning of the war with Russia, how Ukraine sought Israel's assistance. But what did Israel learn from Ukraine's experience vis-a-vis Iran that helped Israel militarily?
I think the whole world learned a lot from Ukraine, that you can stand a very serious enemy. You can you can win. You can protect your country, despite the change of the capabilities, the different capabilities, and as for Iran, obviously Ukraine has gained a huge experience in dealing with Iranian weapons, especially the drones. And this is something that we started learning from the Ukrainians, because we are facing the same threat at the moment. But Ukraine is probably the only country which has real experience in dealing with this drone. And actually, they managed to develop very efficient systems. And now they managed to fire most of the drones. Unfortunately, they don't have enough air defense to fire to deal with the ballistic missiles or with cruise missiles. But as for drones, they are pretty efficient, and I think this is very important experience for us as well.
So are there any real-time kind of lessons that Israel has already adapted from learning from Ukraine?
We are in the process. I cannot tell you if we have adapted these lessons already, but we have technologies of our own. We go in a way in two parallel lines, because both countries are in active war situation, and both countries develop military technologies. Mm-hmm. But the synergy is there, and it will develop further.
Now, you mentioned that Israel isn't the only one seeking Ukrainian assistance and learning from its experience. We also saw in the wake of the Iran war, countries like the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia seeking Ukrainian assistance. So how much of an impact is this playing in Ukraine's relations with the region? And can Israel maybe kind of try and hop on that for regional integration?
Absolutely. And I think the Ukrainians have realized that they have, for a change, they have cards. They have a clear asset which they managed to develop, and which is very important for many countries in the world, especially the Gulf countries, which were attacked by Iran. And I know that quite many countries in the Middle East have turned to the Ukrainian government and asked for assistance in protecting their critical infrastructure and their population from the Iranian missiles and drones. And this assistance, as far as I know, was provided. You know, Zelensky visited the Middle Eastern countries, and he promised to provide assistance to them.
From what you can share, what are these lessons that Ukraine is giving its partners, Israel, the Gulf?
It's not necessarily about any new technologies. It's about the experience. And there is no other country which has such an experience as Ukraine, as the Ukrainians, with this huge front line and with the experience of many years dealing with drones, not necessarily Iranian drones, but also Russian drones. You know, Russia managed to develop a huge, industry of drones and in general military industry. I don't think they use that much the Iranian drones anymore. But at the beginning, I remember they were relying pretty much on the Iranian drones, but probably not anymore. And this field obviously changes quite rapidly.
Because at the beginning of the war, you had Ukrainian policemen shooting these Shahed drones with rifles in the streets. I would assume that's not the case now.
That's not the case now. They have other ways of dealing with these drones, but not necessarily, any technological breakthrough was needed to deal with it. It's just a matter of experience. What works, what doesn't work, that's what I'm talking about.
Can Ukraine win this war?
Well, I don't think, realistically speaking, that anyone is thinking of a clear win. And what is a win? What is a victory? And that's a big question. But I believe Ukraine managed and will manage to survive as an independent and as a free country, which is very important, as a democratic country. And it is a democratic country with all the problems that it witnesses. It is a free and democratic country. And I hope that they will remain such a country. And they have this internal forces and internal will to remain independent and free. And I believe they will manage.
Has your successor been appointed yet?
He has already arrived. He's already in Kiev, yes.
And so what kind of key insights did you share with him?
Well, first of all, I hope that at least in his term, the war will be over. And this is the main thing that I told him, that I really hope, because I was hoping in my term, it was quite a long term, 5 years, I was hoping that the war would be over. It didn't happen. I hope in this term it will happen. But no matter what, I believe both countries will remain very close. Our relations will remain very special, very emotional. And this is something that anyone who works in Ukraine should be reminded. We have a very special bond, this human bridge, which is so precious and so important. And no matter what sort of challenges we are facing, the relations will remain very close. And I usually describe it as a family type of relations, between very close relatives. From time to time, we need a family psychologist to deal with the problems. And we have, obviously, we have our ups and downs. But having said that, we are two very close countries with huge potential of cooperation in different fields, including the military field, especially when the war is over in Ukraine.
I heard in another interview that you're writing a children's book.
Yes, we wrote with my wife, who is an illustrator and an artist. We wrote a children's book, which has nothing to do with the war in Ukraine, although it was written during the war in Ukraine, but nothing to do with it. It talks about diplomacy and how to raise it. It's called How to Raise a Diplomat at Home. These sort of things. It's a funny book with lots of pictures. It's more of a comics than of a regular book. And it went out in Ukraine, but we hope to translate it into other languages, probably including English and Hebrew.
Well, good luck. I hope the book succeeds, and I hope Israel continues to enjoy from your service. I want to move on now to the last part of the show. It's a rapid fire segment. I'm going to show you 3 pictures, and tell me the first thing that comes to mind. So let's look at the first picture.
Okay.
If you will. This is Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Quite recently, a few weeks
Lindsey
ago.
Graham's funeral last month.
True. Well, every encounter between the leaders is important. This was a very short one. I have no idea what they spoke about. But we have so many issues to discuss and so many things to talk about. So I'm pretty sure they didn't waste their time. Otherwise, although the Prime Minister our Prime Minister hasn't visited Ukraine during the war, but 2 of our foreign ministers visited Ukraine, the former one, Eli Cohen, and the current Foreign Minister, Gideon Sa'ar, visited Ukraine, and Mr. Sibiga, the Ukrainian foreign minister, was invited by Mr. Sa'ar to visit Ukraine, and he accepted the invitation, so hopefully he will come pretty soon to Israel.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move on to the next picture. This is one of the first pictures you posted on the 24th of February, 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yes, and I remember lots of things from that specific day. And I remember that someone sent me a message and said, this is a truly historical moment. And this is what I felt, maybe not on that specific day, but later on, I realized that it was a historic day. And this was when the Russians attacked Kiev on the very first day of war. And some of Russian, I think it was a tank or something, managed to get almost to the center of Kiev. But then the Ukrainians managed to stop the invasion. And from then the situation changed dramatically. And the rest is history, you know, the war which is still going on, when everyone was thinking that the whole story will be over in a few days or a few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Still ongoing. All right, and let's move on to the last picture. This is you presenting your
Correct.
Credentials to President Zelensky.
It was in October 22. A day before our president visited Ukraine, a day before I presented my credentials to President Zelensky. He looks differently now. I think I look differently as well. But I remember that meeting. This was the only time when I had a conversation with him face-to-face for half an hour or so. It was quite a pleasant conversation, but again, it was before the war.
Well, I again want to thank you, Michael Brodsky, not just for coming here, but for your service at a very crucial time and challenging period in Israel's history and Ukraine's history, while serving in wartime in your host country when there's a war back at home. So I want to thank you again for your service and for your time coming here tonight. We are going to have to leave it there. Thank you for tuning in today. Join us next week here at On the Record. You can find today's episode and all previous shows on YouTube and Spotify. Thank you for watching.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-850-6534. That's 800-850-6534. Again, 800-850-6534.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel
better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper Quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Hello and welcome to Global Eye. I'm Natasha Kirchek, and together we're going to take a deeper dive into the world that we live in. Here's what we have on tonight's show. Take a look. Well, Israel is becoming a fault line inside the Democratic Party. As democratic socialism gains ground, more Democrats are challenging traditional U.S. support for Israel. And is backlash against Israel helping fuel the rise of the American left? Well, we're going to debate just that. And there's a new twist in the controversy surrounding the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday, who was found dead last week. The academic who raised plagiarism allegations against him has now been suspended by his university in Belgium. So what prompted the move? Plus, a trade deal between the U.S. and Canada looked close, but now the talks have collapsed. And with Trump threatening tariffs and Canada preparing retaliation, we'll break down how far this trade war could go. Well, a deadly Russian drone strike on a shopping center in central Ukraine is raising fears of another escalation in the war. At least 14 people were killed and more than 120 wounded when 2 drones hit the facility in Kryvyi Rih, President Vladimir Zelensky's hometown. Now, among the wounded were 22 children, with several people reportedly in serious condition. Now, Zelensky says a second drone struck about half an hour after the first, deliberately targeting emergency responders. Russian President Vladimir Putin says that this is all part of retaliation for Ukraine's targeting of Russian economic infrastructure following Ukrainian drone strikes on Russia's largest e-commerce company, Wildberries.
The Kiev regime has set out to damage our economy. What has it done? It has opened Pandora's box itself.
The attack came just a day after another Russian missile strike killed 17 people in Kyiv. And a school day in central Sweden has turned deadly. A 17-year-old girl has been killed in what police say was a sword attack at a high school in the town of Fagersta. Now, 2 boys aged 12 and 17 were also seriously injured in this attack. Another person suffered minor injuries, and police have arrested an 18-year-old man at the scene. They're treating the case as murder and attempted murder. Investigators have searched 2 homes linked to the suspect, who local media report may be a former student. Right now, Sweden's prime minister and opposition leader have visited the school, where flowers and tributes have been left for the victims. Police have not yet said what motivated this attack. And a powerful earthquake has rattled southern Peru, but authorities there weren't caught completely off guard. The 6.7 magnitude quake struck Thursday in the Andes, injuring at least 3 people and damaging more than 20 homes, along with schools and medical centers. It was even felt as far away as Lima, just to put this into perspective. Now, it comes amid a recent run of powerful earthquakes across the Pacific Ring of Fire. That's the seismically active zone that stretches around the Pacific where tectonic plates frequently collide. And Peru has been preparing for that threat. Just last week, the country held a nationwide earthquake simulation, rehearsing evacuations and emergency responses for a scenario involving a massive 8.8 magnitude quake. And now, emergency teams are assessing the damage from the real thing as residents brace for possible aftershocks. Now, forget the flowers, forget the fancy dinner. This Nigerian graduate has gotten a goat, and now that goat is a celebrity. That's right, 23-year-old Promise Okoro had just finished his final exams when his mother showed up at his graduation celebration, goat in tow. She had promised to reward him if he stayed away from gangs and other bad influences and finished university, but she couldn't afford the Mercedes SUV she dreamed of buying him, so instead she spent about $88 on the next best thing, the cutest goat in Nigeria. And the gift has certainly taken on a life of its own. This goat now goes on car rides, it walks around the neighborhood, it poses for selfies. It apparently has a serious weakness for fried rice. And for the Igbo community in Nigeria, goats can also carry deep cultural meaning. They symbolize respect, appreciation, goodwill. Promise says that he's never going to eat his new pet. He plans to get it a mate and start a little goat family instead. This is the type of content we want to go viral, my friends. All right, we have now reached the summit. Get ready. Now, the debate over Israel is no longer just a foreign policy fight in Washington, D.C. It is becoming a fight over the future of the Democratic Party itself. Democratic socialists are scoring major wins in primaries, while a growing number of Democrats are challenging traditional U.S. support for Israel. And that is creating an unusual political dynamic. Here's some background.
For decades, calling yourself a socialist in American politics was considered political suicide. But that label is increasingly becoming a selling point for a new generation of candidates. The momentum accelerated with Zohran Mamdani's victory in New York. And in 2026, Democratic socialists have scored wins from congressional races to Florida's Democratic Senate primary. Their pitch is mostly economic: lower housing costs, stronger unions, expanded health care, and higher taxes on the wealthy. And they are relying heavily on young voters, grassroots volunteers, and small dollar donations rather than traditional party institutions. But there is another issue becoming increasingly important: Israel. Many of these candidates are sharply critical of Israeli policy, oppose or want to restrict U.S. military aid, and openly challenge pro-Israel groups spending in Democratic primaries. That means Israel is no longer just a foreign policy question. In parts of the Democratic Party, it is becoming a defining campaign issue, and another dividing line between its establishment and its growing progressive left.
Well, joining us for tonight's debate is Henry Olsen, Senior Fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center and host of the Conservatives Crossroads podcast. Benjamin Burgess, columnist at Jacobin and co-author of the forthcoming book, The Blueprint: How Socialism can work in the real world. And Owen Alterman, our i24 News senior correspondent. So let's start with our 30-second rapid-fire round. Is backlash against Israel the main reason why democratic socialism is on the rise in the United States? Remember, each of you have 30 seconds for this first answer. Henry, you're up first.
It's not the main reason. Democratic socialism has been rising and the left has been rising within the Democratic Party for quite some time, but it is an important issue, and it crystallizes some of the criticisms they have about the Democratic establishment in a very emotional way that appeals to their voters.
Ben, what is your take on this question?
Yeah, I agree that it's not the main reason. The main reasons are economic, but it's definitely somewhere in the mix of reasons. The American public spent years watching American-made bombs being dropped on cancer wards and mosques and daycare centers. It would be pretty strange if a lot of us didn't feel disgusted with the Democratic establishment that voted to send the weapons in the first place.
All right. Owen Alterman, what is your take on this question?
Natasha, we'll put aside the merits of criticism of Israel's policy in Gaza. Look, I agree with both of them. Obviously, this is primarily about economic anxiety. A CNBC poll showed that 72% of 18 to 34-year-olds think the American economy is in bad shape. only 5% had some version of good. But the Israel issue is important for them because it's easily resolved. Just stop the aid, stop the weapons, and so forth. Solving issues of education, the cost of education and housing and healthcare, that's a lot more complicated. It's much easier to latch on the Israel issue, and Israel in general is unpopular, so it helps them electorally too.
All right. So I want to move on to our next question. We're now opening the panelists to longer answers. You know, we've seen a lot of a focus on Israel and foreign policy in general amongst Democratic Socialist candidates. One of them, for example, is the mayor of New York City. Why are these Democratic Socialist candidates so focused on Israel and foreign policy in general when they are running for roles like the mayor of New York? Henry?
I think it's because the Democratic left is genuinely outraged by it, that it's something that they can talk about. And many of these people are running for federal office where it matters a lot. I mean, Mamdani's campaign for New York City was not based on the questions of Israel and Gaza, but it is a motivating issue for many people who are progressives, many people of Jewish background as well, oddly enough, particularly in New York City. But in federal races, the Senate races, the House races, where they've been really gaining ground in this year, federal issues on Israel aid and the Gaza war are very much part of the job description. And that's one of the reasons why they talk about it.
Interesting. Ben, what is your take on this?
I would agree that this is not what most Democratic Socialist candidates for local office have been focused on. Certainly not what Zoran was focused on, even though people asked him about it nonstop. But I would point out that this idea that Democratic Socialists are like oddly focused on this issue doesn't really track for anybody whose memory lasts longer than a year or two. Before Zoran, every New York City mayor would make a big point of making a pilgrimage to visit Israel. And none of the people now saying, oh, why are these Democratic Socialists so focused on Israel, ever had a problem with that. The establishment has always been focused on Israel. It's just the politics of that focus that have changed.
Owen, what's your response to that?
Look, as I said, I think this is an important issue for the Democratic Socialists because it's an easy issue to solve, right? It's one in which there's not a big cost for politicians. The solution isn't particularly complicated. Just vote against the aid and then later vote against selling offensive weapons and later vote against selling defensive weapons, then cut off relations, start sanctions, because obviously the far left in the United States is not going to stop with the aid. It's going to keep going, very ambitious on this issue. And Israel in general is unpopular. It's not unpopular only on the left. It's unpopular among independents, unpopular among young conservatives and young Republicans. So this is an issue that they feel can get them electoral traction. It also merges, Natasha, in the issue of money in politics because of Apex role in so many of these Democratic primaries. So they can have a double take on this. They can both go out against Israel and criticisms of Israeli policy and also against the issue of money in politics, tie them together, tie them into their larger worldview on an issue where the solution is a lot more simple than cutting the costs of a college education, dealing with housing shortages in major cities, and certainly than dealing with the issue of healthcare that has bedeviled American politics for decades. The Israel issue is a lot easier to solve. It's a lot more popular for them. So obviously it's going to be an issue that candidates gravitate towards, including in a place like New York.
You know, Democratic Socialists are winning high-profile primaries. Why now? What is connecting with voters that establishment Democrats have failed to address? Ben, I'd like to hear what you have to say on that.
Yeah, well, I think that there are a lot of long festering issues where public anger has really boiled over. I think healthcare, which has been mentioned a couple times, is one of those. I push back, by the way, against the idea that on some policy level, healthcare is this incredibly hard thing to figure out how to deal with. Democratic Socialists, of course, have had a very consistent solution, which is moving towards a single-payer Medicare for all system, ironically similar to what's been in place in Israel for some time. And there's nothing particularly complicated by that. And that appeal that we should stop spending money on bombs to kill innocents overseas and start spending it on social needs at home is one that makes sense to a lot of ordinary Americans right now.
Henry, what is your take on this?
Democratic left has been in revolt against the Democratic establishment since Bill Clinton's era. We had a revolt within the Democratic Party over the welfare reform bill. We had challenges from the left in 2000 in the general election from Ralph Nader, in 2004 from Howard Dean. What's crystallized it now, I think, are a few things. One is the very serious economic concerns that people who aren't in are generally out. And if you lean towards the left, that means you lean toward the extreme left. And then you have the fact that Donald Trump's been elected twice in the Democratic establishment, which always sells itself as the group that knows how to win, has to own up to multiple losses to a man that all Democrats despise, but Democratic socialists and progressives particularly despise and loathe with 3 exclamation points. So you've got a situation now where roughly half of the Democratic Party voter base nationwide wants to toss the Democratic establishment because they've always been upset at it, and they're particularly upset because they, in the Democratic progressives' view, helped indirectly enable the rule of a man they loathe.
You know, when I want to turn to you, it almost sounds like Israel could be bringing parts of the American left and the right together. Particularly, we're hearing the same criticism from, you know, for example, in this conversation, both Henry and Ben, when it comes to criticism of U.S. military intervention and foreign aid.
Right. And it's not just the far left and far right, Natasha. It's also the center. A lot of independents don't like Israel either. And if you look, for example, in my native state of Michigan, at Abdullah Sayed's primary campaign, and now his general election campaign, his message in Israel is targeted towards independents, right? What does he say? Essentially what our guests have said. The money that's being spent on aid to Israel could be spent in healthcare. Never mind, of course, it's a drop in the bucket in the larger federal budget. Right. That's not the reason Americans don't have proper healthcare in many cases, or housing, or the cost of education is so high. It has nothing to do with Israel. But it's a useful way for him to pitch this issue and get at that economic anxiety. You know, in the larger question, Natasha, the terrific piece in The Atlantic by the writer Tyler Austin Harper called "Why Do Rich Kids Love Socialism?" And what he essentially says, I'll paraphrase the argument a bit. Well, you saw 10 years ago, this is my gloss, is the white working class rebel against the economic situation and gravitate towards the far right and Donald Trump. Well, now you're seeing the white middle class, the white educated class, rebel against the state of the economy, the rise of AI, the commodification, or I think a word that he uses in the piece, of those managerial jobs, right? Jobs that you used to be able to go to college in the United States, graduate with a degree, not even so long ago, just a generation ago, and expect to have a secure middle-class job. That's obviously not true anymore. Gen Z feels it and is expressing that anger at the voting booth, right? And we've seen that most recently in the Michigan Senate primary, where, as usual in these primaries, the ones who are most attracted to far-left candidates are those who are young, who have a college degree, and are lower income. And that set of downwardly mobile, educated Americans, that's the cohort that most gravitates toward democratic socialism. So if 10 years ago you saw the revolt of the white working class to tremendous impact in American politics, what we might be seeing now is the revolt of the white middle class, and even in some cases the white upper middle class, scared by AI and scared by the affordability crisis, with a sense that the establishment isn't giving them solutions.
Ben, what's your response to everything that Owen just had to say?
Yeah, well, I think that you don't win the majority of the vote in New York City with only downwardly mobile professional class voters, although undeniably that is part of it, as a lot of those voters are increasingly realizing that they are not going to, they're not going to get the deal that they were promised merely by going to college and playing by the rules, and that their interests have a lot in common with the interests of the rest of the working class. I would also point out that you don't need to think that the majority of the money that would otherwise go to healthcare is going towards buying bombs to drop on daycare centers to think that it's a moral abomination that we are spending that money there when every dollar spent on that could be spent on social needs at home. And of course, there's no great mystery about how to fund Medicare for all. In fact, back in 2020, even the Libertarian Mercatus Institute accidentally found in their study that if we move towards that system, that would actually save money to middle income taxpayers who wouldn't have to spend money on premiums and copays. And, if you balance that against the extra taxes to pay for Medicare for all, they would actually end up with more money in their pocket.
Interesting. Henry, I want to ask you, do you think that Israel has become a litmus test for Democrats in a way that it simply wasn't a few years ago?
I'm not sure it's a litmus test, although with some progressive voters, it very much is a litmus test. And with some establishment voters, the opposite position of continuing traditional support for Israel is very much a litmus test. I think it's more an indication of where you stand with respect to overthrowing the status quo. But there are probably a large number of voters on both sides for whom it is a litmus test. I think the broader question is that, first of all, we're in the fourth year of the war in Gaza, and the various other wars that it sponsored or spawned. The American involvement in Iran is, I think, tied to, by some people, to the activity in the Middle East that started with Hamas's brutal and prompted assault on innocent Israeli citizens. And with respect to support for Israel, the Republican voter base is still largely supportive. Is that if you take a look at Republicans who are under 50, they still tend to support the president's policies with respect to Israel and Iran. And voters who are over 50 overwhelmingly support them. And the median age of a Republican Party primary voter is 57. So the Republican Party remains staunchly supportive in its voter base behind the traditional Israeli alliance. The difficulty is that the Democrats are now split with a significant majority that wants at least to readjust it.
Owen, you know, I'm interested to hear your take. 5 years from now, do you expect the Democratic Party to be significantly more socialist and significantly more critical of Israel, or is this a fad that is going to pass?
Somewhere in between, but let me just respond quickly to 3 points. First of all, Israel targeted hospitals and daycare centers in Gaza because they were being used against international law by a terrorist organization as a military, for military use and not civilian use, which makes them legitimate targets under international law, of course, to be balanced with proportionality of civilian casualties and all of that analysis. So it's obviously extremely oversimplistic to characterize Israel's policy in Gaza that way. As for Mamdani's victory, I think Benjamin is right, and he's right to note that. And in a sense, minority voters have been the balance of power in a lot of these Democratic primaries, or in New York, where the general election is in a certain sense a Democratic primary. And you've seen candidates like Mamdani and Angie Nixon in Florida succeed because they were able to win minority votes, and a candidate like Abdul Sayed get by the skin of his teeth because he was weaker among those groups. So it's going to be something interesting to watch. And as for the healthcare and implementing that, look, it may be true that the solution is simplistic, but the implementation may be difficult because of the way of funding it that we mentioned. As to your question about the Democratic Party, look, I think it's somewhere in between. I don't think that all of the demands and all of the wishes of Democratic socialist activists are going to be met in real life over the course of the test of being in power in 5 years. I do think, though, and I feel strongly, that the median Democratic politician and median Democratic voter in 5 years is going to be significantly less supportive of Israel and further to the left economically than Democratic voters have been over the course of the last 20, 30 years. And it's going to demand real changes in the cost of education and housing and healthcare. I think that's not going away. And obviously for Israel and for organized Jewish communities in the United States, this presents a significant challenge as their votes and influence risk being dwarfed by this much larger group of people who has demands on this range of issues, including on Israel.
Ben, I saw that you were shaking your head.
Yes, I think that nobody with a brain still believes that every daycare center, every cancer ward, every mosque, every university, every elementary school in Gaza that was bombed was being used as a military target, was being used for military purposes. There were being weapons stored there. I think that that's fantastical. And I just don't know that almost anybody in the world outside of Israel itself still believes that in 2026. So yeah, I think that that is utter nonsense. As far as the prospects for what's going to happen in the next 5 years, I think it would be foolish to project too much certainty about this. A lot could change in 5 years, but I will say this much. The basic forces driving ordinary Americans discussed with our predatory healthcare system, with our hideously anti-union labor laws, and yes, with a foreign policy that includes things like support for Israel, are not going anywhere, and anyone who thinks they are going anywhere is lying to themselves.
All right, I want to hear what you have to say, Henry.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party has been moving to the left for quite some time. And the big question is going to be not, will Democratic socialists rule the roost? I don't think they will. But can a Democratic Party that has been losing support among American voters as far as whether they're willing to say they are Democrats. Can they continue to do that as people move left? In the 2024 election, Kamala Harris won 95% of Democrats and 1 independent. She lost the election and lost the popular vote because for the first time since 1932, more voters showed up to the polls saying that they're Republicans. I think Republican populists can respond to the economic demands of the middle class in a way that might be more appealing to people who are feeling left behind by a Democratic Party that's moving to the left. The median Democratic voter is to the left of where they were even 6 years ago. The median Democratic politician is running to catch up with their voters. The question is, that also seems to be increasing the gap with the median American voter in the centrist. And if Republicans can take advantage of it, we may very well see a Democratic Party that's on the left, but one that's also left out of power.
Henry, I mean, it's also fair to say that the average Republican voter seems to be moving away from support of Israel as well, similarly to the Democrats who are moving more towards the left, no?
Yeah, I think that is something that's largely confined to Republican voters under 45. Republican voters over 45, particularly over 50, are almost as strongly supportive of Israel as they were before the Iran war, before the Gaza war. And as I said, the median voter in a Republican primary, the ones that determine who the office holders are, is 57. So yes, there's been some movement, but it is vastly overstated. And the other thing is that most Americans don't know a lot about Israel. And they have, many of them who are under 35 have grown up where essentially Israel means Bibi Netanyahu. And at some point, whether it's October or whether it's a couple of years afterwards, Bibi Netanyahu will no longer be the prime minister. And when we see a different Israeli government, even one that may be strong or hawkish on security, but is not encumbered by some of his peculiarities and his personal dealings with America and with other foreign leaders, we may very well see a resurgence in support for Israel once it's no longer a question of Israel equals Bibi.
Interesting. All right, Owen, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to turn back to you because we have to end this block of our show. We're going out for a quick commercial break. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for this discussion. Stick with us on Global Eye. We're going to be back shortly.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Christians in Israel, a community on the rise. Christians make up 2% of Israel's population. Their numbers have grown fivefold since the state's founding in 1948. According to the Central Bureau of Statistics, more than 184,200 Christians now live in Israel. Most are Arab Christians, while around 35,000 come from Africa, mainly Eritrea, Sudan, and other sub-Saharan countries. Beyond those who settle here, Israel welcomes thousands of Christian pilgrims every year from around the world, especially Africa. Walking in the footsteps of Jesus. They visit key sites of the Christian faith, the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem and Galilee, Capernaum, the Mount of Beatitudes, the Sea of Galilee, and Nazareth. A few months ago, a delegation of some 30 senior religious leaders from 10 African countries, including Ethiopia, Kenya, Mozambique, Angola, and Uganda, was invited by Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister, Sharon Haskell, to visit these sites. She said at the time, Africa's Christian community stands with Israel and is the strongest bulwark against the spread of radical Islam and jihadism on the continent. These visits strengthen both the participants' faith and the spiritual and diplomatic ties between their countries and Israel.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
And we are back on Global Eye. I'm Natasha Kiverchuk, and thanks for sticking with us. Let's take a look at some of the biggest stories trending across the globe. Well, Hong Kong's annual Tiananmen Vigil once drew tens of thousands of people, lighting up Victoria Park with candles in memory of those killed in China's 1989 crackdown. And that was when Chinese communist troops and tanks moved into Beijing's Tiananmen Square to crush a weeks-long student-led pro-democracy movement. Now, hundreds, possibly thousands were killed in that event, and the subject remains heavily censored in China until today. But today, that vigil is gone, and now two of the activists who helped organize it have been found guilty of inciting subversion under Hong Kong's national security law. Chow Heng-tung and former lawmaker Lee Chuk-yan face up to 10 years in prison. Prosecutors argued their calls for democracy and an end to one-party rule amounted to an attempt to undermine China's political system, and the defense say that they advocated peaceful change, not violence.
It's not a surprise, but I'm really very angry. Why? Because I think he is not guilty, and today's situation with this guilty verdict is so unfair.
Well, the verdict is the latest sign of just how dramatically Hong Kong has changed since the massive pro-democracy protests of 2019. And for critics, the question is no longer just what can be said in Hong Kong, but what can even be remembered. And sometimes all it takes to become a prince is a DNA test. That's right, a 26-year-old Belgian car salesman has just discovered that his biological father is Prince Laurent, the younger brother of Belgium's King Philippe. Now, Clement van den Kerkhoff says his mother, a Belgian singer, told him the truth about his father when he was just 16 years old. And years later, he and Prince Laurent took a DNA test together, confirming this royal connection. Clement was formally recognized as Rowan's son earlier this year, giving him the title of prince and equal inheritance rights. But there is a catch. No royal allowance, no official duties, and no claim to the throne. Pretty crazy. Speaking of royal families, a royal return is raising an old question. Who should pay for Harry and Meghan's security? The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are planning to move back to the UK later this month with their 2 children, even though they're going to still remain private citizens and keep their California home. But the news is already dividing opinion, with some Brits unhappy about their return.
My thoughts are that I'm not especially happy about it because they trashed the whole country numerous times, betrayed their family, betrayed his king, his father, went out to America, and now they're bored and now they want to come back.
A bit surprised, but on the other hand, I can kind of see for him, probably feels a bit cast aside. So he's come back, and I guess the guy lost his mother, so cut him a break sort of thing.
I don't really have any thoughts, to be honest. I'm not bothered one way or the other. Good luck.
Well, their return could also force a fresh review of their taxpayer-funded protection. Harry and Meghan lost their status as working royals in 2020, and their UK security was subsequently downgraded. And now the independent body that determines royal security is going to have to reassess their situation because they'll be living in Britain permanently. That could reignite the couple's long-running battle over how much protection they receive and who should pay for it. And get this, a hotel booking mix-up could now give Australia's so-called mushroom murderer a second chance at freedom. Aaron Patterson, you might remember this, was convicted of murdering 3 relatives after serving them a lunch laced with deadly mushrooms. But jury deliberations for her case actually were held in July of last year, exactly during the annual tennis table championships, which happened to be a super popular event in Australia. And this caused a shortage of hotel rooms in the area, meaning that the sequestered jurors ended up staying at the same hotel as the lead detective in the case, prosecutors, and even journalists covering the case. Why does this matter? Well, the jury was supposed to be isolated from the frenzy surrounding the entire case while they deliberated, and Patterson's lawyers are calling the situation catastrophic. They argue the fact that they stayed in the same hotel as the media could have subconsciously influenced the verdict. Now, 3 judges are considering her appeal. Now, let's put a spotlight on some of the top stories from around the world that you might have missed this week. Well, there's a new twist in the controversy surrounding the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday. The academic who publicly raised plagiarism allegations against Arday has now been suspended by his own university in Belgium. Nathan Kofnas says he's being investigated for discrimination. Well, Ghent University says that the suspension is a precautionary measure as it conducts a preliminary disciplinary investigation. The move comes less than 2 weeks after Arday, who had been hailed as Cambridge's youngest black professor, was found dead in London following his resignation from the university. There are now questions about what prompted the suspension and what it means for the wider controversy surrounding him. And joining us now is Dr. Jerry Coyne, Professor Emeritus of Ecology and Evolution at the University of Chicago. So, first of all, what exactly do we know about why Nathan Kofnas has been suspended and what is being investigated right now?
Well, it's not absolutely clear. I mean, they said he was suspended because he was creating a climate of hatred and discomfort at the University of Ghent. That's what the rector said, at least. But they've seemed to, I mean, Ghent seems to have bowed to a lot of outside pressure by people who are appalled that Jason Arday came out dead at the end of this. And so thousands of letters have arrived at Ghent saying, get rid of Kofnas, who, after all he did was disclose that Arday had committed plagiarism in his PhD thesis. And then the press and everybody else took it from there, culminating in Arday's death. But as far as I can see, Ghent has suspended Kofnas simply because they blame him as the cause of Arday's death, because he revealed the plagiarism, which seems somewhat unfair.
Kofnas has also been accused of, being, you could say, racist. He has obviously spoken a lot about eugenics in the past. He is certainly a character who has received a lot of scrutiny for his beliefs. Is it fair to say that that was involved in the case that he made against Arde, or do you think that, you know, it's not really fair to make that assumption?
I don't think it's fair because that involves psychologizing Kaufness and assuming that he's thinking, well, I'm going to bring down this black man, so I'm going to call him out for plagiarism. Kaufness has been working on the genetics of IQ and race for a long time. Some people don't like that area. I myself don't work on it, but I don't think that work on it should be banned. So, you know, I don't think he bears any responsibility for Arde's death. All he did was something that seems salubrious. He simply revealed to the world that a famous professor at Cambridge University, and the youngest black professor they'd ever had committed egregious plagiarism. And that led from one thing to another to the press and everybody else finding out that Arde had fabricated basically his whole life story, saying that he did not speak until he was 8, that he could not read and write until he was 18 years old, that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, a number of crazy things like that that did not stand up to inspection. So
why did Kaufness choose to focus on his case in the first place?
I really don't know why he decided to investigate it, but you know, again, that even asking that question presumes that there are racist motivations. And you know, Kaufness was a famous professor. He was getting a lot of press on his own with all these wild stories, and it could well be that Kaufness just said, well, you know, let's see how qualified this guy really is. Let me run some of his CV through a checking program, and that's what he did. And again, I don't know Kaufness's motivations at all, and I don't know Arde's motivations for killing himself, or indeed his motivations for fabricating his whole life story. All we can say is what happened, and people that haven't revealed what they thought about it are, you know, that's some.
Well, I don't think it's even been confirmed that Arde even killed himself. From what I understand, they haven't released, you know, the results.
Yeah, I mean, everybody thinks it's suicide. He was found dead in his place, and they said it was no foul play, and there was no obvious reason. I bet dollars to donuts that it was suicide. But again, yes, we don't know that. But we'll never know what was in his mind because he's no longer with us.
Yeah, you know, obviously this is just, you could say, a bit of a bizarre story. We're going to have to wait and see what plays out next for Kaufness. I'd like to thank you so much for joining us.
Sure, my pleasure.
Now, returning to North Korea, U.S. President Donald Trump says he's planning to meet Kim Jong-un later this year. But North Korea is already throwing cold water on the idea of a breakthrough. Trump claims Washington and Pyongyang are in secret communication, even suggesting Kim has responded to his request for talks. But Kim's powerful sister says she knows nothing about those contacts, while insisting that the U.S. is still an enemy. So what is really happening behind the scenes, and could Trump and Kim actually be heading back to the negotiating table? Well, joining us now is Jenny Town, senior fellow at the Stimson Center and director of 38 North. Now, Trump says he knows Kim Jong-un well and plans to meet him later this year. But again, Kim's sister is saying she knows nothing about these secret talks. So who should we believe here?
Well, I would tend to believe Kim Yo-jong, the sister, where she says that she doesn't know of any of these talks. I think she said it very carefully on purpose, though. If there hasn't been contact, it's very clear that Kim Jong-un and Kim Yo-jong, of course, his sister, have refrained from saying bad things about Trump himself, even though they characterize the U.S. actions in the U.S. in the region as being a very disruptive and aggressive force. So I would look at it as sort of like whether or not they've had talks, the door to diplomacy is unlocked, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily open if you look at the conditions that they've set for what it would take to get them back into the negotiating table.
Why do you think the U.S. president would be making up that he has plans to meet with Kim Jong-un and knows him so well?
Well, I think, this president has never been known for precision in his speech. And I think, this really does show his intention. He really wants to have that meeting. And I think now more than ever, he wants to have the meeting. He's given it a timeline to say by the end of the year. But this isn't necessarily out of character for him. He has, since he's come back to office, talked about his good relationship with Kim Jong-un and wanting to meet Kim Jong-un again. I think the bigger question now is why the urgency now? And I think a lot of people have pointed to the lack of progress and the lack of a real exit strategy out of Iran. So how do you move on to the next issue? How do you distract from that?
Now, Kim Yo-jong says the U.S. is still an enemy, even while she praises this personal relationship between Kim and Trump. Do you think that this is a very deliberate message from Pyongyang?
I do. Again, they've been very careful since Trump has come back not to say negative things about him personally. And they have actually, said a couple of times that the relationship between Kim Jong-un and Trump is excellent, that, Kim Jong-un has fond memories of Trump, while, again, still complaining about the U.S. actions. And I think, it does create the space for diplomacy in the future. But they've also laid out very strict conditions to say that, they want to see policy changes and removing the hostile parts of the policy before they get to negotiations, and they want acceptance of their nuclear status. So I think they understand that a summit itself is unlikely to amount to anything. So if they are going to meet, they're really pushing to get those concessions before they even get to the table.
The final thing that I want to ask you about is South Korea in all of this. Trump has also said that the United States is going to scale back military exercises with South Korea. And how is Seoul likely to view that? Could it actually make North Korea more willing to come back to the negotiating table in your eyes?
Well, this is something that's been used in the past in negotiations to create space for diplomacy. Changing the scale, the scope, the frequency of the exercises is not out of character when we're in a negotiation process. We generally don't do it as a concession just to get the meeting. But it was more the way that it was done. The Lee Jae-myung administration in South Korea is very open to measures that would create space for diplomacy, and they're very encouraging of U.S.-North Korea diplomacy to resume. But to have done it the way that Trump did it and openly undermining our ally while praising, the adversary, just sends a really bad message and a very worrying message to Seoul, and one that's been very divisive in Seoul as to, where does U.S. credibility really stand on the alliance itself, compared to what the U.S. believes is now in its interest at the whim of the president.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you so much for joining us, Jenny. Really interesting to hear your analysis of all of this. And I think we're just going to have to wait and see what comes next between these two leaders.
Great. Thanks for having me back.
All right. We are turning now to Canada. The U.S. and Canada look like they were on the verge of a trade deal. And now those talks have collapsed and both sides are pointing fingers. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says Washington asked too much and offered too little. Well, President Trump is accusing Canada of wanting the benefits of being a U.S. state without actually being one. Canada is now preparing dollar-for-dollar retaliation against the U.S.'s new 50% tariffs on $20 billion in Canadian goods. So what went wrong and where does this trade war go from here? Well, to break down what happened at the negotiating table and what this means for the U.S.-Canada trade relationship, we are joined by Moshe Lander, senior lecturer in economics at Concordia University. All right. Mark Carney says the U.S. simply asked for too much and offered too little. What do you think were the sticking points that ultimately killed this deal?
Well, the U.S. wants access to Canada's dairy market. Now, they do have some degree of access, and they're not even fully utilizing what they have available to them. But it's an easy target. Canada has a system of supply management that tries to protect its farmers from competition. Trump doesn't like this idea, and he's using it as a scapegoat argument to try and justify tariffs. Canada, in response to previous American pressure and tariffs, has banned the sale of American alcohol on Canadian shelves. I have a feeling that a lot of Canadians would have probably just avoided buying a California Cabernet on their own. But when the government takes this decision, Trump says, well, that's also a sign then that Canada's not particularly interested in negotiating in good faith with the U.S. And so Canada's response has been, of course, you're putting tariffs on our steel, aluminum, automobiles, and I thought we had a free trade agreement here. What are you doing? So the acrimony on both sides is kind of built up, but Canada is definitely looking like a victim here to Trump's misguided economic policies that don't even seem to be working.
Interesting. How much do you think this is ultimately, going to hurt American businesses and consumers, this, dollar for dollar retaliation that Canada is threatening?
Yeah, the number that's being thrown around right now is that the tariffs that the Americans are going to apply on Canada amount to $20 billion worth of Canadian goods and services. Now, for perspective, Canada trades about $1 billion per day with the U.S. So $20 billion is barely even 3 weeks worth of exports. So it's not going to be the type of thing that's going to completely destroy the Canadian economy. And if Canada is going to retaliate back with $20 billion, the U.S. economy is about 12 times the size of Canada. So that's probably the equivalent of about a day and a half's worth. So we're not talking about something that's groundbreaking, but it's the symbolic gesture that Canada is looking to try and highlight to the Americans that with that free trade deal, you can't go around tariffing countries that you have free trade deals with. Canada will also want to point out to the Americans that I think 37 U.S. states say that Canada is their biggest trade partner, and all 50 states say that Canada is among the top 3 trade partners for each of those states. So, losing Canada custom is not the type of thing that you can just shrug off and say, oh, well, we'll find it somewhere else. The U.S. really does need Canada, despite Trump's pronouncements that they don't need Canada for anything. And Canada definitely does need the U.S. Right. It's the world's largest economy, and it's in our backyard.
Well, we are hearing Trump already escalate his rhetoric. No surprise there. Do you see a path back to negotiations, or are we looking at a much deeper and longer U.S.-Canada trade war?
I think that Canadians are looking at their watches saying that there's about 1,000 days left in a Trump presidency, and then what comes after might be a chance to try and put things right. But in the meantime, there is a free trade agreement that is currently being renegotiated, and Trump is perfectly prepared to walk away from it. I think the one day that he missed in university was the day where they taught that trade was a good thing. And so unfortunately, he doesn't seem to understand that. And, the problem, of course, is that the longer that it lasts, the more damage it inflicts on both countries. There is a path back. They will find their way to each other. But Canadians are going to have very long memories about how they were treated by the Americans. I don't know that it's going to resonate as strongly on the other side of the border, because while Canada is a huge trade partner to the U.S., trade is not nearly as important as a percentage of GDP in the U.S. as it is in Canada.
Right. All right. Well, I'd like to turn to the American economic situation right now. Stick with us. America's debt has just hit a staggering new milestone, $40 trillion. That is more than double what the U.S. owed just 10 years ago, and the clock is still ticking. The government is spending more than it takes in. Interest payments are climbing, and 30-year borrowing rates have hit their highest level in nearly 2 decades. Moshe, I want to turn back to you on this. $48 trillion is a staggering number, but how worried should Americans actually be?
Well, the debt that they have is just an accumulation of deficits minus an accumulation of surpluses. So it really does suggest that the U.S. doesn't have its spending under control. And of course, in the last 18 months of Trump's presidency, and certainly during his first term, he was the tax-cuttingest president in U.S. history. And so it's great that all of these businesses and wealthy people are seeing their taxes cut. Who wouldn't enjoy that sort of thing? But how else are you going to be able to repay your debt? You can't grow out from underneath it, at least not in enough time to make that number less staggering. So if what we're talking about is that some future president has to come and increase taxes and slash government spending, that's going to be pretty difficult to do. And so I think that borrowers or people who are financing that borrowing are getting a little twitchy that it doesn't seem that you have a plan here. And that's what makes them nervous more than the actual number itself.
Right. We're already seeing higher borrowing costs from government bonds and mortgages. How does this growing debt ultimately hit people in their everyday lives? And when could we see this change?
Well, if the government is borrowing at higher rates, they're probably the safest bet because, in theory, the U.S. government would never default on its debt. Now, let's set aside the Trump factor in that statement. But in theory, the U.S. government would never default on its debt. That means then that everybody else, business, individual, or otherwise, is going to have to borrow at higher rates than that because they do have the capacity to default and they don't have the rich history of the US government in being the backbone of international finance. So that's going to mean then that anybody who has a mortgage, a line of credit, student loans, car loans, are going to see higher rates than they otherwise would. And as more and more Americans are starting to feel the pinch of cost of living and affordability issues, this is going to start absorbing more and more of their budget. But the other aspect that they should be realizing is that even if they don't feel the pinch today, there is a time coming where their taxes will have to go up, or the amount of money that the government spends on supporting them will have to be slashed. And so where's that money going to come from? It's going to have to come from savings, or it's going to have to come from current income streams. So at some point, then Americans really are going to feel it beyond just higher borrowing costs.
Right. The question, of course, is, you know, how serious that pressure is going to become during Trump's term, you could say. Or whether or not that stress is going to roll over into the next presidency, and the next president is going to have to be dealing with the repercussions of all of this. All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
That's the great idea then. Sorry.
No. I wanted to hear kind of your last thought on that before we move on.
I was just going to say that that's the role of every president, is that you leave the mess for somebody else to clean up. You take the credit when it goes your way, and you blame somebody else when it goes wrong. So that's good politics, not necessarily good economics.
All right, Moshe, well, I'd like to thank you so much. As per usual, really, really interesting to have you with us on the show. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, but we are going to take a little breather before we end tonight's show.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, may be the perfect summary of the Robot Olympics. In Beijing, thousands of humanoid robots have been going head-to-head in what looks like a glimpse into the future, if the future occasionally runs face-first into a wall. The World Humanoid Robot Games brings together machines competing in dozens of events, from sprinting in football to martial arts, table tennis, and even dancing. And some of them are getting seriously fast. This robot completed the 100 meters faster than Usain Bolt's human world record. And the crashes have become almost as much a part of the competition as victories. Robots tumbled over each other during football matches, lost their balance in races, and sometimes needed to be carried away after particularly rough encounters. But underneath all the comedy is some very serious technology. The games are designed to push humanoid robots through increasingly difficult tasks, testing their balance, speed, coordination, and ability to make decisions without constant human control. For China, which is heavily investing in humanoid robotics, the competition is part sporting spectacle, part giant tech lab. Every fall, missed kick, and spectacular crash gives engineers information they can use to make the next generation better, which means one day these robots might be working in our factories, delivering our packages, or helping around the house. But judging by this year's games, there's still one small piece of programming to work on: the brakes.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I have to say, that's pretty terrifying, very exciting that, you know, humans have the ability to create technology like that. But I think I'm going to have some nightmares about that walking line of robots on the track. Not for me, my friends, not for me. All right, that is it for Global Eye. I'd like to thank you all so much for joining us. This is i24 News. I'm Natasha Kirchuk. We'll see you next week.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-624-1484.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
Hello, welcome to Middle East Now on i24 News. I'm David Matlin in Tel Aviv. Good to have you with us. Here are today's headlines. Reports indicate Israel may soon oust the British and other European officials from the U.S.-led Gaza Coordination Center as the Board of Peace warns Israel and Hamas are risking its collapse. The Syrian government enters the English-language social media world, and President al-Shara plays a leading role as Damascus tries to sell a new image to the world. And SpongeBob becomes a national security threat in Egypt. Viral memes highlight the downturn in quality of life there, angering the government, who points to a Muslim Brotherhood plot. Again, good to have you with us here as we begin our hour with you. Now, Israel might kick the British and other European officials out of the U.S.-led Coordination Center for Gaza, according to reports. In retaliation, it would be for their government's criticism and policy moves against Israel in the Palestinian arenas of Gaza and the West Bank. Now, the potential expulsions come just as international forces are preparing to deploy in Gaza, and as the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are pushing the situation to potential collapse. Our senior Middle East correspondent, Ari Osaran, reports.
As Israel continues to strike Hamas targets across Gaza, the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are undermining the ceasefire and risking its collapse.
After 3 years of war and 20 years of military operations, I ask, will another strike on a munitions depot stop Hamas from rearming or tightening its grip on Gaza? It will not. It only delays the demilitarization that would happen, and it obstructs the civilian transition that should take place to ensure that remilitarization will not be possible in the future.
Mladenov said the risk also runs in the opposite direction, while confirming that Hamas is rebuilding its tunnels in Gaza.
Hamas has committed to cease all military activities. That commitment is still to be met in full. Every weapon carried, every tunnel still worked on, and every convoy still obstructed, sets the process back and hands an argument to those who want to resume war.
As the implementation of Trump's Gaza plan continues slowly, the U.S. says additional troops are expected to arrive to man the International Stabilization Force.
Now, for the first time, troops and personnel from partner nations are scheduled to arrive to keep the peace. Tactical vehicles are already at the ISF logistics base. Countries as far as Uganda, Morocco, Kazakhstan have offered thousands of troops to this effort. No, they are not moving as quickly as we would like, but they are moving. And yes, the disarmament of Hamas must and will be closely scrutinized. It must be verified by objective parties.
But as new forces are expected to arrive, Israel is reportedly considering expelling representatives from some European countries, including the UK, Germany, and Italy, from the Coordination Center in southern Israel in response to their criticism of the government's policies in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The report comes just 2 days after Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced he intends to immediately expel Dutch representatives from the Coordination Center over a series of anti-Israel moves by the Dutch government. And with Israel escalating its strikes and Hamas rebuilding its capabilities, the reality on the ground continues to threaten the fragile ceasefire in Gaza.
To discuss the issue in studio, we're joined by Ruth Wasserman-Landa, research fellow at Misgav Institute for Strategic Affairs and a former member of the Parliament in Israel, the Knesset, and Yaakov Lapin, security analyst and host, the Ross Handler Report, his podcast. Definitely check it out. Look, Ruth, first of all, you see now the Dutch, the British, perhaps other delegations in this coordination center being ousted, or at least potentially being ousted. This is a threat in the air right now. What might Israel gain, by doing that? And on the flip side of that, what gets weakened? What gets affected in reality here? What do we know?
I think that we have an issue in general in the over-involvement of very many players with very varying interests in a small area with a very significant repercussion in security, etc., on the security of civilians, Israeli civilians. Very, I would say, unusual for countries to be invited and even encouraged to have a say in how another country, another sovereign state should perceive the threats.
It was almost the most interesting part of the story was, there's a Dutch and a British delegation in these places that are actively involved. This is interesting as is. You're right. It paints a picture of this panoply of countries.
I mean, we sort of accepted it as a given, but it's not a given. I mean, let's think about it for a second. A sovereign state with a security perception of certain threats that are threatening its own civilians. We don't need a lot of proof. 3 years ago, there was a huge massacre. And quite a number of countries that do not have the same threat perception are actually involved, encouraged, invited to have a say in the decisions of another sovereign country. So that in and within itself is unusual. It is not a given and needs to be seen as such. To be perceived as something normal, a given, that's wrong. And therefore, this needs to be seen and treated with caution and with sensitivity, because it is indeed sensitive. I don't see it as a populist move, as some commentators tend to say on the international media and even here in Israel. I see it as something which is key, because we seem to accept a standard in Israel that is completely and utterly, I wouldn't even say unusual, but a separate standard just for Israel. And no, we need to see it in the context of international relations. No other country would accept such a thing.
Yaakov, on the same topic, we see Mladenov here, I guess he's the chair, he's the head of it. I'm not sure what his exact title is. He's leading this effort, or at least he's the voice of it, the face of it here. Look, it's actually slamming Israel to a large degree. We played some, it was more balanced comments, I think, in that report. report right now. But, that disturbed me a little bit to see this guy who's I think, has a lot of credibility in Israel. He's not seen as someone who's been overly critical of Israel in the past. So he was deemed kind of a fair arbiter of the situation. You know, what was your takeaway from his report to the UN Security Council?
You know, to be honest, I don't really have many claims against him because I think he's doing his job, and his job is to try and do something that's impossible. He is currently trying to oversee a disarmament process with a jihadist terrorist organization that's not going to actually disarm. It's using this time as a deceptive tactic to try and basically build an international legitimacy and a diplomatic shield around it to hold off the IDF, to hold off the maneuvering divisions from moving into the last bastions of control that Hamas has.
Is he right that taking robust action against Hamas right now is counterproductive?
Of course, I'm not going to agree with that at all. But I think that he and his comments are a symptom. Now, the problem is, first of all, let's remember how we got here. How did we get here? You know, a lot of people say, including here, you know, David, a lot of Israelis say, how did we get to a situation where Hamas is on its feet? Well, it's because we had a hostage deal. Let's remember that. And the hostage deal resulted in every living and murdered hostage released. The IDF got 50% control of the Gaza Strip. I also remind viewers that nobody thought that that was possible at the time. Everybody before that was talking about a deal where the IDF would withdraw to basically a kilometer of the buffer zone and Hamas would be right back threatening the Gaza border community. So there are many achievements here from the status quo, you know, from where we got to. But moving forward, what I think is happening, and as Ruth said, I totally agree with her, Israel has left a diplomatic vacuum and others are filling it. And they're pursuing their own agendas, their own national agendas, not the Israeli agenda. The Israeli agenda is to see Hamas's weapons collected and destroyed, and to do so in a certain timetable. If that doesn't happen in a certain timetable, it's going to have to be the IDF that finishes this war and moves into the rest of Gaza, because we cannot have a situation where after the worst massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust, the perpetrators, the jihadist Nazi perpetrators of this massacre will retain even a single millimeter of sovereignty in the Gaza Strip. So either they disarm, really disarm, and we can give them a chance to do that, or Israel does it. What we need is to hear more explicit Israeli diplomatic visions put forward so that others stop filling the vacuum that the Israeli government itself currently is leaving open, and we have to note that as well.
What are your closing thoughts on the subject, Ruth?
Yeah, another issue. I listened very carefully to the words of Mildanev in the UN.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I listened to his speech several times, and he did mention two things that I want to bring to the table. One is the vetting issue, the vetting process of making sure which Palestinian will be okay or sort of vetted for carrying weapons and policing the Gaza Strip. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that all the Palestinians in Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza Strip undergo such horrendous indoctrination and incitement that it is literally a miracle, supernatural for any of them to be at all neutral towards Israelis and Jews. And the vast majority, the natural thing after such indoctrination would be to hate Jews and Israel to the point of wanting
that the context of the realities of Gaza taken
right, and therefore vetting somebody to carry weapons is, with all respect, that's
still
one thing.
A few steps ahead in this process, right?
But also, there's another thing that was mentioned, and that's the demilitarization and weaponization. Why are we talking about moving it from one Palestinian group to another Palestinian group? You want a demilitarized zone. You want a clean, new start, a good future for the Palestinian people. Take the weapons and get them out.
Still feels a bit out of reach.
We are talking about moving them from one storage area to another storage area with yet another Palestinian group watching them. And those Palestinian groups also underwent indoctrination and incitement. So it sort of is very difficult for me to feel comfortable about
the general
authenticity of the demilitarization.
We'll come back to you both. I want to get another topic in on us here, and this is obviously the big one the world's focused on so much. 6 months after the U.S. and Israel launched their joint war against the Iranian regime, well, a decisive conclusion remains elusive. To summarize, of course, Iran's military infrastructure and economy, of course, have been badly damaged. The regime has not collapsed. Tehran retains missile capability. The Straits of Hormuz is a mess. And, well, Washington's leaning on the economic pressure campaign, while talks apparently are still going on. And all of us in Israel are wondering just what's going to happen next. So we're joined by Khosrow Sfahani. He's a research director at the National Union for Democracy in Iran. Thanks for being with us. Look, it's been 6 months, hard to believe, since this all kicked off, at least this round. Is Iran genuinely approaching some kind of, I don't want to call it end game, but I mean, is there a resolution in sight here? But on the other side, has the regime demonstrated it can survive a prolonged war? What should we be doing further, perhaps, to weaken the regime?
Multiple points. One, when you're dealing with a hostage situation and you still have a gun pointed at your head, the situation has not resolved. The Islamic Republic has taken the world population, the world economy, the Iranian nation, the future of the Middle East hostage for the past few decades. Enough is enough. There is one solution to the Islamic Republic problem of the world, and it's absolute annihilation and destruction of this regime and liberation of the Iranian people. That's point one. No deal, no piece of paper is going to change that. We have seen this TV show repeatedly over the past decades. Americans sitting down with Islamic Republic officials and assuming that you can tame a terrorist. You cannot tame a terrorist. You can just put them in body bags or behind bars. That's the end of it. No negotiation is going to change the Islamic Republic's behavior. The end game, as always it should have been, is not containment, is regime change. Yeah. And regime change only happens when the Islamic Republic in its entirety is dismantled.
Are we squandering a moment, Khosrow? Is this the moment to be going after that full bore? Is the moment being squandered? A lot of people argue that right now, that this is wasted time on the part of those who would like to see the regime go down.
It's wasted time on behalf of billions of people around the world. This is a civilizational war. The Islamic Republic is a threat to world peace, security, and prosperity. As long as this regime stands, freedom of shipping is at risk. Iranians, millions, 90 million people are hostage to this regime. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, how many nations are under the thumb of the dictators living in Tehran? Enough is enough. It's overdue to finish the job. The United States, Israel, and the Iranian people can achieve that goal. But for achieving that goal, we need to, one, build consensus around the world that this war, this conflict, was imposed on us. We didn't start this war. The Islamic Republic declared this war with its inception 5 decades ago. We are finishing it. Two, targeted killing of the leaders of the Islamic Republic. There are multiple actors within this regime's establishment who are still taking breath. Right now on the camera, on the side, you have the photo of this potato that they have named Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. That man is irrelevant, but there are men like Ghalibaf, like Zarif, like Hassan Rouhani, like Khatami, name them. Kill them, take them out, destabilize the regime, destabilize this whole system, and then enable the Iranian people to finish the job.
Well, I think a lot of
the regime's armed forces,
I think those names you mentioned
oppression,
know that they're the next on the list, that probably their life is over if, this phase of talks break down. So there's probably some incentive for them to keep this phase alive. Look, what's happening inside the country? You touch on the plight of the 90-some million people there. How extensive has the internal crackdown become? How do you describe the state of the regime right now?
Over 950 people at least have been executed since the current year started. 950 innocent Iranians hanged. Every day we are waking up with the sound of azan announcing another death in that country. People are struggling with affording food, basic living essentials. Mothers and sisters are struggling to make their children safe, bring them back home safe. When they go out, they are harassed because they are not observing the hijab laws. Remember a couple of months ago when the shills of the Islamic Republic in the Western media were telling everyone that the regime is making do with its former Sharia law imposition. Women are being beaten up on the streets in Iran for not observing the Sharia law. Stop believing those lies. Enable the Iranian people to finish the job. We are the boots on the ground. Iranians have been fighting this fight for the past 5 decades. Our brothers and sisters in the IDF and Israeli intelligence forces have helped us through the years, have fought by our side in the trenches of this unending war that the Islamic Republic has imposed on us. It's time to finish the job. Then we are going to rebuild a Middle East that has nothing to do with currently we are dealing with. The Islamic Republic is striking against literally every Arab state. Every shipping route is taken hostage by this regime. The Iranian economy is not struggling under this regime. It has absolutely collapsed. The Iranian rial again hit a new high over this week. How many times we are going to watch this show and let this regime take breath? It's time to finish the job.
Well, I can speak for many people in this country that agree with you wholeheartedly. Good to have you on the program today. Thanks for contributing.
Thanks for having me.
Let's stay with Iran. Their attacks against the U.S. have apparently caused billions of dollars in damage to American intelligence facilities across the Middle East, per an NBC News report. Now, U.S. Congress is reviewing funding for repairs and replacements. Several facilities in allied countries could be moved or dismantled. Of course, it's at a critical moment in the war, and the CIA and White House, though, have not publicly confirmed the scale of the damage. It remains unclear just how quickly anything can be restored. We go to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, at the State Department today. Mike, what does Washington say? Are they disputing these estimates that the damage runs into the billions of dollars? I mean, this has always been an element of the war, I would argue, that was downplayed by the Pentagon.
Well, there have been, admissions on background about the extent of the damage and how serious it is, but it hasn't really been broken down into here is damage to strictly military bases and here's damage to intelligence facilities. And so we haven't gotten that granular level of breakdown from the Pentagon or from the State Department or from the White House in general. And so it's unsurprising, really, given the extent of the number of missiles and drones that hit U.S. assets in the region that we know about, let alone the ones that we don't know about publicly, that the total would run into the billions of dollars in damage specifically to intelligence facilities. I think the broader concern, if you're Washington, is that Iran apparently had pretty good knowledge about where these intelligence assets and these intelligence stations were, and that may be of a more urgent concern than the amount of the damage in dollars that was actually done.
Look, do we know? I know this is an opaque world, but the Gulf countries, if these host countries, many of them to major military facilities for the U.S., you can basically look at the entire region around Iran and find those. Are they reconsidering, allowing American military facilities on their territory?
That's one question, but there's a second question in there as well. Does the U.S. want to maintain its presence given the danger and given the amount of damage that was done there and given the effect that it has on those Gulf allies, because other things need to be taken into consideration besides military considerations. There's economic considerations as well to take into account. And there's been talk within the White House and within the Pentagon about possibly adjusting on the American side. Forget about what the Gulf allies want to do or not do, but adjusting on the American side, moving troops westward, dispersing them a little bit more as well to not have them contained and allow Iran to hit out at multiple stations at the same time. And so I hate to say forget the Gulf allies. You can't forget them, and they have their own opinions about how things should be done and whether they want American assets there or not. But it seems like Washington may make those kinds of decisions on their own.
Mike Wagenheim at the State Department, thanks for joining us. Bring this back in the studio here with Yaakov and Ruth here. I'm going to bring the Israel angle back into this a bit. Yaakov, 6 months after the start of the war, it's surreal a bit. It's been so long. A lot of people arguing that, this was folly. If you listen to, I'd even argue most of the American media, that we've created new problems that weren't there before. What's your assessment? Is Israel safer than it was before the war? And on top of that, how concerned should we be about the nuclear materials in Iran?
Israel is without any doubt safer today than it was, and not just before this war. Let's bundle this together with two wars. We've had two Iran wars, right, since June 2025. The first war was about severely degrading the Iranian nuclear program. And from the Israeli perspective, this last war was mostly the primary goal here was degrading the Iranian ballistic missile program, which constituted its own independent existential threat. We all saw what a single Iranian ballistic missile can do to a city block. We saw the widespread damage. The Iranians were trying to produce 8,000 of these missiles by 2027. And so when the Israeli intelligence community sounded the alarm, Israel decided that it's not going to sit back. This is also one of the lessons of October 7th. You do not sit back and let jihadists build existential threats. Now, all of these threats, the nuclear, the missile program, the proxy ring of fire that the Iranians built around us, all of these pillars of a single program that was designed to lead to our destruction and collapse have been severely degraded. So for anyone to claim that Israel is less safe is simply divorced from reality and not looking at the facts. I don't know what they're following. Maybe it's something else, but it's not facts. Now, look, going forward, of course, Israel has to remain vigilant. The Iranians will try to build back. It's going to take them a long time. We just saw a report and we heard comments about Iran's internal situation. Right. They can't deliver electricity.
Not so simple to pump billions of dollars into this infrastructure. Ruth, I want to fit you in before the break here. We have about 2 minutes. There's ongoing mediation by players that Israel doesn't exactly have trust in. Qatar, Pakistan, the Omanis. Whatever outcome comes from that, do you think Israel's prepared to kind of go it alone again against Iran? Against Washington in some ways too, perhaps?
It's not a matter of if Israel is prepared to go it alone. If Israel perceives, the leadership perceives, and the defense, let's say, decision-making circles, if the perception is that there is a significant threat to Israeli civilians, it is the responsibility of any government, right, left, center. It doesn't matter. And, it doesn't matter if it's the current government or a different government. The primary responsibility would be to protect the civilians. And therefore, if there is a perception by the political leadership and the defense circle of decision makers that there is a real threat, if that is the assessment, Israel will go it alone.
Which we've seen before.
And which we've seen before. It's not a matter of does it have the will? It has no choice.
But does an agreement sort of hinder Israel if there is one? I know it's a reach at this point.
Of course that it's a sensitive point. Of course there's a diplomatic issue. Of course Israel's hands are tied to a certain degree. But again, if there is a real assessment based on facts and intelligence, yes, it will go it alone. Out of no choice.
And I think there's the experience on the table to show that. Ruth and Yaakov, stay with us. More coming up, though. We do have to step out to a short break here on Middle East Now. Again, stay with us. More coming on the program right after the short.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
warrant is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734.
Each week, dive into the very best original stories from i24NEWS' 4 channels.
Le point d'abord en images.
More details in this report.
خلال الأيام القريبة.
Brought together in one show. A unique perspective at the crossroads of languages and cultures. i24NEWS Magazine. The best of our reports handpicked for you. Tune in every Thursday on i24NEWS.
How do you get your news? How do you know what sources to trust? And to paint a clear picture of the entire story, you need a breakdown of the constant stream of events, top stories, expert analysts, and the best journalists bringing you real voices on the ground. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Get the facts, stay informed, and be a voice of reason for the Middle East.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here at Middle East Now. We take a look at a different arena, one just as dynamic and as intriguing as any in the first half. Syria now making efforts to reintegrate to the world. Damascus launched, well, an official English language account on X. The account promises updates on Syria's politics, economy, security, culture, and pushing back against what the government considers misleading reporting about the post-Assad era. But in another minor but carefully staged display, you see here President al-Shara used a Visa card to pay for coffee in old Damascus, highlighting the country's return to the international financial system. Hasn't been there in a long time. But it doesn't all mean that ordinary Syrians suddenly have access to the world, or that Damascus has answered Western concerns about security, minorities, freedoms. On that note, we're joined by Omar al-Muqdad, Syrian journalist, filmmaker. Good to have you back, Omar. This simply clever, I would say, public relations. Is that all it is, or does it reflect a real change in how the Syrian government intends to continue engaging with the world?
Well, thanks for having me back on. In fact, just a quick note here. Actually, I used the MasterCard at the same hotel where the president was using the Visa card in old Damascus.
So it's real.
Yeah, yes. So it's a huge step forward, in fact. Let's put it this way. Because, Syria was under every sanctions known to mankind. And for you, me, for those who lives in Europe, the United States, this is a fine tradition. We use that for our daily purchases. There's nothing to be happy about here. But for Syrians who actually be living under 50 years of Assad's rule, cut off from the outside world, the banking system is not connected to the international financial institutions. So this is a huge step forward that this might indicate in the near future that Syria is actually recovering, and that might encourage more and more international financial institutions to come and join the Syria's market. So yes, it might not reflect right away for the ordinary Syrians to suddenly have a Visa card or MasterCards, or first they have to open a bank account. But yes, it's a long process. But let's talk about the bigger picture here, which is the the giants, let's say the insurance companies, the banks. Bank of America actually was considering joining the Syrian market. So these are steps might reflect on the Syrian economy. And you do know that without having a strong economy, you won't be able to have stability. So economy is key to stability, and the Syrian rulers understands that and understood the lesson. This is why they wanted Syria to be the economic center in the region, and that's why they've been pushing for removing the sanctions. And now we start seeing some of the results of removing the sanctions, that Syria is reconnected to the international banking system, and that's a good step forward, in my opinion.
How much does it reflect, the reality inside the country? You touch on this a bit, and definitely there are changes happening, but, how the government is seen behaving, I guess, for lack of a better word, inside the country itself. I mean, what kind of hindrances might there be for Damascus's effort to rebrand themselves internationally?
Well, I think as far as I'm concerned, I was there. I keep going back and forth to Damascus, Aleppo, and elsewhere around the country. And I can see that the government has a totally different mentality from Assad regime. They're trying so hard to pull the country together. Actually, the a couple of days ago, there was an achievement by SDF announcing that they joining the Syrian government and the unity of the government. That's a huge step forward. There was assurances were given to Syrian Kurds that they will get their rights in the constitutions will be written there, and everything is it's not as people thought is going to be. So, yeah, there is some efforts being put forward to allow the country to come together. The government is actually working so hard on that, regardless of the challenges and the sectarian challenges that are still facing the government in Damascus. Is still long road for the interim government, but hopefully with what happened 2 days ago with SDF joining the government and the United States removing the remaining sanctions on Syria, that would help the government and push the government, give the government a push to do what's necessary to pull the country together and to allow the Syrians to breathe again.
Yeah, definitely an underrated piece of news in much of the world. We spoke about it here, like that integration of the Kurdish forces into the central government, and that definitely lending credibility again to what Damascus is doing with minorities in the country. What can you tell us, or what do you know about the open channels of communication with Israel too, which from our perspective are a significant part of the reforms taking place in Damascus?
Well, actually, since day one, the interim government tried to reach out to the Israelis. They sent messages, actually, to Israel. Let's sit down, let's talk, let's tackle all the issues that we have. If you have any security concerns, that we can sit down and talk about it. Because the new doctrine of the new Syrian government is to tackle any issue through diplomacy, is allow diplomacy to take over. But, the Israeli government is still in shock of what happened on October 7th. So this is why they decided, no, we can't move on with this, and we have to do whatever is necessary to protect our northern border. But for Syria, the dialogue is still on. Actually, the Israeli delegations and the Syrian delegations met a few times at different places around the world, and Syria said it's willing to sit down and address the Israeli concerns. And at the same time, that Israel also needs to understand that Syrian sovereignty is on the line here, and respect our sovereignty, we respect your safety and security, and we give time to build the trust if we stick to the security agreement. And after that trust was built, then we can move on to the next step and start talking seriously about long-lasting peace between the two countries. But until that happened, that Israel advanced inside the Syrian territory, they have to move back from the buffer zone back to where they come from, and then we can start talking about peace. But Israeli leaders doesn't seem to me are interested to do that at this moment, and they are wasting. By the way, they are wasting a huge opportunity to establish a serious peace with an important country in the region. Syria, if they decided to reach out to the rulers of Damascus instead of attacking them and offering help. That, for me, would do more than that attack, send your fighter jets there.
Yeah, that's something we hear increasingly here. Omar, thanks for being with us. I want to bring this issue in studio and Ruth, throw this directly at you. Kind of his closing claim there about Israel, being increasingly perceived as sort of the warmonger that's derailing efforts from Damascus to establish relations, and that there, these are so many of the things we hear in various circles that I hear from analysts that, Israel's squandering a moment, an opportunity, derailing the efforts, the outreach. What's your response to that in terms of how Israel's been, dealing with Damascus in light, of the strikes last week against a Turkish facility, all these things framed as Israel just out to derail all this, good effort and goodwill from Damascus? How do you respond?
I'm very, very skeptical about this line. In fact, I'd like to stress that I don't doubt what the former speaker has been saying. And I'm sure that the way that he perceives it from his point of view perhaps is extremely authentic and sincere. However, Israel is not trying to derail any peace talks. Israel is watching objectively public videos of officers' courses of Al-Jilani screaming that they're out to get and free Al-Quds, Jerusalem, and Allahu Akbar. And we have ears, we have eyes, we have a mindset that did change indeed our perceptions on October 7th, opened our eyes to the fact that we are not liked in the region. And that's okay as long as we actually get it. But yes, there is a whole lot more caution. And in the meantime, while we are talking and while there is a tendency to lower the flames and to try and agree upon some kind of arrangements, not normalization, not peace talks, not any of those big issues, unfortunately, by the way, because certainly Israel has no hard feelings against the Syrians. There's just no such thing. Perhaps it is told to the Syrians that we do, but we do not. And yet there is a caution, and this caution is very well placed because we saw the massacre of Druze. Very recently, we saw the massacre of other minorities within Syria.
The Alawites, the Kurds.
And we see and hear the rhetoric and the public statements that are being made by official security forces of Al-Jilani. And we also hear and follow the commentary and the declarative policy of Turkey, which is the patron of the patron at the moment of Syria. And hence, yes, Israel is cautious for the safety of its own civilians and not in an attempt to derail security arrangements and or peace negotiations.
Yaakov, on a granular military level, what are the things? I mean, we saw Israel try to basically stave off their Damascus incursion into southern Syria, to the borderlands here. We saw Israel, again, try to stave off further Turkish encroachment into Syria. From Israel's side, what are the main concerns on the ground militarily that they're looking at here?
Let me give you an indication of what the Israeli concerns are. At the end of June, beginning of July, there were lots of reports in the Syrian media about a restructuring of the Syrian army. Now, what did this actually entail? Well, they divided themselves up into regions. Now they have 5 regional corps commands. And every commander, every senior commander now in the Syrian army is a former jihadist, at least officially. And we don't know what his ideology is today. These are all Hayat al-Tahrir, which is the Islamist jihadist organization that Ahmed al-Shara led. Before that, it was Jubhat al-Nusra, which branched off from Al-Qaeda. This is where they come from. Now, the idea that Israel is just suddenly going to believe that they've changed their stripes because he's swiping a credit card and, whispering, sweet, poems to President Trump it's not going to cut it. We have to see who these people are, what their intentions are. Why are they indoctrinating people in their education system to jihad? Why are they calling Jews and Christians infidels? At the very least, if I would see the Syrian education system producing moderate curricula and teaching children towards peace, and if I would see soldiers or students finishing their courses and not screaming that they're going to liberate Jerusalem, as Ruth just said, but saying stuff about, Syrian patriotism, then I would lend a more hopeful ear to what's happening in Syria. That's not what we're seeing. We cannot afford to ignore those warning signs. And so I think Israel's suspicion is very skeptical. But I will just add, just like in the other arenas, I think what we need to see from our own government is a clear diplomatic vision put forward saying this is what we need to see if we're going to dismantle our buffer zone. Let's have something out in the open so that at least we can be measured by our word and our vision, rather than inviting, once again, others to fill in a diplomatic vacuum. So
tell the story.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what we're seeing on a large scale right now. Another topic, though, to bring into the show today, Turkey, as we touch on here. But right now, they've opened a competition investigation into Israeli pharmaceutical giant Teva, one of the few major Israeli companies still operating widely in Turkey. Now, authorities there are examining allegations that the pharmaceutical company used patent and regulatory practices to restrict competition from generic medicines, some in particular. Now, Teva denies wrongdoing, says it will cooperate with the investigation, but the case does arrive amid an extraordinary deterioration in relations, we can call it, between Ankara and Jerusalem. That situation seems inseparable, perhaps, from Teva's operations there. But we're joined by our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman, to get into this a bit more. Owen, what do we know about the investigation? I know, we're not legal experts on this one, but obviously there's allegations emerging that this is politically motivated, or is it a legitimate case? What do we know about the situation?
David, it may be legitimate. I'm not here either to convict Teva, God forbid, or acquit them. But by Teva's own admission, this is not something that's happening only in Turkey. This is the allegations parallel, according to Teva's own description, allegations that have already been in European courts and are being litigated at the European Court of Justice about a drug called Copaxone. So it may or may not be the case that when a competition authority has to decide, do we prosecute Teva, an Israeli company, or do we prosecute a different company? Maybe they choose the Israeli company, ? But the allegations themselves are allegations that are being prosecuted and being litigated in Europe, as Teva itself said, about a drug called Copaxone, and allegations that Teva both tried to keep its own use of the drug after the patent had expired, and to essentially put out bad information and untrue information about competitors. So allegations that are being litigated in Europe and that the Turkish Competition Authority is tracking and now litigating in Turkey. Now, it seems that the Competition Authority may not be entirely independent, but at the end of the day, these are still allegations that are being litigated in Europe, and so may be legitimate.
Of course, we'll see how that case plays out. Right. We don't know the ins and outs of it. We're not experts on that angle of the law. But look, the relations have been deteriorating sharply in terms of Israeli businesses leaving Turkey, flights not going through Istanbul anymore, and the rhetoric, coming from the top here, decreased security coordination, if any, left at all. Where are the concerns? How real are the concerns in Israel that this sort of diplomacy will begin to target Israeli businesses, that this will be another avenue for the Turks to essentially, come after Israelis?
Look, David, I think what's interesting at this stage is that there are even Israeli companies, especially a company that's so Israeli identified as Teva and so big, that are still doing business in Turkey, right? As Teva is, it has to be doing business in Turkey for the Competition Authority to come after it, albeit, as Teva says, this is a legacy charge. So it's about conduct that it had in the past and may not concern conduct that it has right now. But Teva does still operate in Turkey, along with a number of Israeli companies. What we know, taking a step back and looking at the trajectory of relations between Israel and Turkey going back 20 years over the course of Erdogan's tenure, is that trade was always a lagging indicator, right? The security cooperation went first, certainly diplomatic relations, eventually aviation. But the trade actually stayed strong for a long time after the diplomatic relations had deteriorated. Although it has to be said at this point, the trade also has gone down substantially as well. But Teva is still there, showing that Israeli companies are still there in what is still a huge Middle Eastern market, and a market that had been very important to Israel and a strategic part of our country's economy that is no more, but still has Israeli companies operating in it. Obviously, in a context where Israeli-Turkish relations are in horrific shape because of the hostility and the undisguised hostility of Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Owen, thanks for being with us on this one. Bring the discussion back into studio here. Ruth, really, for the benefit of our audience, get your synopsis on Israel-Turkey relations at this point. Look, Turkey's such a unique entity in the region, so connected to the West, part of the NATO alliance, yet with all of their, feet and hands or whatever in the Middle East, it feels like at this point, and specifically in the Palestinian arena. I think Turkey under Erdogan, has made real efforts to become that great patron. I think if you listen to a lot of their speeches, become that empire again across the region. How do you define this moment, which seems to be perhaps the most interesting thing playing out in the Middle East, I might argue, between Turkey and Israel, this moment?
I think that one needs to understand that Turkey, being the huge country that it is not homogenous. We have the leadership and the Islamist camp, which is significant, particularly after the curriculum has been affected and many of the messaging in the media has been affected. A lot of journalists have been jailed and so on. But there is also an opposition and millions of Turks that are against the current regime. That is one, that there are not one shade inside Turkey. We're talking about a huge country, very geostrategically well-placed between Asia and the Middle East and Europe, and a NATO member, very, very strong military, with expansionist ideology and tendencies. We see that in Central Asia. We see it in North Cyprus. We see it in Sudan, in Somalia, in other places, and so on. And we see a leader who has grown on the knees of one of the founders of the Muslim Brotherhood. So he is, in fact, promoting and is an ideologue of the Islamist Muslim Brotherhood movement, giving sanctuary to Hamas and other movements that are designated terrorist organizations. And yes, he poses a big threat to the Western world, to certain countries, sovereign countries like Cyprus, Greece, and others, but also to Israel. And he declares openly, unashamedly, that he is looking to, how should I put it gently, seize the existence of the state of Israel. He says that in his speeches.
Return it to a government of the empire, right?
And it should be taken seriously. We have, unfortunately, very bad experience with countries that have spoken as such against Israel and our people, and unfortunately have acted on it. And yes, he's taken Turkey as a patron saint, and also the Palestinians, because it is sexy, trendy, and very good for public relations in the Islamic world. One last sentence. Turkey is cooperating not only with Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and the current pact, defense pact, but also with China in order to arm the Pakistanis against the Indians. And that is something that the United States of America is probably taking note of more carefully currently because of the issue of China and the involvement thereof.
You did a great job at detailing the various layers that complicate the situation around Turkey. I mean, it's hard to find a region they aren't involved in, and certainly as it relates to Israel. Ruth Wasserman-Landa and Yaakov Lapin.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us on a host of the day's top stories. But we do wrap up here looking at Egypt, who's found a new national security threat, and he lives in a pineapple under the sea. SpongeBob-themed Facebook group attracted nearly 2 million users, turning life in Bikini Bottom into a satire of life in Egypt. Users there joking about rising prices, housing, traffic, harassment, and economic hardship, using SpongeBob characters to discuss these subjects that can be dangerous to address directly in public. But the joke quickly became political. Pro-government commentators now accusing the Muslim Brotherhood of exploiting the group to destabilize the country. And now we're joined by Yost Scheffers, a journalist based in Cairo. Look, we'll just start with the very upfront question. Why did a SpongeBob group connect with almost 2 million Egyptians so quickly? Why was this so successful?
It was so successful because the concept is fairly simple and successful. Hence, it appeals to a lot of people. I mean, everybody knows SpongeBob, even in worldwide and also in Egypt. SpongeBob is a popular figure. You can buy SpongeBob on T-shirts. It's on TV. People know this cartoon. And this Facebook group, as you said, the government accused it of being a Muslim Brotherhood. Offspring, kind of. However, I think it just simply started as a joke. And especially this summer period when students are not going to university, when kids are not going to school, they see this and they want to jump onto it. And then, such developments can go fast. And this Facebook group grew into 1.8 million users. And Egyptians, they love AI. I mean, what I see among my so-called Western friends from the Western world, Europe, the US, they don't use AI that much to make jokes. However, in Egypt, they love AI. They are creating images all day long. And so it seems to be, a fairly innocent way of, outing their frustration, of outing their
I understand it's
problems
fueled
with daily
by
life.
jokes, but, how genuine of an outlet has it become for political frustration? Has it really morphed into that? What the detractors are saying?
It definitely did. I mean, Egyptians, they love to joke. They love to put their frustrations into jokes. And this is the perfect way to show it, because it seems innocent and you can put your sense of humor in it. And like, as you saw in the images, like you see all these boats of SpongeBob under the sea. You see them under the water being stuck in traffic. They created even a Ministry of Interior underwater, which is very big in Egypt on social media, to definitely mock them. They are mocking the high housing prices, the difficulties of life, the expensive prices of gas, etc., etc. In the Egyptian image, as you saw Patrick sitting in a typical Egyptian truck, it became an outlet for frustration.
What about the main complaint now? How credible is this claim that the Muslim Brotherhood's behind it? And on top of that, what's the reaction right now from the pro-government media, from the state itself? Tell us about the situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Muslim Brotherhood is always being used as a scapegoat. And the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, it's been completely suppressed and barely present anymore. And I think it's too much credit for the Muslim Brotherhood to say that they are behind it, especially since the founder of this page, innocent-looking 15-year-old girl, spoke out about it, sharing that she was just starting this as a simple joke, as Egyptians like to do. As I said, Egypt's social media are full with AI-generated images and videos, and she said that she started it as a joke. And I think it's giving the Muslim Brotherhood too much credit to say that they are behind it. And it's an easy way of the pro-Egyptian government media to use the Muslim Brotherhood as a scapegoat, as a stick to hit them with, that they created a Facebook page to create SpongeBob memes to destabilize Egypt. I mean, that goes quite far, in my opinion.
Well, it's certainly original, at least from my reporting here. Yost, thanks for being with us from Cairo.
You're welcome.
Does bring us to the end of the time that I have with you today, dear viewers. It's been good to be with you for this hour and cover the day's top stories here on Middle East Now. Again, I'm David Matlin, coming to you live from Tel Aviv. Thanks for joining wherever you are in the world. Stay tuned for the rundown with Benita Levine.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-850-6534. That's 800-850-6534. Again, 800-850-6534.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
The Board of Peace is warning both Israel and Hamas that the ceasefire in Gaza could collapse. And how will Israel respond to fierce criticism from the new British government over its policies? We bring you the latest. Are fresh U.S. economic sanctions against Tehran and its enablers having an impact? Qatar's Prime Minister visits the Iranian capital to try and relaunch diplomatic efforts. We take a deeper look. And it's a surprise move back home for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Harry, Meghan, Archie and Lilibet are back in the UK 6 years after packing their bags for California. So how do Londoners feel? We speak to a leading royal commentator. This is the rundown on i24 News. I'm Benita Levine. Thank you very much for joining us. We start with our focus on the ground in Gaza. Israel has a clear warning for Hamas. From now on, any balloon and kite launched from the Gaza Strip will be met with forceful responses. Defense Minister Yisrael Katz was speaking after a situational assessment with IDF Chief Eyal Zamir. The Hamas strategy of sending explosive devices attached to balloons or kites has been used in the past, and Israeli security leaders are making it clear such moves will be met with an appropriate retaliation. Meanwhile, on the diplomatic front, the response to the British government's criticism of Israeli policies in Gaza and the West Bank has been swift. Israel is reportedly considering expelling British officials and others in Europe from the US-led Coordination Center for Post-War Gaza. The reported move coming as the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Gaza are risking the collapse of the Gaza ceasefire. Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran has more in this report.
As Israel continues to strike Hamas targets across Gaza, the Board of Peace warns that both Israel and Hamas are undermining the ceasefire and risking its collapse.
After 3 years of war and 20 years of military operations, I ask, will another strike on a munitions depot stop Hamas from rearming or tightening its grip on Gaza? It will not. It only delays the demilitarization that would happen, and it obstructs the civilian transition that should take place to ensure that remilitarization will not be possible in the future.
Mladenov said the risk also runs in the opposite direction, while confirming that Hamas is rebuilding its tunnels in Gaza.
Hamas has committed to cease all military activities. That commitment is still to be met in full. Every weapon carried, every tunnel still worked on, and every convoy still obstructed sets the process back and hands an argument to those who want to resume war.
As the implementation of Trump's Gaza plan continues slowly, the U.S. says additional troops are expected to arrive to man the International Stabilization Force.
Now, for the first time, troops and personnel from partner nations are scheduled to arrive to keep the peace. Tactical vehicles are already at the ISF logistics base. Countries as far as Uganda, Morocco, Kazakhstan have offered thousands of troops to this effort. No, they are not moving as quickly as we would like, but they are moving. And yes, the disarmament of Hamas must and will be closely scrutinized. It must be verified by objective parties.
But as new forces are expected to arrive, Israel is reportedly considering expelling representatives from some European countries, including the UK, Germany, and Italy, from the Coordination Center in southern Israel in response to their criticism of the government's policies in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The report comes just 2 days after Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced he intends to immediately expel Dutch representatives from the Coordination Center over a series of anti-Israel moves by the Dutch government. And with Israel escalating its strikes and Hamas rebuilding its capabilities, the reality on the ground continues to threaten the fragile ceasefire in Gaza.
So for more reaction, we now go live to London. We welcome Adam Schwartz, writer and political commentator. Adam, thank you so much for your time. So Israel reportedly considering expelling British officials from the Coordination Center for Gaza over that criticism by the UK of Israel's policies. Is it shooting itself in the foot? What do you make of this possible move?
Well, I think this retaliatory move by the Israeli government is perhaps less ideological in nature than the initial moves by the British government, really in kind of nature. This kind of seems more punitive. Generally, when countries are kind of expelling diplomats or officials, that really suggests a kind of major deterioration in relations. And it's not really something we're used to seeing between European governments and Israel. Generally, it's something we've kind of seen over the years between Europe and Russia or Europe and America. So I think really it kind of represents a deteriorating trust in terms of the way that, European nations are kind of working with Israel. And I do think that actually it is contrary to the kind of welfare of Israel going forward, because ultimately this kind of coordination organization that Israel is expelling officials from, ultimately is designed to try to create some kind of stability. Of course, it is an imperfect organization, as we well know, but ultimately this is the framework that is being created to try to actually move the situation forward in a way that doesn't spiral into more conflict. So I think ultimately this is not something that actually will kind of yield positive results in terms of trying to improve UK-Israel or Israel-European relations.
What then do you make of that marked shift in British diplomatic policy, considering what it calls robust new sanctions and possibly a total ban on trade linked to Israeli settlements? It's sparking concerns by some in the Labour Party that it says could lead to a de facto boycott of Israel in general, but your sense of what is pushing these moves by the new government there in Britain.
Well, I think, really this entire dispute is really a product of the huge gulf that now exists between the British and Israeli governments, really overall on their views towards how to actually end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The British government believes that the only way to resolve it is through a two-state solution, as other European governments do, where a Palestinian state would be formed that comprises of the West Bank and Gaza. Now, the reality is, it's no secret, the Israeli government not only doesn't believe in a two-state solution, but it is deliberately trying to make a two-state solution an impossibility through various actions, through settlement activity, through allowing settler extremists to rampage through the West Bank. And the British government for years, both Labour and Conservative governments, have repeatedly stated that they consider these kind of actions by the Israeli government to be completely unacceptable, to be contrary to international law, but also contrary to the long-term welfare of both Israelis and Palestinians. Now, I think really this specific move by the Burnham government really reflects the belief by the British government that they have exhausted all possible diplomatic routes to trying to pressure the Israeli government into trying to, restrain itself in terms of West Bank building and really some of the violent activities that we've seen from settlers. Now, of course, there has actually been a lot more pressure on the Israeli government to actually ban all goods from Israel, not just related to goods in the West Bank. So I think, the fact that Andy Burnham has decided to only ban goods coming from settlements really reflects a view that they are going to try to take a more targeted approach that actually represents that while the British government still has general support for the state of Israel, it doesn't support its activities in the West Bank. So I think really what they are trying to do is kind of symbolically draw a line in the sand and say, while we still support you as a state and will support you in other respects, this is something that we cannot accept. But of course, as you mentioned, that has led to criticism that actually in reality that will really lead to a boycott of actually goods also produced within kind of internationally recognized Israel as well. But I think that is actually a kind of design feature of this. This is actually designed to increase pressure on Israeli companies themselves by introducing financial costs of actually having supply chains that are integrated into the West Bank. So I think ultimately this is designed to not only pressure the West Bank, but also to try to create, some kind of shift within Israeli society to try to actually move away from supporting West Bank settlements.
Just by way of response from Israel, Gideon Saar saying that the response from the UK was a patronizing tone and reiterating Israel will defend its security interests. There's no doubt about that. Complicated. We wait to see how the relationship unfolds. Always appreciate your insights live from London. Thank you as always, Adam Schwartz.
Good to talk with you.
Now, turning to ties between Doha and Tehran, Qatar's Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani is today visiting the Iranian capital to try to relaunch diplomatic efforts. This coming after Washington's new sanctions initiative called Economic Outcast, which targets the Islamic Republic's trade partners or enablers, as described by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier in the week. Now, Qatar is a Gulf neighbor of Iran and also a U.S. ally. It's taken on the role of back-channel negotiator and was, of course, directly involved in securing the June ceasefire that briefly led to a cessation of hostilities. Almost 6 months into the war, there is no diplomatic breakthrough in sight. Both sides are at odds over control over the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point for global oil supplies that Tehran has used as leverage. And for more, security analyst Yaakov Lappin, host of the Ross Handler Report, is here in studio. Thank you so much, Yaakov. So relations between Qatar and the U.S. are interesting in this juncture. We know they are tight allies. Also, though it's complicated, Qatar is in Iran right now, ostensibly trying to get the diplomatic track back up. Your take on what this means from a military perspective when you're looking at what could unfold in the coming days?
Well, the story here is more than military. Let's look at what the motivation is for Qatar to be trying to lead this intermediary role and get negotiations back on track. We just had some economic figures released yesterday. And according to these figures, 96% decrease in Qatar's exports of liquid natural gas. And as part of that loss, it's lost something like $25 billion since the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. In other words, the Iranian closure on the Strait of Hormuz has severely, severely harmed Qatar's economy. And that's one of the reasons why they're pushing for this, because they want to get their economy back on track. Now, look, Qatar's very poisonous strategy has always been to basically be in bed with everybody and to present themselves as the peacemaker when, in fact, they often dousing incitement, Islamic fundamentalism, dousing the region and the world with very poisonous ideology. And what we're seeing here is that this Qatari strategy is not working because the Iranians are harming their economy, and that wasn't part of the Qatari game plan. So they're getting a very rude wake-up call here, seeing that trying to basically cooperate with everybody, with warring sides, and presenting themselves as the untouchable peacemaker, which they never were to begin with. This is totally deceptive. This is not working for them, and this is why we see them now really frantically trying to get diplomacy back on track, because the current status quo is harming them economically very much.
As the status quo, as you are discussing, unfolds, and we're looking at this change from kinetic warfare to economic efforts, and we wait to see if it does have the desired impact in terms of negotiations, what is the perspective from Israel's vantage points, watching what is unfolding, the status quo?
I think the status quo is not bad from Israel's perspective. Obviously, look, the ideal goal is to see this terrible Iranian regime collapse. Of course, that's what Israel wants to see. And not just Israel, hundreds of millions of people across the Middle East who want to see a better region, want to see this region fall. But until that happens, the regime is weak, it is poor, it's unable to supply even basic services like electricity and water to its citizens. It can't pay its own besieged paramilitaries. So it's, talking a strong sort of game in terms of bravado, and we're going to go back to war. We don't like the way things are going. But internally, this regime is very weak, both financially and with lots of tension amongst its own people. And the longer this American CENTCOM blockade is choking off the Iranian economy and basically denying it the ability to export energy, the better. So from Israel's perspective, this is the second best option, a weak Iran, one that's unable to rebuild, one whose economy is paralyzed. This is not a bad situation. Obviously, the ideal situation is for the regime to collapse, and perhaps the blockade is a path to lead to that. Now, the worst thing that could happen is some sort of deal that would grant this regime legitimacy and money start flowing back in. That's not what Israel wants to see, I think. But we don't seem to be anywhere near that right now. So the status quo, certainly not a bad thing from the Israeli perspective.
Also difficult to ascertain exactly what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz, who is going to be in charge, who's going to be allowed to exert some kind of tolls as well. What is the latest we're hearing from those waters?
Well, it's very interesting because Iran cannot export anything from the Strait of Hormuz, but the other Gulf Arab countries are able to export between 10 to 15 million barrels a day. So what we're seeing is Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz gradually being weakened by who? By CENTCOM and by the U.S. So all, the complaints they were hearing that there's no plan for Hormuz, well, it took some time, but here there is actually a plan for Hormuz and it's being implemented. And what they're doing is basically fighter jets and American naval assets are accompanying these smaller tankers coming out of Gulf Arab countries. And then they're sort of collecting in what they call super tankers. They're outside of the Iranian missile and drone range. That's where these smaller tankers are meeting and doing ship-to-ship oil transfers outside of the Iranian strike range. And then those larger tankers are heading out and exporting Gulf Arab oil. So Iran is under a blockade. The Gulf Arab countries are no longer under a blockade. That's a very dramatic development. It just happened gradually, so it didn't make one big headline. But we're seeing a failure of the Iranian leverage here, the only point of leverage they had, which is the economy. And that's why we're seeing, the prices of oil, the Brent crude prices have dropped again, something like $86, starting to get, lower and lower. So we're really seeing the only Iranian leverage failing at this point. And this is definitely a success for the Trump administration. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about that. We wait and see what happens next. For now, thank you as always, Yaakov Lapin. Appreciate you being here in studio. Now, security is set to be stepped up at Jewish centers across the globe soon for the upcoming high holidays. The U.S. State Department has instructed diplomatic missions worldwide to urge host governments to strengthen security around Jewish communities during this time. The Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, starts in just over 2 weeks, the first of several Jewish holidays in the weeks after that. And how sad to think that during holidays, one needs to step up security. It certainly is a very upsetting situation ahead of a time of celebration. Still in studio, Yaakov Lapin, talk to us about the concerns when you look at exactly this. You have the U.S. State Department issuing directives to embassies around the globe ahead of our holidays to say, make sure that communities are safe, make sure that synagogues are safe. Give us a sense of the security efforts that happen globally at this time. It's supposed to be a time of celebration.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that Jewish communities worldwide are under threat. We've seen the attacks around the world. We saw what happened in Australia. We saw what happened in the UK. Now, at the same time, we also know that Mossad, the international Israeli intelligence agency, has thwarted many attacks. And the threat comes from a number of key players. One is Iran and its Shiite network of terrorism. This is a worldwide network. The Iranians have no qualms about hiring criminals to gather intelligence about Jewish communities. And they also pay these criminals to attack Jewish communities. And we know that Mossad has thwarted many of these attacks, especially in Europe. We know that ISIS and the global Sunni jihadists are still a threat. And also, you know, we have to take into the possibility that Hamas, which has already attempted in the past global terrorist attacks, could try and do that as well as its Gaza sort of operations become weaker and under siege. So we have a range of jihadists out there trying to harm Jewish communities. Definitely Mossad is doing an incredible job, I think, thwarting and working with partner intelligence agencies around the world, thwarting many of these attacks. But of course, you know, our Jewish brothers and sisters worldwide have to be vigilant and keep security high around synagogues, schools, and Jewish institutions because, unfortunately, they are a target.
Meanwhile, the IDF chief has today announced that he's expanding the number of IDF forces across the West Bank ahead of the very same holidays, concerned not only obviously about the terror threats that exist in the West Bank, but also settler violence. Talk to us about those moves.
Yeah, this is basically the IDF trying to defuse a potential bomb, so to speak, in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria. There are concerns that, you know, the high holidays will see some sort of surge. Now, let me just put this in perspective. In Samaria, in the northern West Bank, we've seen a massive drop in Palestinian terrorism over recent months. And we've also, believe it or not, seen a drop in Jewish attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria. So both of these threats, which, by the way, in no way are symmetrical and should not be compared, not in severity and not in scope, but certainly both are issues that the defense establishment has to tackle. We've seen a drop in both. But the concern is that either one of these phenomena sort of spin out of control and cause a sort of cascade and domino effect that could lead to an explosion. And that's what Iran and Hamas want. They want the West Bank to explode in violence. So what we're seeing is the IDF preemptively flood the area with forces, take lots of preemptive arrest operations. We've definitely seen many of these operations in recent nights, guided by Shin Bet intelligence, IDF going into villages, towns, and cities across the West Bank and arresting terror suspects. And we're seeing pressure on the government from the IDF saying, look, we need more resources and we need a plan to deal with Jewish lawbreakers, even though there are only a few hundred of these out of a community of 500,000 Israelis living across the Green Line. This is a problem that still has to be tackled because it could spark something bigger. So we're definitely seeing the IDF try and get on top of these issues before they become something that runs out of control.
But bringing in elite units to the West Bank comes at a cost on other fronts. Many soldiers obviously would like to be home themselves for the high holidays. Now they're going to have to be additional efforts across the West Bank because of what is blowing up there.
Yes, but look, the idea that the IDF can take holidays, you know, that was an idea before October 7th. They would have something that in Hebrew was called hadmama, which I guess you would translate into English as a sort of hibernation mode. The army can't be in hibernation mode. This has to be a 24/7, 365-day operation. It's like a hospital. A hospital is not going to go into hibernation mode, and the army can't do that either. So I think any idea of the IDF using holidays as downtime, that was completely killed, I think, in 2023. And I don't think this idea is ever coming back, because it really doesn't make any sense for a military as busy and as needed as the IDF to have any downtime for soldiers during holidays. It's just not logical.
Well, I tell you who isn't taking downtime, and that is Hamas, as we are hearing more efforts to keep on building terror tunnels inside Gaza. That's happening right now. That is a fact.
I'm not sure it is, actually, Benita. I don't think they are building a lot of tunnels. There might be a very limited tunnel construction, but my understanding is that Hamas understands that the IDF has essentially figured out how to deal with the tunnel threats. The IDF is the leading anti-tunnel warfare army in the world after all of this conflict in Gaza. And they understand that the army is going to get to these tunnels. So no, I wouldn't say that there is mass construction of tunnels in Gaza by Hamas. I don't think that that's what the intelligence picture paints. What Hamas is trying to do is recruit many terrorists, even though they're not trained, give them weapons like AK-47s and RPG launchers, and have them on standby in case the IDF enters their area. And they're trying to terrorize Gazan civilians into basically cooperating with their rule. We know that they're torturing Gazan civilians in hospitals in places like Khan Yunis. We had intelligence released about this from the IDF, the second floor of the Nasser hospital, used as a torture facility by Hamas. So Hamas is certainly trying to rescue its own rule and keep it going, but it's not engaged in any sort of major military buildup because it's surrounded on every front by the IDF, and it doesn't have the ability to bring in and smuggle or build weapons at this time.
What then are the capabilities in terms of its ability to reconstitute right now? There certainly seems to be concerns even from the Board of Peace.
Yeah, look, I think that it's limited. It's really, frankly, limited. What they can do is mainly right now, Hamas, is recruit terrorists because the youth there have really nothing else to do. They're going to offer them basic money. And obviously, they're already indoctrinated through Hamas's, terrible education system, which primes them for jihadist activities. So they offer them some sort of a salary and a weapon and a so-called future, which is obviously a very bad one. And what they're trying to do is replenish their ranks. That's their main effort right now, is to regrow their ranks and bring it back into the tens of thousands. But it's not the same level of terrorists that we saw on the eve of October 7th. They have no training facilities. They can't freely train. If the IDF sees a training facility, it's going to bomb it. It's a total violation of the ceasefire. So we're talking about basically very poorly trained youths who get given a weapon. And this is what Hamas is focusing on. And yes, it is trying to build a little bit of IEDs and AK-47s, trying to bring them back into the stockpile. But at the end of the day, this is a terrorist organization that's largely on the ropes. And this front is now currently frozen from a military perspective, with the exception of these sort of daily airstrikes that we're seeing.
Yaakov Lappin, always appreciate your updates and your insights. Thank you so much for being here in studio. Right now, we're taking a very quick break, but when we get back, we bring you the latest Israeli election news. Exactly 2 months till voting day. Plus, why is Itamar Ben-Gvir distributing an animated children's book? We take a deeper look. And further afield, how do Londoners feel now that Prince Harry and his family are back in Britain? Will Harry and Meghan get there happily ever after? After all, we speak to a leading royal commentator for all the latest. Back in a bit. Stay tuned. This is The Rundown.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-624-1484.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Attention Depo-Provera users. If you or a loved one used Depo-Provera or Depo Sub-Q Provera 104 and were later diagnosed with a brain tumor, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Depo-Provera, an injectable medication used for birth control and to treat endometriosis, has been linked to an increased risk in developing meningiomas, a type of tumor which forms in the membrane surrounding the brain and spinal cord and may require surgery. If you or a loved one used Depo-Provera or Depo Sub-Q Provera 104 and were later diagnosed with a brain tumor, call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 800-585-2596.
When Israel is under fire, the world watches. But we act. Since 1901, Jewish National Fund USA has stood with our homeland. From the moment missiles rained down, we were there, caring for children of essential workers, turning shelters into sanctuaries, providing fire trucks and more. Israel is our family, and you always show up for family. To support the people of Israel for today and tomorrow, turn to the trusted name in philanthropy, Jewish National Fund USA.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. Turning to Israeli politics, it's exactly 2 months until voting day in Israel. Millions of Israelis will be heading to the polls on the 27th of October in the first election in the country since October 7th. Let's get straight into the latest updates, and there are a few. So senior correspondent Owen Alterman is here in studio. And Owen, much speculation about Benjamin Netanyahu's plans for his reserve spots in the Likud party. 8th of September is the deadline. He needs to play for time here. What is the latest? What can you tell us?
Right. He needs to do that, Vanita, and it gels perfectly with the issue of small parties and how to match that. It's a little bit in the weeds, but I'm going to walk you, dear viewer, through it because it's essential for understanding the election. Under Israeli election law, if your party must get 3.25% of the vote to make it into the Knesset, meaning if a party runs, Vanita, and gets 3.2499999% of the votes, all of those votes are thrown in the garbage. The party gets 0 seats in the Knesset, and those votes are essentially wasted. And situations like that have happened before, and it can decide the election, right? If there's a party on the right where the votes are thrown out, it can swing the vote of the election to the other block. If there is a party on the center left or on the left that falls below the threshold, it can swing the election to the right. So that's why it's essential from the perspective of Benjamin Netanyahu that not happen within his right-wing bloc. And there are a bunch of small parties that are right in that danger zone. And you just mentioned, Benita, the fact that the clock is ticking. The deadline is September 8th. That's when you have to submit your list to Israel's election commission. That's it. After that, it's over. So if a party is going to solve the problem, either by dropping out of the election and telling its voters to vote for somebody else, or by merging into another party, so it doesn't have the problem of not falling below that threshold because be part of a bigger fish, well, you have to make that decision by September 5th. So Netanyahu is trying to make sure that that doesn't happen in his body. It won't happen to his own party. They're far bigger than that. But it might happen to other parties that would be essential partners for him to be able to stay prime minister. Netanyahu, just in the last hour, Benita, since you've been on air, has come out with a video telling Bezalel Smotrich and his religious Zionism party and Itamar Ben-Gvir and his Jewish Power Party that they need to merge in the election because Smotrich is in the danger zone. And Netanyahu doesn't want the voters from Smotrich's party for those votes to be thrown in the garbage because it could swing the election the other way. Now, it also folds into that other question that you raised about the reserved spots in the Likud. Netanyahu essentially has, at this stage, 4 reserved spots in the Likud that aren't there for somebody else. He's not committed to somebody else or not for people who won in the primaries that he can use. Why does this merge into the issue of the parties? Well, he can talk to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and bring them to the table. By the way, he invited them both to come and meet with him on this subject and say, if you guys merge, I will take one of your people and put them on the Likud list, essentially enlarging the pie, giving them more of an incentive. Anyway, drama that takes us into the weeds, but it's essential for understanding the election, plays out over the next 12 days.
And it's essential for understanding the strategy needed to be successful in this kind of political campaign. And talking about political campaigns and talking about Itamar Ben-Gvir, a creative effort by the far-right leader, it seems he's certainly targeting younger markets because there's a children's book that is being distributed, an animated one as well. Tell us more, Owen.
Right, a children's book, but Benita, obviously the children don't vote, so let's just say it's a little bit more for the parents. But yes, Israeli children start schools on September 1st, and look what a bunch of those kids are going to get. A children's book from Uncle Itamar. And the Hebrew says the minister that doesn't stop. And you see him there in the middle. Of course, the Temple Mount in the background. Itamar Ben-Gvir, famous for his visits up to the Temple Mount, to be handed out outside schools, not on school property, so not violating the law, but handed out to children and conveniently their parents on their way to the first day of school on September 1st. Benita, it's safe to assume that the contents of this book won't be to everyone's liking, given Ben-Gvir's place in the far right of Israel's political spectrum. But a creative strategy and a creative tactic by his election campaign. The contents haven't yet been released. So I guess we're all waiting in suspense until next Tuesday when our kids will go back to school and have this little present to be putting into their school bags.
Certainly thinking out the box, no doubt about that. Senior correspondent Owen Altman, always appreciate your updates. Thank you very much for being here in studio. Now, further afield, it's an ambitious initiative. The U.S. Army says it's awarding up to $2.2 billion to 5 companies to build and operate tiny nuclear reactors on military bases, which it hopes will one day power remote installations. So-called microreactors are tiny factory-built nuclear plants that developers say will be easily transported and generate up to 20 megawatts of power each. Now, the Army believes that this could one day help power remote military installations as well. So it certainly is going to be fascinating, including some in Alaska or on islands. The program has a goal of deploying the first reactor by September 2028. Fascinating indeed. For more insight, it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Olli Heinonen, Distinguished Fellow at the Stimson Center and former Deputy Director at the International Atomic Energy Agency, joining us from Washington. Dr. Heinonen, thank you so much. It certainly sounds like it could be a game changer, building and operating these tiny nuclear reactors on military bases. How would this all work?
First of all, thank you for having me. Well, let's start a little bit of history. United States is the biggest country in terms of number of nuclear installations, whether for civilian purposes or whether for military purposes. So there is a tremendous experience and variety of experiences here, in good and bad, I would say. But when we look at these microreactors, they have a very special purpose, as you said. They are mainly to provide backup power. So the reactor is something like, as you said, 20 megawatt power. So it is typical or a little bit bigger than normal university research reactor. So they are very different in nature if we compare it, for example, power sources of submarines or these large aircraft carriers which have maybe 20 times more power in the reactor than here. So that's what but there is also one peculiarity here, which is here, even though these microreactors will be also used for civilian purposes, but these first 5 will be for military purposes, and they will be also put to very special locations at first, which are mainly owned by government or Department of Energy, or areas where the military has operated. And you see from your articles that this first one is to one of the military bases. Having said that, the system is still under evolution. Mr. Trump issued an order last year to develop a very specific system to monitor the safety and security and environmental impact of these small reactors. It's still under development, but the important thing is that basically the responsibility with this controlling of them and to make sure that they operate safety, build safety, is to the Army, not to Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which is normally dealing with the civilian reactors, or Department of Energy, which has a special office controlling military applications of nuclear energy. But according to this order, there will be checks and balances also for this microreactors. So it's not just that it's a standalone Army-run project. There will be involvement of Department of Energy. There will be checks by Congress and some other institutions of the government. So that's what we see, and the details will be, I think, published slowly in the next few months, how this is done in real life. And as I said, timeline is tight. 2028, first one operating according to this information.
Right. And obviously, there's going to be a lot in terms of questions around international regulations that will need to be followed. And obviously, a lot of questions about the cost to maintain an initiative like this. We watch to see how it all unfolds. For now, thank you so much. Live from Washington, Dr. Olli Heinonen, thank you for your time and your insights.
Thank you.
And now, turning our focus to the fight against anti-Semitism, specifically for educators in American schools. The Anti-Defamation League has today released a new report documenting what it calls alarming levels of anti-Jewish conduct, hostile rhetoric, and institutional failure experienced by Jewish K-12 employees across U.S. teachers' unions. That's from kindergarten to grade 12. Now, the research is called Anti-Semitism in U.S. Teachers' Union. It is finding that more than 70% of Jewish teachers fear professional backlash for speaking out. The report states that anti-Semitism existed in teachers' union spaces before October 7th, but the subsequent conflict accelerated and intensified existing dynamics. Distressing indeed. So for more, we welcome Sarah Kolb, Director of Advocacy at the Anti-Defamation League, joining us now from Boston. Thank you so much for your time. What alarming findings here impacting Jewish teachers, teachers' unions? Talk us through the main findings. What shocked you the most?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I think what this report really highlights is what we have frankly been hearing from Jewish educators since October 7th in the last few years. They're experiencing hostility, bias, and hate in the very spaces that previously they went to for professional support and for solidarity in their unions. Unfortunately, not only does this harm those teachers and the unions that they're a part of, but it also carries the very real risk of that sort of unchecked hate flowing into K-12 classrooms. So this is all extremely concerning. I can't say that we were particularly surprised by the results, but we surveyed teachers across the country, and this was a really stark result.
Give us a sense of the differences before October 7th and how the situation deteriorated after the Hamas massacre and mass abduction in southern Israel.
Sure. Well, I think there's a long history of unions being a focal point for sort of social activism. So there were certainly elements of anti-Israel activity within unions, and certainly some that crossed over into anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic rhetoric prior to October 7th. But that was, of course, such a watershed moment. And I think it galvanized folks who had this as their primary issue and have really sort of taken union spaces hostage in pushing the conflict in the Middle East as sort of the primary issue. There has been a nearly obsessive focus with this topic within union spaces. And of course, that's not really the primary reason that unions exist, right? They bring solidarity to workers. They're there to protect workers, to be their voice, and to secure the best possible terms and conditions of employment. And unfortunately, what started out as small numbers of loud voices kind of gained further strength. And the result is, I think for me, that you asked what was the most concerning from the report. Nearly 3/4 of the Jewish members who responded to our survey said that they now self-censor in union spaces. So forget all of the exhausting arguments about what does and doesn't constitute anti-Semitism. When nearly 3/4 of Jewish members say that they don't feel safe speaking up, they don't feel, many of them hiding their Jewish identity, they don't feel safe sort of using their voices within union spaces, that's really the full story, right? Full stop. Unions hold themselves out as significant institutions of democracy and as inclusive spaces. And their promise really falls apart if Jewish members don't feel that they can show up as their full Jewish identity within union spaces.
And as you say, not only should they be able to speak out, but if they want to, they need to wear their yarmulkes or their Star of David. And that should just be so incredibly normal and not something that they need to worry about. Thank you so much. We so appreciate your insights and wait to see how things unfold, what kind of action will be taken down the line. Sarah Kolb, live from Boston, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now, changing gears completely, it seems Londoners have had mixed views on Prince Harry and his family coming back to Britain. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex surprised even their close family with their move back from California to somewhere outside London for what's being described as an extended period of time. The couple left for the US 6 years ago, stepping down from official royal duties, but they never left the headlines, with Harry accusing the royals of neglect, the tabloid press of ruining his life, and the government of failing to provide enough security for him to ever return home. Let's take a listen to more.
Probably their problem will be is that the country's pretty much fed up with hearing about their self-indulgent behaviour, and it has been clear both to the Brits and now to the Americans, they're just there for the money. They're just trying to get as many contracts as possible for money. So I think they ruined their chances of remaining favourites when they first got married, and the open reception they had from the Brits, and they have soured it.
I think Meghan has been racist, bullied. I just want them a happy life, and I'm really over it. I just can't bear it. It makes me actually feel sick, the bullying. Yeah. So I want them to come back, and I want everyone to just leave them alone and just do nice things. I mean, anyone can do what they want, can't they? 2026.
It's 2026, so it's a pleasure now for more to welcome Angela Levin, author of Harry, a biography of a prince, royal family biographer and commentator, joining us now from London. Thank you so much for your time. Many wouldn't have imagined that Harry, Meghan, Archie and Lilibet would be heading back to the UK. Did you think this day would come?
No, I keep in touch, but absolutely not. I mean, Meghan has said, I will never, ever step my feet into that country again, right? And Harry said, I can never take my family there because it's not safe. So those are the two things you sort of hold on to. And instead of actually making it a gentle, we would like to come and see how we're getting on. Didn't tell the king until 3 days before they were coming, didn't tell anybody, nor Prince William, who is the heir to the throne, so they could make a sort of party of it and make a fuss about it and make everybody feel, you know, aren't they amazing? It doesn't happen anymore. We're all fed up with them. I was with Harry for 15 months and I got on with him really well. I thought he was great. Along comes Meghan and she just destroyed him, I'm afraid. I know it sounds awful, but she's a terrible woman.
One remembers that awful curtsy during an interview when she was mocking the royal family. And of course, his face, it went viral at the time. One cannot forget that image. What happens now with their royal duties, so to speak? They had stepped down, obviously, from official roles. Now that they're back, do they seem to think that they can get back into that role? Is that even likely?
Well, it's amazing that today, the first day they're really there, they've given 2 orders to go out to different companies, right? Astonishing. But nobody's going to take any notice of them because they are not anything to do with the royal family. They are just doing what they want, but they cannot give orders and they cannot actually do anything that people then say they must go for. But you have to be very careful with them because they're very, very cunning. And with the king, they gave him, as I said, 3 days. And a man who's in his late 70s, who's still got cancer, he's doing well, but he's still got cancer. He's a man who likes to get things done carefully, working ahead. Instead of which, he's got this bomb that all these children and Harry is coming, and it sort of makes you awkward, and they like that. You see, they want that. They want things that are difficult and make people think about them. But I think they'll find that England is not the same as they wanted to do it, and it's going to be quite difficult for them because they're so unpopular. They're incredibly unpopular with America, and they're very unpopular with UK now because they don't like how rude they've been. Absolutely rude. Harry's book, Spare, is extremely disgusting about his family, and you don't like that. And they're not going to think, oh, he's wonderful. Some people do like him because he's fun, but actually he's going to be stopped from doing lots of things. They wanted to have 24/7 protection, but because they're not actually proper royals at the moment, they're not going to get anything like that. So they're very cross about that. But they can't have all these people looking after them because they want to take the tax from us. And I wouldn't give him any money because he's not doing anything for the country or for the royal family.
Is there a sense by some potentially in the UK feeling forgive and forget, let the cousins come back, grow up with their cousins, and it's time for everyone to move on? Is there growing sentiment on that front? Your thoughts?
Yes, there's definitely that. But I don't believe in that. I think the cruelty that he's done for his family, and he hasn't apologised. Meghan hasn't apologised. And I think it's very difficult for somebody like Prince William, who was attacked about his body and his all sorts of things and about his wife. And I think when someone is attacked by their wife, their wife is attacked, it's very difficult to feel they're terrific because they were extremely unpleasant about her. This is a wonderful woman who actually really looks after William and the children. And but Meghan is jealous of her, so she tries to criticise her all the time, or she will do something just before she's doing it herself, and it's just very unpleasant. So I don't look for somebody who's going to give you a joke. Mm-hmm. I actually look at someone who cares about other people and not writes them in his diary where you can see them forever.
Well, we wait to see how it all unfolds. If they do get perhaps their happily ever after in the UK, and we wait to see what happens next. What we do know is the tabloid press there is going to be thrilled. Angela Levin, live from London. Always appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being with us on the Rundown.
Thank you.
It's going to be interesting. Now, a serious and tragic update from the Himalayas. Devastating flash floods have killed more than 350 people, and more than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for as search efforts continue. At least 700 foreign tourists are among the missing in the catastrophe near Nepal's border with China's Tibet. Rescuers are using helicopters in their search and are dropping tents, food, and other emergency supplies to thousands cut off in towns and valleys. Alan Plachmeier has more in this report.
The force of the water is almost impossible to imagine. Roads torn apart, buildings buried, entire communities swallowed by mud and debris. A catastrophic flash flood has devastated parts of Nepal and Tibet after an ice and rock avalanche high in the Himalayas triggered a powerful surge of water downstream. The disaster has killed hundreds of people and left hundreds more missing, including foreign nationals. The floodwaters turned rivers into violent torrents, ripping away roads and bridges, destroying homes and leaving rescue teams struggling to reach some of the hardest hit areas.
I'm in Devigat, Nuapur, one of the areas hardest hit by the massive flash flood that tore through part of Nepal after ice and rocky avalanche originated from high altitude area. Rescue teams are working around the clock, but deep debris damaged road and bridges, and the scale of destruction are making the search and rescue extremely difficult. Communities have been buried under the mud and debris, while families wait anxiously for the news of their loved ones.
For those who survived, the disaster unfolded with almost no warning.
I was at the terrace and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so. My wife was already buried in the mudslide while she stayed on the terrace for safety. After 4 to 5 hours, I was rescued by a helicopter.
Experts say the disaster was likely triggered by an ice rock avalanche from a glacier, which blocked a river before releasing a massive surge of water downstream. At one point, water levels rose dramatically in a matter of minutes, leaving little time for communities below to escape. And now, as the search for survivors continues, there is a growing fear of a second disaster. Landslides have created a new lake, raising concerns that if the natural dam gives way, more communities downstream could once again be in the path of devastating floodwaters.
And now, good news for travelers. Delta Airlines will resume its daily non-stop service between New York and Tel Aviv in early September. The first flight is set to take off from JFK International Airport on the 6th of September and arrive at Ben Gurion Airport the following morning. The return service will leave Tel Aviv on September 7th and land in New York later that day. Delta is saying it decided to restore service after conducting a thorough review of the evolving, quote, security environment in the region. The announcement comes as several international carriers prepare to return to Ben Gurion International Airport. United Airlines plans to resume flights between New York and Tel Aviv on the 8th of September. So get packing. It's time to come back and visit. That's it for the Rundown for today. Thank you very much for watching. Take a look at our live broadcast times for Sunday when we're back on your screens. And as always, follow us on social media. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-850-6534. That's 800-850-6534. Again, 800-850-6534.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
There has been an effort for years, the so-called Exodus movement, to shift Jewish voters away from their traditional place in the Democratic Party and over to Republicans. But what happens when Democrats themselves say their party's candidate is so hostile to Jews and so dangerous for the community that it creates a special case, necessitating a vote for a Republican while otherwise supporting the party? Well, that's the case right now in Michigan, where Jewish leaders, including some Democrats, are openly calling for the left of center to abandon Abdul El-Sayed, the nominee for Senate, and instead support the Republican Mike Rogers. One of those is outspoken leader Rabbi Asher Lopatin. We'll hear from him next on American View. Rabbi Asher Lopatin, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I mean, you've been front and center now in this battle erupting in Michigan with regards to the Senate race there. It's difficult, a lot of fault lines that kind of have to be danced around, some of them being stepped on. Firstly, thank you for taking the time to join us here. Secondly, I mean, how is this all playing out on the ground there in Michigan?
Well, look, thanks, Mike. It's great to be on your show, and I'm honored to be on with you. And I love I24, so really it is an honor. And look, I'm a rabbi. Honestly, I'm doing this in my personal capacity. I don't preach from the pulpit to vote for any candidate, but I just feel that I could not allow I have to do whatever I could possibly do to make sure that Abdul El-Sayed is not elected as senator from Michigan. I think it's very scary for the Jewish community, but I also think it'd be a disaster for the Democratic Party and for the progressive cause that we care about. I think it could really lead to a terrible spiral down a rabbit hole, to use a bunch of cliches, for the Democratic Party. And it's poison for the Democratic Party, this kind of hatred, demonization of Israel. And also, really, I think it's hard to know what's the thing that bothers me the most. But I think it's this relationship to Hassan Piker, who is being normalized not only by Democratic leaders who are campaigning with him, like Abdul El-Sayed, and chumming up to him. You know, even after the primary, he was there with him, and not saying we disavow him, I'm distancing myself from him, not just saying disagree with him, but to say that it was wrong to be together with him. And so those kind of things scare me so much that I felt I just have to be active, and I have to vote for Mike Rogers, and I have to tell people they should do that also. Look, I respect anyone, people who have to feel they have to vote for Abdul El-Sayed because they're worried about the Senate and they don't like Mike Rogers' policies and all those kind of things. I respect them. I respect people who say, I just can't vote for anybody. But I think it's important to make your voice heard in our democracy. And that's why I'm openly speaking about voting for Mike Rogers. And I kind of think, I don't know why it's such a big deal. I mean, Jews have voted, Democrats have voted for Republicans in the past. Jacob Javits comes to mind, Senator Brooks in Massachusetts, if anyone remembers that, long time ago. So it shouldn't be such, we would say, a chiddush that Democrats would support a Republican in this kind of setting. But I guess it is. So I'm going to speak up. We got to be courageous. I think there's a whole other thing that's going on in the Jewish community. We got to be more courageous. I wear my kippah everywhere. As you know, I wear my kippah in Syria. I wear my kippah when I go visit Dearborn, and I wear my kippah everywhere. And whatever it is, that's our kippah. If it's a Jewish star, if it's just showing up, we got to be more courageous. We got to stand up more. We got to have our voices heard more. So I think there's like a lot of bigger things going on. And this kind of campaign that Abdul El-Sayed waged that had all sorts of anti-Semitic dog whistles and chumming up to people like Hassan Piker, it's bad for democracy. It's bad for civility. It's bad, Hassan Piker said terrible things about Poles and about Ukraine, that it should be invaded by Russia, et cetera, et cetera. It's bad for everyone. We got to stop this. Someone's got to step up and stop it.
It's not just you, though, that's making this case. There are other Jewish leaders in the Detroit and Ann Arbor areas and throughout Michigan that are stepping up as well here. I mean, do you feel, polling is typically unreliable, at least this far out, but do you feel it's having any type of impact? Do you sense it in your own community?
Yeah, I do sense that people are putting up signs on their lawns. Democrat for Mike Rogers or for Mike Rogers. People are, I think when people feel they can be a little bit more courageous and they have to put country over party and Jewish safety over party. And I think it is catching on a little bit. I've gotten a lot of very positive feedback from all over. And a lot of it is just about, I'd say it's like about Jewish pride, like, thank you for taking a stand. And yes, there are Jewish leaders that are doing it. A friend of mine was saying, like, are there other rabbis that are speaking out like this? I think there are a lot of rabbis that believe this, but I guess it's sort of been slow to develop. But yeah, there are many Jewish leaders. In fact, the president of the Jewish Federation of Detroit has said, not the professional, but the lay leader, has been part of Mike for Rogers for Senate campaign. So, yeah, I do think you know what, in some ways, if it just gives the Jewish community a little bit more of a push to be a little bit more outspoken. Look, if you love Abdul al-Sayed, or if you think you got to vote for him because of, the Senate or the Supreme Court and you need a Democrat and all that, that's not so, but speak up.
Jews in America and the pro-Israel community, some have gone to great lengths to try to take Israel out of the discussion to some extent, to try to keep it from becoming a political football, so to speak. But when we're talking about this Senate race, and it could very well decide control of the Senate, I mean, it's not the Super Bowl, but it's a playoff game. And here we are with this political football being tossed around. Is there any concern that bringing Israel to the forefront of this conversation, and by extension, the American Jewish community to the forefront of this conversation could backfire in some way, or is the risk too much here that you just feel you're obliged to make it a frontline issue?
I know it's a very good point, Mike. I think that I do want the Jewish issue to fade a little bit, and the Israel issue, and then just to get to talk about the hatred that Abdul al-Sayed and the extreme policies and how he feels about America, and that those should come out. So I think you're right. In Michigan, we have the Michigan militia. We have all sorts of people that I don't know if they love Jews so much. I don't want to say anything against Michigan militia. I don't want to say anything against anybody. But, we have all sorts of people, I think, that might vote for Mike Rogers that aren't just, in love with the Jewish community. I want them to vote for Mike Rogers. I don't want them to say, oh, he's in the pocket of the Jews. So it might be a good strategy for Jews to lay a little bit lower. I think that my voice actually, I think, is almost more significant for the Jewish community, a wake-up call that we really have to speak up and be courageous and not be like wimpy Jews. And I think that's very important. Long-term for this campaign, meaning the next 2 months, he might, have to say, let's put Israel aside. I love Israel, but let's put Israel aside. Let's talk about other issues. Again, Hassan Piker, I don't think disappears then, because Hassan Piker is also has really stepped on some racist areas from what I've heard. And again, his view that Russia should attack Ukraine, that should come out. Does Abdul al-Sayed support that? I think this is really one of the things that have to come out. But I think it may be for the campaign, whatever they think, it might be better to put the Jews sort of on the side. But on the other hand, if there are 120,000, maybe 100,000 Jews in Michigan, and not all of them are voters, let's say 80,000, and a lot of those are normally Democrats. Those are Democrats that voted for Alyssa Slotkin, so they voted for Haley Stevens. If a lot of those don't vote for the Democratic candidate or vote for Mike Rogers, that really could be the difference. So it is important for the Jewish community to mobilize. But yeah, for the campaign, it's not all about the Jews. I understand that. In fact, I'll just say that that's what anti-Semites think. They really think it all is all about the Jews. It's all about Israel. And it's the $3 billion that we give Israel in aid, America. That's why Michigan has so many problems, even though probably a lot of that comes back to Michigan in jobs. So it's all about the Jews. And I think it'd be good for Mike Rogers to say, I love the Jewish community, I love Israel, but it's not all about the Jews. Only anti-Semites think that. And I don't want to go to Michigan. I don't want to go to Washington obsessed with the Jews. And Abdul al-Sayed, he's going to Washington. He's obsessed with the Jews, and he's obsessed with tearing down the Democratic Party and all that. Let's get someone that can be a unifier. Let's get someone like Mike Rogers. So I think that it's an interesting dynamic. But a lot of it, the Jewish community just has to rise up and be strong and not just be a shmata all the time.
It was interesting you said that. I just heard Mike Rogers say a day or two ago in a rally of sorts, or a debate, that Abdul al-Sayed wants to go to Washington to represent Palestine. I want to go to Washington to represent Michigan, sort of following your advice there, so to speak. We talk about kind of the outside world and how they see this. You've done a lot of work in Michigan with interfaith coalitions, with intercommunal initiatives. Listen, a lot of that for the broader American Jewish community broke down after October 7th, and a lot of folks that the American Jewish institutional establishment thought were friends turned out to not so much be that. Have you found any, I wouldn't call it solace, but anybody coming to you from those coalitions, from those alliances that you've worked so long on over time, and said, hey, we're worried about this guy too, we're worried about this situation too?
Yeah, actually, I'm in touch with an Arab leader. I happen to be Christian, but an Arab leader who, first of all, he's a Republican. He's going to support Mike Rogers. He was involved with getting a lot of the Arab American community to vote for Donald Trump. And a lot of the Arab American community does not want to be radicalized. Like, there's maybe 20% that vent against Israel, that certainly Shia Muslims from Lebanon, they feel Israel bombed them and that's why they're here. I understand. I think, again, we need peace in the region, and we don't have to get into Hezbollah and all that. But 80% of the Muslim community, by some estimates, are not interested in this kind of radicalism. Now, they maybe will vote for Abdul al-Sayed, but they don't want. That's why I said, I do go to Dearborn, and I think most of the Muslims and most of the Arab Americans here don't want this. So now that's one community, but I'm saying that there is this Arab American leader that really thinks Mike Rogers can make inroads into the Arab American community. As far as the black community, well, the Jews and the blacks in Michigan voted for Haley Stevens on the whole. And a lot of, I don't say a lot because I don't deal with that many, but several of important black leaders that I've spoken to do not want to be exploited by the Abdul al-Sayed and some of the DSA people, the Democratic Socialists of America. And they feel that they are, because they feel that all these people want to talk about is Israel and genocide and all that, and they're not worried enough about the issues that the black community is worried about. So it's not like I think there's a huge love the black community has for Abdul al-Sayed. That's what I'm hearing from my African-American friends. So I actually think that whereas yes, I definitely think that this is going to be a contentious race, and there's going to be divisions in the Jewish community. Do you vote for Mike Rogers? Do you hold your nose and vote for Abdul Sayed, or do you love Abdul Sayed? Some Jews do. God bless them. But it's contentious in the black community also, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some black leaders, significant ones, that come out for Mike Rogers. Van Jones, I didn't see it, but I did hear that he had a lot of criticism, open criticism of Abdul al-Sayed's approach. He's a good man. I'm not saying he endorsed anybody, but you know what? Honestly, that's what I want to hear. And of course, we have great coalition partners with our Hindu community, our 200,000 strong Chaldean community. They're great. And I think they're going to vote for Mike Rogers, actually. I think that I want to say just one thing is that I hope our interfaith relationships, and I spend a lot of time on that. I have been JCRC in Detroit. I've been involved with community building in Ann Arbor. And I would hope that our relationships are strong enough that the fact that I'm on a personal level endorsing Mike Rogers is not going to stop that friendship. And honestly, Mike, I forgot what the second thing is, but I'll yield to you.
I actually wanted to move on to kind of a follow-up question here. You mentioned Haley Stevens, and for our viewers that don't know, she's a pro-Israel congresswoman, Democrat, who lost to al-Sayed in the party's primary. But she has come out and endorsed the victor in that race, al-Sayed. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, the highest ever ranked Jew in American political history, and so-called Shomer of the Jewish people, the guardian of the Jewish people, he's come out and endorsed al-Sayed. Is there not a middle ground here that folks like you and others in the community can say, hey, you don't have to go full-throated for Mike Rogers. You don't have to punch that ticket on the Republican side, but you also don't have to disseminate a full-throated endorsement of El Sayed either. Is there not a middle ground that can be found here? And would folks like Haley Stevens be receptive to that?
Well, I think you're making a great point. And Jeremy Moss, who's running for Congress, he's my area. And he'll probably win. It's a very Democratic area. He has said that he has reservations, and it's not clear whether he's endorsed him or not. So that's, I think, a very good approach. I would, people that are Democratic insiders, I don't expect them to say we're going for Mike Rogers. I'm a rabbi, I'm not an insider. I vote in general Democratic, but I would think that Democratic insiders should at least take like a Jeremy Moss position or a Hillary Scholten. She's a representative from the west part of Michigan, and she's also said she has concerns. And I don't know, Mike, don't get me started on Schumer, how disappointing he is. And, this is Jews as a shmata. Do we want to be shmatas? Like this guy, Abdul Sayed, wants to get rid of Schumer as the leader of the party. And here Schumer's just endorsing him without, again, saying that I have a lot of concerns or that I have a lot of problems. And I hope Haley Stevens said that. She hasn't said that yet, and I'm disappointed with the Democratic Party. I'm also disappointed the Democratic Party did not condemn I would say the violence and the harassment that went on in the Michigan Democratic Convention a month ago, 6 weeks ago, where Haley Stevens was heckled, and these were all of Abdul Sayed's supporters. Certainly Abdul Sayed has not said anything publicly that is unacceptable. So it goes beyond the Jews or attitudes towards Israel. It's like, do we want a civil political discussion? And I feel that people like Abdul al-Sayed and some other, and he's not DSA, but some of the DSA candidates and others, they are thriving on an uncivil atmosphere and tear it all down, demonize the other side. And that's unacceptable.
I've got the Israeli elections getting prepared in the back of my mind, and when I heard you say I'm a rabbi, not an insider, I chuckled under my breath there, because no rabbi in Israel, especially now, would say I'm a rabbi, not an insider. Everybody's an insider if you're a rabbi right now heading into election time. I wanted to ask you, though, segueing to the Middle East here, you have led delegations of American Jews, Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Syrian Jews specifically, back to Syria over the last year or so as the community there, what's left of it, not much at this point, tries to reestablish some roots. And for the Syrian Jews that have left that community over the years to kind of return to some extent, figure out what's left there and try to establish ties once again and possibly build for the future, although that's a long way off. Can you give us a little bit of an insider? I'm going to get back to the insider's point of view on what those missions, those delegations have been like and what you expect down the road?
Yeah, thanks. They were all goodwill missions. And I have to say that I have some relative insider information about Syria. And some of it comes from an amazing doctor in Michigan who's done Jewish-Muslim relations for decades with the American Jewish Committee. He's the one who told me this a year and a half in February, Asher, you need to go. I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm not Syrian. But he said, Asher, you need to go to Syria. And so I went. This was, February, just 3 months after the revolution. And I was very impressed. And, the number one thing that impressed me was that people did not obsess about Israel or Gaza. That's a really good sign. Like, I care about Palestinians. I care about Uyghurs. I care about Darfur. There are so many people that I care about. But there's a time to talk about different things. And they were worried about Syria. They were just beginning to rebuild Syria. And when people found out I was Jewish, they were very warm. I went back 2 more times. I led some missions with an incredible Joe Jajati, who's Syrian himself, who leads the Syrian Mosaic Foundation. And we had some great times with government insiders, with mainly the Foreign Office, but Minister of Social and Labor Affairs and Economic Minister. We met with the director of the National Museum of Damascus, which has the incredible Dura Europa's frescoes. And there's a lot of work actually being done on that by the Aleph Foundation, not a Jewish foundation, the Aleph French Foundation. There's a lot of amazing work done. So I trusted Dr. Basha. He knew people. His family was killed to a great extent by Assad. And his view, and this is where I have a soapbox on this, that I stand on a soapbox, that there need to be, that Israel is the reason why there is the new Syria, because Israel punched Hezbollah, Israel weakened Iran, and therefore Sharat, formerly Jelani, was able to head the revolution, be successful. Israel would be a natural ally of Syria. And I know there are issues, the Druze and the Alawites, Kurds. I love the Kurds, but Syria needs to be whole and unified. And it was such an opportunity for Israel. And a year and a half ago, and everyone's questioning, and then people said Sharai, he's not going to be around very long, and then they're going to call him Julani, he's an Islamist, and all these things. It was a great opportunity for Israel. Syria reached out, said we want peace with all our neighbors. Of course, you have to discuss the Golan, and of course, I wouldn't advocate for remove all the tanks from the Golan. Woo, peace. No. You know, in Hebrew, kabdeo v'chashtehu, trust but verify. Be careful about it, but it was such an opportunity, and it was an opportunity to pull Syria a little bit away from Turkey. They don't want to be beholden to anyone, to Turkey. They know that Turkey actually wants to take them over as a part of the Ottoman Empire. So it was a great opportunity, and I was hoping that these Jewish goodwill missions, because I think people conflate Jews and Israel and all that, would really, hopefully, lead to people have a more positive feeling in Syria. So I did, and as I mentioned, the last two trips was September and December. Mike, I'd love to get you to go to Syria. I love it. And so, but the last two trips, I wore my kippah everywhere in Damascus. And, you know, some people asked about it, and they want to take pictures with us. You know, look, I don't know, I'm not an insider in defense and all that, but my Syrian friends and Arab friends said this was such an opportunity for Israel, because Syria knew that it was Israel that hit Hezbollah and Iran, and Syrians hate Hezbollah and they don't like Iran. Like, that's all we need. Druze, we have to work on that issue, the Druze versus the Bedouins, this one fighting that one. It's a tough place, the Middle East, and I feel bad for the Kurds. You know, I visited Kurdistan also with my Chaldeans friends from Michigan. We went to Kurdistan. I visited Al-Kosh, where the Prophet Nahum's grave is. So, you know, I want a Kurdistan. I'm on record. I'm endorsing Kurdistan in Iraq. And let's let Syria be full. And I hope Israel can wise up and can really say that still Syria can be a great ally. And we need it, because we need to prevent Iran from sending all these weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we need to stop the illegal drug trade, Captagon. So I'm still bullish on Syria. And even though there's been some internal changes in the Foreign Office, and I'm not as connected to them, I think my doctor friends' connections are not as good anymore. I might get back to Syria again. And I fall in love with the Syrian people. You know, again, in Israel, they're saying, is it a hatzagah? Is it all a show? Well, it's an incredible show. And one hand, it's an incredible show. On the other hand, it hasn't been so easy to get there. You have to fill out forms and visas and all that. So I think it's not all show. And I think that there's been enough work. Sharat has shown himself over a year and a half that it's not Iran. It's not Khomeini. You know, when Khomeini went in right away, it became an Islamic republic. And you saw the evidence where it was going. This is totally different.
Well, we'll say next year in Jerusalem. We'll also say next year in Damascus, and hopefully we can make it work. Like 20 seconds or so. Do Jews have something to go back to in Syria?
Oh, yes. There's synagogues. There's a cemetery. I don't know if Jews have to move there to live. That's their decision. Though it's a pretty city. You know, it's sort of like Israel looked 60 years ago, Damascus, but it's great to go back and meet the Syrian people, and they will welcome Jews back.
Rabbi Asher Lopatin, thank you so much up in Michigan. We'll talk again soon. Take care.
Hey, thanks so much. You too. Shana Tova.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
welcome. I'm Emily Francis, and this is i24 News Magazine, and here are this week's top stories and interviews. 5 years ago, after the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, now Kabul wants the Americans back. The Taliban openly calling for renewed U.S. investment and a political relationship. Washington already engaging on issues including hostages, counterterrorism. So could the U.S. eventually reopen its embassy in Kabul under Taliban rule? We spoke with former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan. Take a listen.
Could an American flag fly over the U.S. Embassy in Kabul again, this time with the Taliban in power? Former U.S. Ambassador Ronald Newman says yes.
Yes, I can imagine that. I think the Taliban would have to make some policy changes, mostly because the domestic American political backlash to just ignoring what they are doing to women, particularly, I think that would be very strong. But there are reasons to reopen, and I can well imagine the United States doing it.
Despite the images of Americans scrambling to leave Kabul in 2021, maintaining some kind of relationship with Washington was never necessarily off the table for the Taliban.
The Taliban made clear, even during the negotiations in Doha, that they wanted a political relationship to remain. They wanted the military to go.
In fact, some engagement is already happening. U.S. officials have traveled to Kabul for talks, while Washington still has practical reasons to deal with the Taliban where their interests overlap.
The United States is already dealing with Taliban pragmatically. In certain areas, there have been missions to Kabul, particularly concerning the release of American hostages that are held in Afghanistan, and also counterterrorism.
But the Taliban itself remains deeply problematic. Its treatment of women has become even more extreme, while serious questions remain over al-Qaeda and other radical militant groups operating in Afghanistan.
In some ways, the answer is yes, and in other ways, it is troublingly no. Certainly, it has not changed. It has gotten worse in terms of being an almost medieval view of Islam not shared by most Muslim states.
But staying away also has consequences. Russia has already formally recognized the Taliban government. China has built close ties without formally doing so, and Afghanistan's neighbors are steadily expanding trade and political relations.
First of all, we've stayed out of Afghanistan several times in the past, and I would say whenever we turn our back on Afghanistan, we end up getting bitten in some sensitive place.
Afghanistan's vast mineral resources could eventually give Washington another reason to re-engage. The potential is real, but for now, it remains a very long-term prospect.
It is potentially interesting if you understand that potentially is years away, because to develop mineral resources, companies have to invest. That requires a certain amount of security. Companies have to believe the security will last. There has to be a certain amount of rule of law. None of that exists now. It could, in theory, all be created. Until it is created, I don't think this is a serious idea.
If Washington does return to Kabul, the former ambassador there says it cannot repeat the pattern that helped undermine its 20 years in Afghanistan. Too little investment when the country was relatively stable, then billions poured in too quickly. An Afghan state that became dependent on American protection and never built enough public confidence to survive without it.
When I was there, for instance, was just beginning to get bad. And I asked for what now seems a small amount, it seemed very big then, $600 million in additional economic support. I got 43 out of the 600 that I asked for because Iraq was soaking up everything else. Later on, we put in billions. But when we put in big money, we put it in too fast. And we put it into very limited parts of the country in an effort to get quick stabilization. And the Afghan political system could not absorb that money. When it can't absorb it, it bleeds it off in corruption.
So if Ambassador Newman were sent back to Kabul today, his approach would be very different. No grand promises, no trust, and no concessions simply in the hope that the Taliban might change later.
You should only trade real actions for real actions. So if opening an embassy is something the Afghans want, might be in our interest, but there are a variety of things we want. We should have something specific that they do at the same time in return, not just maybe we'll do it later. And that has to be step by step, because there is no confidence, there's no, from either side, and there's no reason for either side to have any confidence or trust. And if you do things like opening an embassy without getting anything in return, you simply leave the message that the Afghans don't have to move. They just stay put, and the United States will bow and change its position.
For Washington, going back to Afghanistan may no longer be an unthinkable idea. But the former ambassador's message is clear. If America returns to Kabul, it should not be on the Taliban's terms.
It's not exactly where's Waldo, but it is developing into one of the great mysteries of the current tensions with Iran. Is Mojtaba Khamenei alive or dead? Since the assassination attempt in February in the heart of Tehran, this has been the mission of the intelligence agencies in Israel and the U.S. to hunt down the new Iranian leader. Here's more from i24 News Hebrew channel's Michal Rabinovich.
Since that morning on February 28th, when clouds of thick smoke drifted above the guarded compound in Tehran, the world has been trying to solve the mystery. What really happened in the ruins of the leader's office? Is Mojtaba Khamenei, the ruthless successor and strong man of the Islamic Republic, still alive and breathing? There's just one problem. No one has seen him since, and the rumors about his condition only thicken the fog.
להערכתך ישראל יודעת מה הסטטוס? מה מצבו האמיתי?
אני מעריך שכן. אני מעריך שדבר כזה, בסופו של דבר קשה להסתיר לאורך זמן.
And this manhunt, the kind spy novels are written about, has since occupied the world's leading intelligence agencies, from the CIA to the Mossad. This is the ultimate mission, and without a doubt, its outcome and the pieces of information coming together slowly into one clear answer will decide the future of the Middle East.
השאלה הכי מרכזית זה לא אם הוא בחיים או לא. זה פחות חשוב. השאלה המרכזית היא, האם הוא הגורם המחליט?
To try and understand what they are hiding from us, we are now with Ardeshir Lavian, a former officer in the Iranian Imperial Guard, who knows the system from the inside and follows every clue coming out of the streets of Tehran.
העם באיران יודעים שהוא לא בחיים. הוא היה עם אשتو ילדים کولام بگلال خوم را پساسا کولام خطی خود.
In Ardeshir's home radio studio, we are now trying to speak with a Revolutionary Guard member who defected at the start of the war and maintains continuous contact with sources inside the regime.
امروز مهمون ما از کانال 24 اسرائیل
سپاسگزارم و درودی ها بر شیروانی میخائیل عزیزم دارم. خدمت جناب فرمان عرض کنم موقعی که آمریکا فرستاد سر بیت زهار تنها قدرت تخریبی داشت بلکه قدرت تخریب صوحی، یعنی حتی یک درخت، یک آثاری از درخت باقی نمونده.
This man whose face we cannot see and who is speaking with us now is risking his life.
این دروغیه که قالیباف و این فرمانده فعلی سپاه از خودشون در آوردن از طرز این که مردم بفهمن شورش کنن و نتونن کنترل کنن. حتی در یکی از گفتارها قالیباف برگشت گفت من از این میترسم که قبل از اینکه ما این امضای تفاهمنامه رو با آمریکا انجام بدیم مردم ایران این خبر رو بفهمن و ما نتونیم این امضا رو کنیم. از طرف دیگه جناب فرمان پزشکان بیتی که بردن بالا سر ایشون ایرانی ها ناامید بودن، گفتن از دست ما کاری بر نمیاد. پزشک جراحان متخصص خدمتتون عرض کنم که جراح خوب متخصص و پلاستیک از روسیه آوردن و اون دو پزشکم گفتن شدت سوختگی با بالای 80%، یک دست یک پا قطع شده و این اصلا مرده.
Despite these statements we are hearing here, Iran is divided over the rumors and theories.
הרקצ'י, כששאלו אותו, נפגשת עם מושטבה? אז פעם אחת הוא ענה, פגשתי אותו דקה לפני שזה קרה, דיברתי איתו ויצאתי ואז הוא התפוצץ. זאת אומרת, הוא נפלט לו שכשהוא יצא פוצצו את המתחם. זה שקר, כי אין מצב שלקח לו זמן עד שהוא יצא, זה מתחם עצום.
During the recent Persian New Year celebrations, reports about Mushtaba's medical condition multiplied. The regime made sure to cover its tracks. Mushtaba, so they said, is receiving medical treatment in a hiding place.
به ویژه چهره او به شدت مجروح شده و وضعیتش بگونه‌ای است که امکان این که در انظار عمومی یا حتی در مقابل
איך מתחילים לסדר את הפאזל, את התמונה המודיעינית, כשיש כל כך הרבה חלקים קטנים?
על מנת לייצר איזושהי תמונה מודיעינית, את חייבת קודם כל שיהיו לך את החיישנים בשטח. חיישנים טכנולוגיים, חיישנים אנושיים, תהליך של גיוס של סוכנים, זה לא בן לילה, זה כל אותם הדברים שבעצם יוצרים את המצרף הזה שנקרא תמונה מודיעינית, שבסופו של דבר מאפשר להגיע לקבלת החלטה.
At the funeral of Khamenei, the father, the questions multiplied around Mushtaba's condition as the sons cried on stage, but their brother, the heir, was absent.
על פי השיעה, אי התייצבות להלוויה, אני לא הייתי אומר שזה סוג של אווירה הלכתית, אבל זה מאוד מאוד בולט, ולא היה לזה שום צידוק ביטחוני באותה עת, והעם האיראני, אותה גרעין הדתי, החזק, בתוך השיעה האיראנית, מבולבל, הוא לא מבין.
מujtabay qahraman ba kashti kaghazi.
There is no sharper symbol of mockery than this picture. The Iranian public is no longer buying the official narrative, and the figure built up over the years as the republic's threatening shadow man suddenly became a joke, appearing to his people as a helpless paper cutout.
הרי כולם קוראים לו הקרטון בגלל הסיפור של ההשבעה. בהשבעה הם הביאו תמונה והשביעו את התמונה, זאת אומרת הם הביאו כאילו התמונה היא המנהיג והוא לא יכול להגיע.
Let's return for a moment to the discreet corridors of Tehran. Mujtaba was not just the son, he was the power behind the throne. In 2005, he crowned Ahmadinejad. In 2009, he was behind the ruthless suppression apparatus when masses flooded the streets during the Green Revolution. Mujtaba ordered the Basij to use live ammunition. His death grip also struck protesters in the most recent demonstrations.
במידה מסוימת אנחנו מסתכלים על הסיפור הזה כמו סיפור של מאפיה, ויש לנו את הסנדק, אז מוג'טבה הוא למעשה תום הגן, היועץ הקונסיליארי האירי, שלעולם לא היה מועמד להיות הסנדק, והנה ביום בהיר אחד הוא הופך להיות המנהיג.
עוד לפני שטראמפ הוציא את מוג'טבה מהארון, היו כבר עדויות על נטיותיו. אסמאעיל ח'טיב, שר המודיעין האחרון של הרפובליקה האסלאמית שחוסל, היה נוהג להביא נערים כדי לספק את צרכיו המיניים של מוג'טבה חמינאי, והדבר המזעזע ביותר הוא שהילדים האלה, הנערים האלה, היו חשים כבוד וגאווה עצומה שהם משמשים את מיטתו של בנו של נציגו של האימאם הנעלם עלי אדמות.
The search for Mujtaba is widening. Intelligence officials estimated that if he is alive and injured, he is conducting his battle for survival from a fortified bunker deep underground. An extensive network of such bunkers lies underneath Tehran, dug tens of meters deep into concrete and steel, bomb-proof.
איך מתנהלים במה שנקרא חתימה אפס?
הם לחלוטין זנחו את הטכנולוגיה, מייצרים הרבה מאוד בידול ושכבות על גבי שכבות על מנת לייצר את הבאפר זונס האלה, ובעצם אנחנו עוזרים לתקופת הרועים והעדרים.
כמו בימים של סינואר, שסיפרו לנו שזה מגיע בשליח עם מכתבים.
ואפילו יותר מחמיר. שליח שמגביל לשליח, שמוביל לשליח, חלקם הגדול בכלל משוטים. המעגלי ההבטחה הם כאלה שזה רב שכבתי, והרבה פעמים א' לא יודע מי זה ב' וב' לא יודע מי זה ג'.
יחידה שאחראית על הבטחת חמינאי ובני משפחתו בסדר גודל של כ2,000 אנשים ששומרים על המנהיג במעגלי הבטחה שונים.
In an effort to keep deceiving the world, the regime published a doctored video of the leader, and the president spoke about a meeting with him.
در دیداری که بود خدمت رهبر عزیزمون، دیدار بسیار خوبی بود، خدمتشون بودیم، از تمام مسائل کشور رو تونستیم با همدیگه گفتگو کنیم.
נשיא איראן פזקשיאן הוא רופא. מקורבים של פזקשיאן מספרים סיפור אחר. מספרים שפזקשיאן הוכנס למכונית על ידי משמרות המהפכה, נסעו סביב טהרן כפחות או יותר 5 שעות, ואז הובילו אותו להנגר חשוך לחלוטין, ונכנס והתיישב לידו מוג'טבה. היה חושך מוחלט שאי אפשר לראות את מוג'טבה. הוא לא יכל אפילו לזהות מי זה האיש שיושב מולו. הוא דיבר איתו 0.5 שעה בלבד, ואחרי ה0.5 שעה הזאת, פזקשיאן עצמו לא יודע אם זה היה מוג'טבה או לא. הדלת נפתחה והוא יצא החוצה.
ברגע שהם ירגישו שהמשטר שלהם יציב, אז יגיע גם הרגע לבשר את הבשורה שהוא לא איתנו?
כן, יכול להיות שהם גם יעשו מזה איזה אירוע, כמו שהם עשו מהלוויה, לאחד את העם. הנה, המנהיג שלנו, גם הם לא יכולים להגיד, ישראל הרגה אותו.
These days in Iran, the regime is playing the Hormuz card, but on borrowed time. The US midterm elections dictate the pace. President Trump has announced a deadly economic operation and still hasn't given up on the crushing blow that will collapse the regime. And until it comes, the protest is now bubbling inside homes. And this quiet you see in the streets is just waiting time for the right moment. Is Mojtaba alive or dead? We are left with the question mark. We will wait for the puzzle to be completed and the answer will come. A spoiler before the end. It will take some time.
It was a week in which tensions across the northern front boiled over, plus the threat of a possible military clash with Turkey. i24NEWS Hebrew channel correspondent Uriah Keshet from our sister Hebrew channel went deep into the IDF security zone in Syrian territory. And here is more of this tour.
The Syrian front has been heating up in recent days with a series of strikes, and while the IDF Chief of Staff sent a message to Turkey, we went with the Golan Reconnaissance Unit into areas that are becoming a particularly complex arena. The route looks almost routine, a narrow road, open fields, a fence, and a gate. But Syria is on the other side.
חלק מלקחי 7 באוקטובר, נראית פה התעודה, פה, בגזרת סוריה.
Every day, the soldiers of the Golan Reconnaissance Unit entered this area, a young unit built from people for whom the outdoors isn't just something they learned in the army, but a way of life.
זהו, אנחנו בסוריה. ירדנו פה למרחב של הנחל. זה באמת מרחב שהוא מאתגר. הוא נחל שהוא חורת אפשרות נחל מדהים. סתם ככה הייתי מגיע לפה סוף שבוע לטייל.
The Rukad River is a long and broken natural line, slopes, rock walls, and vegetation. From the road, you see a view, but from below, you realize how many parts of it are hidden from sight.
בן אדם שהסתובב, מגיע ורואה את הקרקע, אם היא זזה, אם היא לא זזה, אם מישהו הלך פה. הוא בעצם להגיע, יודע להבחן בעצם גם את האויב, וכל זה בעצם מייצר הרבה מודיעין.
Using surveillance equipment, you can see a shepherd approaching the fence. A regular soldier wouldn't always know how to determine if the walking pace is natural, if the herd is reacting to him as usual, or if he is more interested in the force than in the sheep. This is where the experience the soldiers brought from home comes in.
מספיק שרואה צאן מגיע לגדר יום אחרי יום, לאזורים שהוא לא אמור להסתובב בהם, ומסתכל טיפה יותר מדי, והנה יש לו משקפת בסכין של החמור, והוא כותב בפנקס כל הזמן דברים. ואתה בסוף שם לב לזה. אתה רואה את זה דרך היכולות לאיסוף מודיעין. אפשר לראות איך בעצם השטח הוא מכתיב את הלחימה, ולדעת לזהות אם זה גללים של חמור, שפה הם כבר רואים שהם כבר לא טריים, ואם זה גללים יותר טריים, בעצם להבין ולאפיין את השטח. בעצם זה מערת רועים, שמשתמשים בה
כמו מערכת שלמה. בעצם זה מכללה. השטח יכול לשמש לשני הצדדים, יכול לשמש לנו, לשמש לאויב. מי שיכיר את השטח ידע למנף אותו ולנצל אותו.
בסוף אתה גדל במקום שאתה חי את השטח, אתה יוצא לראה עם בקר, עם צאן, אוטומטית דברים קופצים לך לעין, אתה הולך פה במרחב, אתה מסתכל על הרצפה, אוטומטית אתה יכול לראות אם בן אדם הלך פה לפני כמה זמן.
But behind this independence, there's sometimes a price. Some of the soldiers arrive without a stable family backing, and others were already basically leading independent lives even before enlistment. Therefore, the connection with commander starts long before training, and then continues when they return home.
המון חיילים מוגדרים כחיילים בודדים. בגלל הרקע שהם מגיעים, שהם עזבו את הבית.
מה, כי ההורים לא מסכימים עם השירות הצבאי שלהם?
לא דווקא. לא, או שהם מגיעים פשוט גרו בחווה. בעצם מה שמאפיין פה את הלוחמים זה שאנשים שהם מאוד עצמאים ומאוד חושבים. משתדלים לתת פה המון שיח, המון מקום ללוחמים להציע.
In Syria, they operate repeatedly in a fixed area, but in Lebanon, this condition vanished. New terrain, unfamiliar villages, and a shift from defense to offense. That was the first test regarding the question whether their capability works outside of their home turf as well.
אני זוכר שנכנסנו, הייתה ממש התרגשות לראות את כל החבר'ה על הכלים מבחינת רגע לעבור גזרה ולשנות את כל המצב שאתה עובר רגע מהגנה ישר פה בלבנון להתקפה, שזה משהו שלא קרה ביחידה.
העין של האנשים פה שתופסת דברים גם אם הם הכי שוליים והכי קטנים, אבל זה תפס לאנשים את העין, עזר למצוא אמל"ח, למצוא דברים שהוגדרו בתור נכס מודיעין כלל צה"לי. אתן לך דוגמה, אחד הכוחות השכנים שהיו לנו היו באיתור הגנה שבוע, ורק אחרי שאנחנו הגענו לשם, אחד החבר'ה שלנו שם לב בזווית עין לפיר של מנהרה.
מבחינת העיניים של הלוחמים, רוב הלוחמים בגדודים הרגילים יכולים להילחם ופשוט להיות בוקים על הלחימה. יש פה בסוף כל החבר'ה פה, יש להם עיניים שאין לכולם. באיתור הראשון שהיינו בלבנון, נכנסנו וראינו גדל של סיגריה ומסטיק לעוס על הרצפה. וזה מי יכול להסכים בדבר כזה? אחד החיילים רואה מסטיק שהוא עדיין טרי, ואחרי שנייה מצאנו אמל"ח והחשוד יצא מהאיתור.
After Lebanon, they returned to the Golan, and a different kind of experience. Not just scanning an area and alerting, but operating inside enemy territory during a maneuver. Now the challenge is to internalize the lessons without losing their unique character.
עכשיו שהיחידה היא כבר מבוססת והיא כבר בשלב של ביסוס והטמעה, אני חושב שזה גם להכניס את זה לתבנית צבאית, מסגרת צבאית, בסטנדרט גם בהיבט המשמעת והערכיות וגם בהיבט המקצועיות. אני חושב שגם שהם בסוף השבוע שלהם הם לא נחים. הם חוזרים הביתה והם צריכים להוציא את העדר ולשמור בלילה על החווה. זה האופי של הלוחמים פה. המטרה והתהליך שעוברים פה זה בעצם לקחת את היכולות, את העצמאות, את המקצועיות של השטח, את החתירה לניצחון, ובעצם להצליח להפוך את זה לצורה מקצועית ורצינית.
The Israeli gate appears in the distance once again, but returning to base isn't the end of activity for the company. At any moment, the route we took today could become the movement axis in real-time incidents.
אנחנו בכוננות תמידית פה בגזרה, חס ושלום במקרה אירוע שבו נצטרך לקפוץ בשטחנו, יודעים לעשות את זה, להכיר גם את הצירים הפנימיים יותר, היכרות אינטימית עם הגולן. בסוף זה אזור מדהים, וככה זה צריך להישאר. תפקידנו פה לשמור ולהגן, יש פה ריבוי של מטיילים, זה אתגר. מצד שני זה משמח, ואנחנו נמשיך ולעשות כל דבר כדי שאנשים ימשיכו להגיע פה בביטחון. זה לעבוד ביום ובלילה, לילות לבנים, בחורף, בגשם, בחום.
We leave Syria through the same gate we entered. The Rukad River, the caves, and the villages are behind us. But with us, we have the understanding that the company's advantage isn't just what it sees, but in the memory it builds anew with every entry. In a sector where the first sign of a threat might look like just another detail in the landscape, this can be the difference between routine and a surprise.
And that's a wrap for now from i24 News Magazine. Be sure to join us next week on another edition of i24 News Magazine with our top stories and interviews. I'm Emily Francis. Have a great day.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-850-6534. That's 800-850-6534. Again, 800-850-6534.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you,